Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the University of California Esports Initiative Invitational. We are coming to you live from sunny Irvine with some League of Legends. I am Zaid Snowdebard Khan. This is
I'm Eric. This cat is Q Kim. I am very looking forward to this match between UC San Diego and UCLA, presented by Xfinity. Now, if I remember correctly, I'm from UC San Diego. What about you?
I'm from UCLA, and that is our first match today. Unfortunately, I don't believe we have a bracket or anything, but today we will be showing the two losers games, so losers semis, losers finals, and then we will be showing, of course, grand finals at the end of the day. Every game is best of three, so first of two wins. We are playing with Fearless Draft, so we will see those picks start to dwindle down as we get some nice shots of the players. So LCS, LCK, LEC have started up recently. And we are on patch 26, season 22, 2026 here. What sort of things do you think we expect to see from our teams here today, Eric?
I think one thing that we should be looking forward to is looking at the two supports that are on both sides of the team, since both are considered to be the higher ranked of each of their teams respectively, especially with the additions of items like the Diadem of Songs or the new Echoes of Helia. Support items have become a lot really super strong recently, especially with the Bandle Pipes as well, giving free attack speed to all their allies. And I think that also the addition of the Fey Lights, where you can just get free vision anywhere you go by placing a ward into those things. I believe they get extended vision for about 45 seconds, and I think that'll be very massive for the upcoming Dragon fights or any looking for ganks.
Yeah, notably, meta in terms of picks, very similar, but as I understand it, game is a lot faster now, lots more gold accessible. What with the crystals and with the uh, plates on every tower, teams will be getting gold throughout the game instead of in these massive chunks. The first blood, first tower gold, coming back here. We got role quests if you wanted to go over those.
Yeah. Speaking of the increase in gold, I mean the role quest for ADC slot just gave me 300 gold. You just get a little. It seems like a boots, right? That seems like a small amount of thing. But I've seen plenty of games that just instantly get your first items like just because you're able to finish that role quest. I think that especially having that extra slot for extra components for AD will be super important, especially in the late game team fights as you get less and less room for more components.
Yeah, of course. And then jungle, mostly the same, just clear those camps, get those evolved smipes. Top lane here, we've seen a lot of changes in the top lane. Very influential role with that TP and the uncapped level going up to level 20 now. Lots of pro teams have been able to have these influential team fight split push sort of picks that are super strong. What about mid lane?
Mid lane, we are getting the new boots as well as we're actually seeing players take less TPs in the mid lane now because of the home guard changes where people are able to just get back to their lanes a lot quicker than they used to. Those tier 3 boots will also be super helpful in roaming or just looking for a little bit of extra power, especially looking at the buff Stork Shoes and Swifties and Lucidity boots. I think Crimson Lucidity was by far the best tier 3 boots if it wasn't Swift March. And since both of those are still are pretty much unchanged from when the feats of strength was a thing, the boost power spec should be extremely strong for all these mid laners.
Yeah, then finally support, which is my role there. Um, Support looking very similar. Notably, will also have an extra slot in way of the control ward slot, so going to be able to fight for vision a lot more effectively later in the game, able to keep those components without messing up your vision control there.
Yes, and of course we can't ever go over our role class without discussing how we even get them in the first place. Because the biggest thing that came from these role class changes, lane swaps are officially dead. Thank you,
Yeah.
Riot Games. We can watch official League of Legends play to play the game as intended.
Yeah, and not just lane swaps, but actually roaming in general, very decentralized, especially top lane, the main lane, bot lane, role quests, uh, severely decentivize you roaming throughout the map. You lose a lot of points from not staying in the lanes there. So jungle and support are going to be that much influential throughout these games. Notably, I think you mentioned earlier, proxying definitely still viable.
Yeah, to all my Citizens Ion mains out there, proxying it has been super buffed. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing any of it at this match specifically, because unfortunately the champions that are used to the proxying method aren't as viable right now. But it is still an option that they might go for if they want to avoid a terrible lane matchup. Like for example, if you're playing like Sion into like Darius, for example, you could just walk right past them, avoid them, even give them a wave just to get that proxy.
Yeah, perfect. And so, with most the season 2026 changes out of the way, I'm sure there will be more we get once we get into game. But how do you think the matchup between these two teams will play out? I know this is something we've talked about a lot, especially that support matchup you mentioned earlier. Although I do believe UCLA has a sub, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
Personally, I think that SD is in a little bit of a lead right now.
Of course.
With no bias whatsoever, I do believe that San Diego is the stronger team right now. Just
Okay.
looking at their solo queue stats and looking at just the champions that they have in the meta. However, I do think that UCLA does stand a very solid chance against SD.
Yeah, they are, I believe, 2 seed and 6 seed for SD and LA respectively. LA pulling up a bit of an upset in the qualifiers. I believe they upset 3rd seed or 4th seed
Yeah,
as
and
we are
recently
getting
against
into the
Graph.
draft here. But yeah, LA definitely able to do it before. I believe they were in UCEI qualifier, or excuse me, Invitational last year, and so we will be hopefully, seeing their best today.
Yep.
We'll have a nice long match. Maybe not too long because I don't want to be standing here for too long, but
Me personally, I would like to see a clean 203 from the UC San Diego.
yeah.
No bias whatsoever. I do personally
Yeah.
think that they're a better team. But we do see that the Riven banner coming out instantly, as UCLA's top laner is a noted Riven one trick. I wouldn't say one trick at this level, but they are very, very notable for their Riven skills. And if they're taken to like a skill level, you can see them out from UCLA, because both mid laners are very good at Lux, especially the supports as well. If UCLA were able to get that first pick, I'm sure they would be pining for that Lux. But I think since because they're on the red side, they just won't even look for it. We also see a Gwen Smolder ban. Smolder, I kind of disagree with. I don't think that you want to be going for a scaling comp. Especially thing is, early rotation Misfortune is usually very risky, especially with picks like the Ambessa. You have picks like the Wukong. You have picks like you have picks with pretty much any point and click CC whatsoever. You have the Pantheon and the Wukong up. You can. I think that the Misfortune will be very easily countered. I do believe Rek'Sai has been a lot stronger in the top lane.
Yeah, for sure. Especially
Yeah.
last year, we were seeing that a lot, and maybe some of that is carried over into the 2026 season. As LA hesitating a little on the ban, LA and SD really practice on the enchanters, and it's something we might see. But it looks like LA begs to differ here, as banning out 2 of these engaged supports instead here, as the final ban coming out, the Renekton. So that really is looking
Notable for this draft is that all of this depends on pretty much Mel being able to reflect anything that comes their way, or for Sabres to Cell Shield any match. We do see the Malphite. I do believe that will be jungle. It could be top lane
Malphite
as well,
jungle.
because it is a very positive matchup for Malphite over 2-second intervals, which is
Of
fulfilling
course.
for W.
Yeah, you can't. It can't reflect all of those. So many CC targets onto the carries out of the side of SD. As we're jumping straight into the game here. It does look like you're gonna see all this gold and really, really dish out the damage. So we should see a lot of heavy laning, skirmishing in the bot lane here.
One thing I do want to note is the pathing chosen by both of the junglers. They both decided to start the top side, start pathing bot lane. I think that the name of the game is that Misfortune right there. You want to get that thing either ahead from the side. You just leave 2 mini crooks behind, so I don't think that'll affect it too much, but it's still something interesting to point out. The Rek'Sai is still on her blue buff. I do believe that the Vanish will smite the buff away by the time he gets there.
Yeah, a bit of a slow clear. Both junglers converging here.
And it seems
Rek'Sai,
that Rek'Sai
Beachin realizing he's a little behind. Opts to move in. We get a force Myra off the wave here. But it does look like that wave might be pushing back into Myra, so we'll be able to secure that as Kites. Alvin Chang taking some damage here. UCLA's bot lane here looking super, super healthy. We'll see how they use that advantage.
I do think that the name of this game might be more the top lane as well. I mean, you can see that there's a 15 CS lead already coming out from the Aatrox, just from how bad this matchup needs to be.
Yeah, for sure. Myra is already backing here. I think we see the solid very solid trade for SD here.
I will say though, I do think that Rexel will just be able to gank mid over and over again because now Mel has no flash. There's no, and Diana is backing right now. So they're on a really good Aatrox having their counter matchups. And it's also important for denying it from the bot lane. This Fortune won't be able to push as hard onto the tower, especially since Alvin Chang decides to run to the growth fight. But like I said, that's the strength of Sivir. You can just sit back and farm, and you will still scale gracefully into the late game.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right now. Lots of plates going over to LA there, so maybe changing, able to make up some of that gold deficit here. You see that both sides are about equal, almost to the item here. I believe that should be a Thornmail first.
That does seem about right. However, Aatrox, if he gets enough gold, he kind of just doesn't need to auto attack. So the Thornmail might not come in as handy as previously thought. But I think that will mostly apply in the team fight where you're going to top lane and trade as hard as you can. Auto attacking will become super important. So I do think that's my point.
And that gold lead in the bot lane is starting to come into play now. I believe that's about a pickaxe up on the side of Misfortune here. He's going to get that tonic.
And
does look like some slight trading in every lane. Bishan moving towards the mid lane, looking to find something as we get some trading in the top lane from Summer Memories here. Into Sivir there, and that is going to be a 1 kill for the side of LA. Taku TPing in, but just a little too late, not able to find anything. Excuse me, that's a double actually on the side of LA there.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're looking for. That was a beautifully played dive. The Rek'Sai was just swapping tower aggro within the Seraphine and Misfortune. The bullet time looked like it didn't do too much, but it did chunk out Alvin Chang as much as possible. And as you can imagine right here, you can see that the Rel tries to kill it as much as possible, but the Misfortune is too much damage. The Sivir's still untouched though, so he's trying to get in. But that's the Encore extending off of the Sivir, getting the flash out of the Rel, and then just a massive team fight coming in from the Rek'Sai, getting a massive chomp onto them. And they're able to just run away because they have the moves to. But they did back off the dragon. I do believe that they tried to recrawl. And because they have so much buff right now, they are able to get the second dragon right here. And they are able to look for the dragon.
Lots of resources used from LA here. Gonna try to force SD off the dragon, forcing out the flash with Rel in the lane. It's looking a little scary as Super Salty T getting caught here. The Diana ult is going to come out. Cuddly Kraken's trying to get some HP back, but it's not going to be converted to any gold there. As no help on the side of LA for the bot lane here. Able to even it out a little. Both bot laners do have their items now. That is the Bloodthirster for the Misfortune and the Essence Reaver for the Sivir.
I do see that the role quests are starting to fill out. I believe everyone except for Alvin Chang and the Rek'Sai have completed their quest by now. We just see the Echo Sahila coming out from the Seraphine. All these first Iron Strikes starting to come in, all the counter matches starting to be less of a counter. Especially since Aatrox went for the Sundered Sky, but Malphite has a Bramble Vest, so it's not really going to allow them to do too much. We do see the Dusk and Dawn coming from the Diana. Something I want to note about this is that it does give you a second one-hit effect on your auto attacks, meaning that you can just get, I'm pretty sure you can just auto Q, and then the second auto will proc the last 2 hits of your passive. You can get that extra hit a little early.
As the Echoes of Helia again, we talked about earlier, to be very strong as Alvin Chang flashes out, but not going to realize that Bishan is there, and it's just going to run away there and going to go down to Cuddly Kraken. The solid kill on the side of LA. Really good job playing with the vision. Myra here still defending that turret. I can't tell if the crystals have been procced or not, but it does look like there's still a lot of health there. As the charm is going to hit, going to get the tip of that Q. Lots of damage going to force Taku to back here. No TP on the side of SD. Summer Memories going in, looking for a short trade. Not going to find anything.
I do want to note that this matchup with Helpline seems to stabilize a little bit. I mean, the Malphite is still down about 15 CS, but they're scaling super hard, so he doesn't really need to do too much. He hasn't lost that much this lane. I think the power is still at 5 lanes.
Yeah, meanwhile in the bot lane, the Misfortune is up about 600 gold there. That's 2 kills. It does look like LA's strategy here of that early game bot lane advantage is starting to pay off a little bit. Bishan after that slightly rough start is able to clean it up. He's very solidly in the lead here, going into Alva Chang, fighting for that Fey Light, but not going to find it.
I do find it interesting that the Misfortune works with the Bloodthirster builder here instead of their Yomu's Lethality. If we're talking about the damage being all about the ult, I feel like it should be more about I feel like it should be more about trying to get your ult damage as much as possible, so which is where you get the lethality builder, your Youmu's, your Collector, Infinity Edge. But instead they go for the Blunder to try and get the sustain through the Silver lane. I do agree with it. I think it goes with something so let's go on. You see a trade in the top.
Confident here, you know, still ahead of the top lane, able to know that his junglers rotating up, the mid lane is rotating up. Both sides here feeling like they have an advantage, but that Diana ult, great find onto both team members, and just going to be so much burst damage. Perfect timing in the Q3 there to knock the Rek'Sai.
Man, that Sun to Sky item is so unbelievably broken. You saw that, I think it was about a quarter of his health just came right back as he auto the Rek'Sai with his passive and the Sun to Sky combination. And then, obviously with Permanent Pain, managed to land that beautiful two-man, if you look here, the strike back onto the Diana engage seems fine, but the Charm manages to do some Diana. The Alpha Chain tries to go back into the Crash Down and gets a decent re-engage, and the Mel managed to land a massive root here. And it looked like a really big Serbian misfortune over here. So Taco managed to dodge the Ari Charm, and then managed to ult the Rek'Sai down, and then also reflects the Encore onto the Serbian. Pretty much securing them the spot along with their Aatrox and the TP ward from behind. The Malphite is here to try and set him up, but it is too little too late. They have already been let up. You are trying to take down 3 damage sources as a Malphite. I'm sorry, there is no way that you can win that fight as a solo Malphite right there.
Yeah, and this is what we Aqua Flaskin there. As this is what we talked about, so many targets onto LA, so a lot of these team fights will come down to the intelligent usage of these reflects, of these spell shields, as we get a mid lane fight in the bot lane here. The Mel not going to be able to come out in time. Minotaur is going to take that, and is going to be able to take the bot tower here, able to recover some of that gold deficit as Bichan getting caught out here. Lots of damage. And just going to get bursted down by Permanent Pain. Permanent Pain's looking so strong right now as jumping at the Super Salty T. Cuddly Kraken too with the stun, looking for more, not going to get it. Respects to the misfortune damage there. And that's going to be an advance onto the tier 2 turret in the mid lane here for UCSD.
That was really well played coming in from the side of Alvin Chang. If we ever get a replay on the mid lane, on the bot 5% mid laners back down there, I do want to know how the Nell was able to hide behind the minions, but still the Ahri still had all the damage necessary. I did not see any W coming in from the Nell, so I do think that's what allowed them to kill. But if you look at the fight here, the Rel gets a beautiful stun into the crash down, and pretty much chunks of Misfortune for half the health. And we do see the jungler starts to rotate over. Rek'Sai is the first move and tries to get that on. But Misfortune's already left and is on the Raptor pit. Alpha Chain is able to grab that Rel. The Rek'Sai has no damage, and Diana just followed up beautifully and managed to get that move follow down on. And while they're not able to get that Misfortune in, I do think that a 2-for-0 is a very good trade, especially when you're trying to get that Misfortune behind. If it's coming to look for the trade here.
Yeah, the Rel's walking back into the bot lane. Ariel's going to come out, just going to be able to pretty solidly get out of there. Good knowledge, knowing that Permanent Pain is there. Trying to look for a charm, but not going to get it. And that Grump is going to go over the SD, stealing that away. As Permanent Pain has really brought back this jungle matchup. Bichan's been playing super aggressive and making some plays that haven't quite worked out. And now that's a large bounty, a big CS lead, a big XP lead on the side of the Diana there.
I do think this is one of the picks of having an engaged support like Rel that can just walk with you wherever you go. Because especially if you have the Sivir in the bot lane, if you just leave that thing to farm, it'll scale up to 4 items fire spike super quickly, right? But because the Rel is able to just let the Sivir get the solo C and a solo farm, they're able to just travel with their Diana jungler. And meanwhile, the Seraphine isn't allowed the same luxury. She has to stay with her Misfortune the entire time to hopefully protect her from anything that gets onto her. Because Misfortune, if she gets picked, she's done. She has the W moves, so she gets lost when she gets haste damage. So the Seraphine isn't able to roam around with their jungler and get the vision up. So Rel is just tanky. The Rel does not care. They just walk around and get all those wards, walk with their jungler. And
notably, the Rel also has the Bandle pipes there, a very defining meta item in the current meta. Super gold efficient, going in on Super Salty T here. Gonna find the sun, but is pretty far up. The ult's gonna come out. Cuddly Kraken getting caught lacking there. A lot of damage. Flash over from Summer Memories to knock Cuddly Kraken, as this is a very split fight coming out. Bichan, again, just not able to do anything. Doesn't have the resources to dish out the damage he was dealing. The Misfortune here, the Sivir to nearly 12k. This is going to be a pretty tough comeback, 7k gold in the hole.
Did I see that right, or does Rel have about the same amount of gold as the Malphite?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Malphite's been having a a really rough game, especially in that last fight. He just wasn't able to find an angle in, as SC has great control over the dragon here. This is going to be sole point. Bichen looking for a way to contest, but it's going to be really hard finding the Feylight. Aatrox going in, Bichen caught out again, and taking a lot of damage here, but not quite going to go down. Charm onto the Rel, but SC's just playing this so well front to back. Big Rel ult, and that's going to get find everyone. And Alvin Chang here just running down the rest of LA. And Minotaur trying to survive here. Summer Memories taking turret, getting very low. That's scary. That is like a one REQ, one RE powered auto there. As gonna find it, but gonna drop to the turret. Getting a little too aggressive there, but still, if you're UCSC, you're not upset at all.
Down it's just some earthquake. There's no way. Oh, they're looking for another fight here.
Yeah, the Hextech Soul is gonna pop. That's gonna be an easy kill for the Diana onto the Kraken. Yeah, it's gonna go down there. The Rel finding the flank again onto Minotaur. That one Sivarod is gonna deal so much to knock the Ari there, and this should be pretty solid end here. I mean, SC's looking so strong. Even though there are 3 members on the side of LA still alive, those carries are down. So we'll have to see. Besides, they can't make it. Gonna go over the wall here. Maybe grab that Feylight, get some vision.
Man,
More towards the wall.
This game is just completely out of control with from the side of UCLA. There's I think that is a 10k gold lead coming in from the side of San Diego. There's 0 deaths on the Diana. This Diana is having a massive game. But against it, they're trying to get the bot in him. They don't even have Baron up yet. They're still pushing like they do. There's just nothing that LA can do to stop the push.
Yeah. And if you're SD here, you're content to just retreat. Myra is going to flash out. Bichan probably going to go down here as the Sivir dealing a lot of damage onto Myra. The Malphite there just not quite tanky enough as Bichan is going to go down. Super Salty T is going to go down. Cuddly Kraken here, the last Bastion, is going to avoid the fate of his fellow teammates here. So we got Minotaur and Cuddly Kraken. They should be able to clear these waves, stall out the game a little longer, but this is going to be a really, really rough comeback from LA.
I mean, double inhib just gives them enough cryo when it comes to the Baron, which should be spawning, which spawns in about 45 seconds. You see the Elder coming up in a minute, so you just take the Baron and either push to end or just try to take that Elder. I mean, there's nothing that LA can do. It just seems like game is one and done.
Unfortunate ult is clear. Instant flash from Alvin. Not going to find anything. Permanent Pain just hitting these towers here. They're distracted on the Rel, and that is open Nexus. We'll see Kite's dealing so much damage here. It's a very split fight, but he's just taking so much damage even from the Sivir there. And Permanent Pain, I think for me, is the player of the game. Maybe we're a little split here. It's not like we have an award
I do agree with
to
this.
give. But Permanent Pain just, especially even after falling behind in the early game there, is just able to be so strong later in the game, finding all these great engages with the ults and really messing up LA's positioning there.
Yeah, and if we look at the Misfortune and the Rek'Sai they're supposed to be the early game matchup, right? Misfortune bullies the Sivir, and Rek'Sai is the jungler that just managed to go around ganking everybody. But the Rek'Sai died on the top scuttle fight. Aatrox was able to just identify the Wincons with the Rek'Sai and the Misfortune, and they're able to just shut that down. And even though they're able to get some good crucial games for the Misfortune to get the Misfortune as head as they could, Sivir just kept scaling it. Ended up 4k gold over this Misfortune.
Yeah, as we see. I don't think there's a label for this. I'm going to assume it's damage here, as the Ahri is actually going to be the carry for LA here, taking, able to deal 20k damage. Actually a very low damage game with how fed both sides seem to be towards the end there. But that is Season 2020 on the Grubs, on the Drags.
Right. I do want to look at that Misfortune though with Cuddly Kraken. They managed to get one good bull time off in the bot lane when they're trying to get the double kill, right?
Yeah, that was
but
a
after
great
that,
bull time.
There was never a good opportunity for it. They were always caught. They're always caught out. The Seraphine was never with the Misfortune in team fights. The Misfortune was always getting flanked on by the Aatrox, which is kind of hard. That's kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, the really hard part I think for the Seraphine there was that even if the Diana goes in, you're scared because you don't want to use these abilities because they might just be reflected right back at you by the Mel there. It's like doomed if you do, doomed if you do.
To look more into what they can blind pick and looking at like what is a safe pick.
Yeah, for sure. The draft did go a little different from we expected. did expect to see some more enchanters. We expected to see a little more crit carries. We did see that from the Sivir, but not from the Misfortune. As well, I think we are going to go to a break here before the next game, but we'll see if our predictions are proven correct. We'll see if we see some of those in the next game here.
He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back to the University of California Esports. Have another coming up as well.
Yeah. And this one, I believe, is the fight for the Hexax Soul. You can see that the Rek'Sai is just trying to look for that little angle they can get into the pit. About half health for the Dragon, but they don't have any vision on it. Aatrox just does way too much damage to the Rek'Sai, while they're unable to return any of it back. And the massive crash on Magnus Storm coming in from the Rel matches the Moonfall perfectly to take care of every single carry that they have, except for the Ahri.
And the Rel, it was just so rough because they weren't able to find an angle for that ult that was not also in range of those engages there, and the two's ults just last so long. It's really
Yeah.
really rough there.
Which does remind me, it did also come down to the Mel pressure, right?
Yeah.
Like the Mel pick was actually really massive in not a, it's like the threat of inability is stronger than the ability itself.
Yeah.
That Mel W just did so much work for them without even having to press the button. That Seraphine was way too scared to press an ult button because if she did, I don't think that Encore is going your way.
Yeah, we did see that in the fight there. A great reflect from the Mel back on to Cuddly Kraken and Seraphine, Misfortune and Seraphine in the jungle there, and that kind of won out the fight there. As yeah, what sort of Enchanter supports then? If that's so what you're thinking, it's possible LA pivots entirely, but we know that they're definitely more experienced on those. What sort of things would you like to see? I'm thinking maybe like a Janna, some sort of counter engage like that.
I want to see Yunara Lulu on my screen or an Ezreal Karma. Ezreal Karma would have so much experience on the side of San Diego. Just that poke and harass you can get just from that Karma Mantra key, right? But you also get the Ezreal scaling and the ability for the Karma to roam with her Mantra Shield, giving her so much movement speed, and the Ezreal being able to play safe. Meanwhile, the Yunara Yunara is busted right now. I mean, the crit damage increase helped her out so much, and the Lulu just only enables that, giving her the wild growth so that the Transcendence can be super, super strong. It's just, I'm surprised that Yunara went completely untouched in this draft.
Yeah, it was really interesting, especially because from what I've seen, she's like a mainstay in a pro play now. LCK is pick her ban every game. As it does look like our players are getting set up here. My
do
boy
wonder-
Mikey on the stage.
I do wonder if we're going to see Lucian Nami coming out. Because if they want to go for that burst comp, I do think that Lucian Nami is very strong. While they don't have the Ari anymore, they do have things like the Orianna or even the Azir, which I don't think we'll be seeing. They have all that potential for that, just that Orianna, the Wukong, the Pantheon, even a Talia. Going along with that Lucian Nami, they could just easily like decimate a health bar and then just give them the edge for the next fight.
Yeah, we do expect to see more of these mage mid laners. There was some talk of assassins. I know LA, the jungler there, is a pretty experienced Talon main, although I think they might have swapped someone out, so I'm not sure if that's still true.
I do think that we'll probably still get bruisers though, just because of how much utility they provide.
And it's tough to make those assassins work in a more organized environment.
Yeah, it's hard to get someone that has a lot of potential damage that you can get with a good place to ultimate while also making sure that you don't get caught out yourself, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It reminds me of Misfortune in a way.
Why do you play this champ then?
Well, she's fun. Solo queue easy.
Okay,
They don't
that makes
coordinate
sense.
that stuff.
Yeah. Maybe they'll get really unconventional. Maybe I know it's fearless, but maybe they'll just pick it again anyways. they'll just
Just to spite me,
yeah, just to spite you. And I mean, it's not like SD has any reason not to let it through. Just be like, oh, run it back.
Yeah, I guess.
We're not too upset about that.
Yeah. But I do want to. I wonder if they're gonna let the Jinx through though.
I think that would be a big mistake. I
Yeah.
don't think the Jinx. I think I was looking in between the games. Cuddly Kraken has like 113 mastery on Jinx. Should be super comfortable there.
That's
Essentially,
about
it's like
million points, right?
Yeah, like a million. I
Yeah.
don't know. Is like 100 supposed to be a million points?
Sounds about right. But we're
Yeah.
getting into the draft here. We do have the fearless draft thing with the Vans.
Yeah.
production.
So lots of these champs knocked out there. Interestingly,
UCLA
Not-
did go for the blue side.
yeah, not super adherent to the meta here, because I mean these champs. While we have seen some of them in LCS, LCK, sort of these pro leagues, they're a bit of stranger picks. Certainly the Mel, the Rel, the Ari, but then you see stuff like the Malphite, the Seraphine, which are a little bit rarer. As the Braum ban is coming out again on the side of LA, really scared from the Braun from Alvin there. Looks like going to be similar bans again, banning the Riven for SD here.
I think that's something that's pretty interesting is that they're going for the Braum ban always. I think that kind of indicates that they're looking for the maybe Lucian pick. Because I believe UCA banned Braum last game as well, which is probably why they went for Misfortune, because Braum is just the biggest counter to that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that the Braum is also a very good combo with the Jinx and with the Lucian if they're trying to take that away. Because if Jinx and the Lux both go through this draft, then UCLA has to make the decision, do they want Jinx or that Lux for their mid laner or for the bot laner?
Yeah. And SD here, I mean, they have time, right? Because with the Fearless, even if worst case scenario is you let the drinks through here, and you get completely decimated. They don't have that in the last game,
Right.
and Cuddly Kraken, obviously, I believe
that's a Jinx
currently
fan.
the best player in UCLA, but in terms of bot laners, the champ pool might not be as wide as they want it to be.
Right. We do see the Jinx ban coming in, so I do think that UCSD has to ban the Lux here. I really am not a fan of this Jinx ban unless you are super confident they can shut down. The Vladimir ban is being hovered. Summer Memories is a noted Vladimir player in the UCSD player base, but they look like to be banning all their comfort picks, but I do think that Summer Memories should just be able to play maybe their best or just any other maybe other abilities top laner that they have.
Yeah, they've certainly showed after last game. They're very competent, very comfortable here in the top lane. We'll see how that top lane matchup adapts a little. Myra was looking a little bit lost that game. It's hard to say whether that was due to the matchup or maybe just not super comfortable in the Malphite there. As the Smolder coming out again, we were kind of question marking that last game. Smolder not super prominent in the meta right now. What do you think?
I think that Smolder is a good scaling pick, but there's a Lux first pick like we were talking about. Minotaur is a very experienced Lux player, and I do believe that Super Salty T also has a lot of Lux experience. So maybe they go for like some Caitlyn Lux bot lane, or even just keep the Lux mid lane to keep their mid laner their comfort pick. But as for the Smolder, I do believe that you'd probably have to pick something like Lulu or Yumi or Janna with them, which obviously they're very experienced on. But I think that the hyper scaling comp with the Smolder just isn't exactly is just what SC does want to deal with.
Yeah, as I like the flex from LA. We'll see. I feel like Lux is a stronger flex than Rek'Sai, especially we are talking in between games. The decision to run the Rek'Sai jungle may be a bit of a misplay from LA there.
We do see a Corki coming in. I do wonder if they're going for the Corki Nami bot lane maybe, or maybe just some cracked out engaged champion like a Blitzcrank or Nautilus, because both are open. The Orianna, however, coming in from the side of U San Diego, they are going to go for that. So I do think that they're going to probably try to go for a Nocturne or maybe a Wukong on the side of UCSD. Just that combination, we can get everybody in super tight, close knit, is super valuable, especially with the damage that they provide.
Yeah,
We
for
do see
sure. Yeah, the Ashe, Draven. Draven is interesting.
There is no way that they're gonna lock in Draven.
Yeah, I feel like Draven with, because if the idea is to flex the Lux, Draven Lux is not really
They do
too
have the
great.
burst, but that's about it.
Yeah, but locking in the Ashe, always a very solid champ. As we see what LA's third pick here will be.
I wonder if they're gonna go for like the Renato or maybe like some form of maybe even Rakan, just like this team fight setup. They're having the Jarvan instead. I think they're just trying to get that picks.
I like the Jarvan. I like this kind of a hard pivot from UCLA. Was trying to play a different time of team comp entirely last game and realizing, okay, that's not working. You know, let's pick out the LCK wood.
And there's the Sinjao, like we were saying.
So both teams here kind of adhering to more of the common team comps that we're used to seeing in these pro leagues.
I do wonder what they're going to look to ban here because, like I said, they could flex the Lux, but I'm pretty sure they're just going to try to go for a Lux mid. I'm not too familiar with how the Lux Orianna matchup would be. We do see the Mbessa ban coming in. I am a big fan of that ban because you have Orianna and Corki. Corki has a W, but that's a 17-second cooldown level 1, and meanwhile the Orianna just has nothing without flash. So I do think an Mbessa is a really good pick for the side of UCLA. So I think it's a really good scouting from the side of UCSD.
Yeah, and as an added bonus, I believe Myra, very solid Mbessa player. The Mbessa's very solidly worked her way into the rotation here.
What does kind of irk me is that they do have the first pick here. They just did Nami ban coming out of saying, but I do think that UCSD could have just picked the Mbessa unless their top laner isn't as comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think that's very likely. As the Nami ban is coming out, I think smart there. We were talking about potentially the Corki Nami.
Right.
That would be pretty rough to deal with. I think good to just get out of the way. The Nautilus there, Nautilus Corki also similarly rough bot lane. With this, I think they're trying to make that poke work if they need to flex the Lux. As Emilio from the side of SD here.
What if the Ashe is support? I was just thinking about it with the Soul to Slay and with the Diadem and the Echoes and maybe the Imperial Medic. Okay, to the Nico! Oh my god, the Nico meta. Corki Nico is such an impressive bot lane early.
Yeah.
So I think it would be better just go Ashe ADC instead and just have the Ashe just lose lane and just scale.
Yeah, I do actually have some insider information about the Ashe support. I believe I was just talking to the support for LA yesterday. I think he said something along the lines of if he picks Ashe support, he would get flamed forever, which
Mm.
seems like a long time for just what seems like a solid meta pick, but he seems to be very against that from what I know.
Right, but you could also get flamed forever if you just lose.
That's true. Would you rather be flamed forever, or dishonored forever?
Mm,
As the stakes are very high at UCEI here.
right. But
as
we do
the
see the
Janna
Janna
is
coming.
locked. Yeah.
So I do think the Ashe Janna will be. I think that it's a pretty solid bot lane, especially if the scaling will be really high. But they don't have the Melio, unfortunately, but they do have the Janna should be able to just buff her attack speed, but even buff the kiting away with the Ashe with their passive.
Yeah, the Janna is also very solid disengage here. The Ashe is going to be kept safe against the Corki kind of more oppressive early game as quick locks from both sides. Rennington on the side of UCLA, Gwen on the side of UCSD. That's a pretty exciting
insta-lock
matchup in the
too.
top lane here.
The insta-lock Gwen was pretty interesting coming from the side of UCSD. I do want to note that UCSD does have 3 magic damage dealers. So a Force of Nature or Merc Treads would go really hard this game. But also with the auto attacking coming in from the Gwen could also cause some maybe play steal capitalize as well. But I think if you're Myra here, you just go for that Merc Treads and just try to get maybe an Eclipse here. I think an Eclipse would be really good for Renekton.
Yeah, you could get those, even the evolved Merc tricks there. Assuming we're going to see this Lux in the mid, but I mean, I don't really see there's any alternative here. But they haven't started moving around the picks yet, at least not that we can see.
I do believe that they'll be there when we just go into the game.
Yeah, I don't think they're planning on playing Ashe jungle. If they're not playing Ashe support, oh, there we go. There's the update with the unfortunate dead PNGs on the bottom right. I believe those are supposed to be sun spells, but
Well,
I'm sure we'll be able to see those in the game as well.
What I do want to think about is the win conditions for each of these teams, right? Because we have the Corki and Nico bot lane. Those are super oppressive in the early game, causing the Ashe and Janna to just take a bunch of poke and maybe miss out on a lot of farm and golden plates.
Yeah.
But we also have the late game team fight with the Xin Zhao WE with the Orion and Shockwave. That is a insane team fight value, especially with the Nico Pop Blossom as well.
Yeah.
But
Lots of good layered CC on the side of UCSD here.
right. I just think this is another really well done draft from the side of UC San Diego.
Yeah.
The
But
Ashe Janna.
I like
is
the
all right.
improvements on LA's side as well, I think. Like we mentioned earlier, that hard pivot. But yeah, the Ashe Janna.
The Ashe Janna is going to scale very well. I do think that they'll be able to get a lot of damage out of there. But I just think that the way that Lux plays and the way that Ashe plays would be a little different. Like, obviously, Ashe has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that sets up the picks, right? But unfortunately, I'm just not too a big fan of the draft right now.
Has nice cinematic coming into the game. And straight into the bot lane here. We got
Instantly
about
hit with a question mark.
1 minute again. Really weird to see. I'm used to that 1 minute 30. It's been there for the entire time I've been playing the game. But some light trading coming out here. Oh, bot lane. Super Salty T already so chunked here. Alvin Chang as well. They're both going to pop pot here. And should be able to heal this up. You know, you got some level ups coming out. Q going to whiff from Nico here.
Big
As
trade
Gwen
bot lane.
going in onto Myra. It's going to be a big chunk.
Gwen is 1 level off of the level 2. They're probably just trying to shove this out so they can get the E as well and potentially look for an even harder trade. Because Gwen does have the Ignite in the top lane. They didn't opted not to go for Flash or for the Ghost. So the Gwen's kill pressure is just unbelievable right now, even with that Ghost.
Has level 2 advantage for UCLA here. Cuddly Kraken going to chunk out Alvin Chang. Maybe going to force out a flash, but not quite. As that's a big wave. It looks like Alvin Chang is looking for a recall here as Myra in a bit of a rough spot. I would say, I think the Rennington Gwen is a bit of a skill matchup here as Minotaur and Taku here.
Both
in the
did
mid
opt
lane
to go for
pretty
Ignite.
pretty even. Excuse me.
One thing I want to note about the Corki Nico is that it did not exactly go to plan. The Nico just got chunked out super hard, even though they were able to get like the half health from Janna, right? But the Nico was able to just get a miss cannon for the Corki. The Janna was able to get all the damage back with the Ashe, and I think just by playing together, the Ashe Janna will just work out better than the Corki Nico will.
Yeah. As Myra here, a little bit scared. See, taking another Q there. Gonna get chunked out a lot. Looking for a
trade.
quick trade here. Those are the quick trades that Renington is known for. Going back to Minotaur here and Taku. Taku's slight XP lead, but nothing to write home about. Looks like Alvin Chang is looking for something here. Bit of an early roam, maybe due to that kind of botched back timing. He's content to just let it go.
Okay, quirky update. He did go Tear the Goddess. I do have to assume that that means going for the Trinity Merman build. Essence Reaper is just a better item on Quirky. Quirky just wants to go full crit at this point. You're not building Jack of all trades, I'm assuming, so you don't even need to go for the the Collector, Infinity Edge, Mermana, and the Trinity to get all 10 stacks, right? I'm pretty sure they're just going for Triple Tonic and for the actually I don't see Triple Tonic. I just think that this isn't gonna do as much damage as they're hoping, especially since Quirky's the main source of AD damage.
Yeah, as we saw Permanent Pain, they're looking for something in the bot lane, but gonna get spotted, I believe, and not gonna find anything. As Myra's just, again, in a really unfortunate spot. This time, able to keep up a little bit on the CS lead, but it's gonna be a little rough, as slight advantage here on the side of LA in regards to that XP there. Alvin Chang gonna get chunked out again, and UCEI is looking super healthy here on the bot lane.
Right, but when you have a hyper carry in the top lane like the Gwen there, what is that? That is 11 CSF. That's almost 2 A's. That's like,
Yeah.
I think that's enough to outdo the lead that Ashe has, especially since the hollowed mids can just dodge the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, he's gonna crash that wave. Gonna maybe get a little bit back here. As we see more harass under the tower. Kite's dropping pretty low here, but the junglers are nowhere to be seen. It looks like they will just be gearing up, trying to hit level 6 for these objectives that should be coming up momentarily. Beachhand here, level 5. Angling towards the mid. No vision here from Taku, but is a little confused of where to walk. Sidesteps the Lux, gonna force out the flash. Very solid pincer maneuver there from the side of UCLA.
And that's the Jarvan pressure that we were want to talk about. The Lux is really good with the burst, even though she doesn't have her ult or even any mana left. But the Jarvan just does so much. It shows up so much pressure, so much damage, so much CC. But the Orianna just forced a flash, and I do believe that the Jarvan should just try to repeat gank mid over and over and over again, especially since that they didn't have to give up anything themselves to get that flash.
Yeah, so notably, the Orianna here, double Negatron cloak there, if I'm not mistaken. That's a little bit of a strange pick, maybe just trying to deal with some of that early Lux harass.
What I don't understand is why would you go double Null Magic Mantle? Because I mean,
Yeah,
I don't even think that builds into anything like by itself. Like obviously you can get the Merc Treads with a single Null Magic Mantle in the boots, right? But why would you buy 2? That has to be a misclick, right?
As Myra going in here, the Gwen ult is going to come out. Renington ult going to pop. Renington looking really strong here again. Flashes that, and as a solo kill for Myra, as Taku here trying to get it back, is going to get a solo kill onto Minotaur here. We'll see if we can get some replays of that. Oh, slight pause.
Man,
As Drake here, Permanent Pain, realizing the Jarvan's top, able to trade that Drake again. And it looks like maybe a similar story from UCSD, UCLA here. UCSD content to wait on those Drakes. As we see the replay here.
you can see that the Renekton does go for a small trade. He does have the Fury, so he does have the Eber cast. The Dominus comes out really well here. And he's able to flash that last bit of the needlework. That is the only reason why the Renekton was able to win that fight.
Such a great flash there, yeah.
And it's really good, especially since that 10 CS down. That solo kill is super massive and able to get you back into the game. Gwen doesn't have any AP. Gwen has only the Doran's Ring and the Plated Steel cast right now. That should be able to help temper the trades, right? But it's just kind of like there's not really any more damage.
Yeah.
And the Renekton knows he can win now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even though he was down there, I mean, Renington is still Renington even with low items there. And he is going to get that first kill gold as well. An extra 100 for his troubles. But we see overall the gold still pretty even here.
Yeah.
With a drag on the side to SD. If you're LA, you're not super concerned, but you do want to avoid a repeat of last game. As the Lux ult comes out, maybe for the wave. Alva Chang going to force out a flash.
I do want to file an official apology to the Orianna. I was not a believer in the double Magic Mantle, and then right there just gets a solo kill.
Yeah.
So I just want to say a big apology to Taka over there.
Yeah, Orianna, I mean, is able to get away with things like this because I think those base Orianna stats are very strong. She's pretty strong in lane.
Yeah.
The Nico here. I think that was a change on vision, so that's not going to really do much.
But the change in vision is mostly to like disguise your health and mana, because they can see on the right that Nico has full health, full time, but the Orianna doesn't.
UCLA should know that she's coming off a back here. As Taku's holding the wave, Maya going in for a quick trade. Gonna go for more. Ooh, unfortunate footsies there. Is gonna walk into the scissors and is gonna get chunked out a little, but overall mostly even. Alvin Cheng waiting in the bush here. Gonna whiff his abilities, unfortunately. Permanent Pain here, walking into the grubs. Not gonna see Bichan waiting in the bush. Bichan maybe waiting for more, waiting for Taku. Oh, nice flash there. The Q's gonna go way wide. That ult is gonna come out. Minotaur is gonna survive a little longer due to that triumph there. Bichan going in. There we go, gets the CC, gets the knock up, and that should be solid. The Ash Arrow is gonna seal the deal. And UCLA with us, excuse me, slight lead there. About 300 gold. But Summer Memories is going to take back some of that with the crystals on the tower there.
Right, but 200 gold isn't really equivalent to 600 you get from the 2 kills in the mid lane right there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the rotate down from Myra was honestly, I think it did pretty well in zoning off the Xin Zhao there. Minotaur was able to get as much damage as they possibly could with that Lux ult. I think it was a really good play coming from them, but it does seem that Summer Memories just trying to zone him off, even though he has a wave crashing into his turret.
Yeah, gonna be able to do that successfully as we see the replay here. Bichan super patient in this bush.
Right. And you see Taco there is mid-health, mid-mana. Just the EQ flash from Jarvan is an instant kill. The Lux does manage to miss the roof, but it doesn't matter at that point. The Orianna's already dead with the Cataclysm down. And Xin Zhao tries to get the Crescent Guard to try and maybe knock him away, but he just doesn't have any of the cooldowns left. And right here, the Enchanted Course Arrow managed to clip him right at the end. Beautiful snipe coming in from the side of UCLA, Cuddly Kraken.
As you're talking about Cuddly Kraken here, the bot lane's looking very low. It looks like that Corki Nika lane finally starting to find their footage a little, but actually both sides are still pretty low. As we do see on the grubs here, Permanent Pain has just been very on top of these objectives. Looks like Bichan's looking for the same play again. Isn't going to find anything.
Yeah.
Opts to just kind of wait on that.
You know what to say, fool me once.
Yeah, fool me twice. Shame on you.
No.
Or excuse me, shame on me.
Yeah.
I'm getting mixed up. As Myra here, again, going to walk into the scissors. Going to get chunked out a bit. Looks like both bot laners have hit a reset there. And Xin Zhao as well, going to get that item there.
We do have Dragon coming in for about 45 seconds. I don't think that they'll be able to get the pets down to 0 by the time they get there. They are, Gwen's looking for a kill here.
Yeah, Myra's just going to kind of tank everything and go down there. Really, really rough. Not even with the item, it's just not able to get out enough damage. The Eclipse has Cuddly Kraken some trading here.
Wow. I do want to highlight before the solo kill there. Gwen was able to get, like, I believe 2 full snips onto the Renekton.
Yeah, I think that's a really rough thing, because if you're Renekton and you survive that, you know, the life steal is so massive. As a Nico ult is going to come out, super salty T with a quick John ult to try to escape. Nice tornado is going to knock out Permanent Pain, and I like that UCLA is able to get this disengaged now.
What a great play coming from Salty T. Like, obviously the Xin Zhao Nico is a really massive pick. They're able to get that pop boss now before the dragon fight. That's a really big cooldown that they're missing out on. Well,
Yeah.
Taco is a level up, but there's not going to do too much. And
Nice engage from Bichan as Cuddly Kraken in the back line, going to be kiting out Permanent Pain here. See that Ashe auto spacing is going to be doing so much damage. The ult coming out from Xin Zhao as a bit of a split fight here. Knocked up Bichan and Salty T looking a little low here. Minotaur going to try to make a play. But this will be a 1-for-1. But unfortunately, UCLA losing Cuddly Kraken, not the person you wanted to lose in that fight. I think certainly if they lived, yeah, that fight would have gone a lot differently. As we see, the engage there was the Ashe Arrow.
one thing I do want to highlight is the global style competition that UCLA has with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Final Spark coming in. Those are really long range abilities, but unfortunately Taco is able to just, after Nico's down, they're able to just get the Shockwave onto the Ashe and take him down.
Yeah,
this is not a fight you want to take for the Dragon now.
That was such a nice ult from Permanent Pain there as well. Able to split that whole fight, eventually leading to the kill of Cuddly Kraken there. As, Lux is able to get a nice chunk there onto Alvin Cheng. The Dragon is still up, so we'll see how that goes. Alvin Cheng, he's going to have pots, maybe going to live for a bit. bit more damage onto Kites there.
I do see a missed ward in the bush in the bot lane. Maybe that's just playing the heat the moment kind of thing.
Yeah,
What is
maybe,
the bowling
maybe
like
over the
usual?
wall as well. As it does look like Super Salty T is going to see these backs. Going to go for a cancel. Not going to cancel the clone, or hopefully not going to try to cancel the clone. As Myra here, looking a little low. Again, having a bit of a rush time. Goes in, dodges the Q from the Gwen. Gets a lot of health back, pops the ult. But that Gwen ult is just going to do so much damage. Myra getting hit by absolutely everything there.
They will take all an Alvin on those items. They go for the Infernal Dragon here.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice trade from LA, but Gwen is going to get that first tower. That's 300 extra gold, and Gwen's looking so strong. I have seen this story before. I believe just recently we saw an LCK game, I believe it's T1 versus DRX, where the Gwen just got so strong.
Now, if you look here, the Nico did get this cool dodge on the Flag Drag, but it just cooked by the dragon. It just died to the final spark.
Yeah, little unfortunate there.
I do believe they call that a Hillsong moment where you just get caught out for trying to get wards.
Yeah, as Johnny here with the Echoes of Helia, similar kind of build pattern here. The Echoes of Helia is a mainstay in season 2026, as I understand it.
I do want to note that the Oriana still has the second Magic Mantle and has done nothing with it. So I do
Yeah.
wonder what's going to go into.
But does have those evolved boots now. The status on roll quests here, they should be all finishing up around now.
Yes. I do see that Ash has finished her goal, so there's another, like, along with the world quest, she gets a lot of extra gold there. I think that should be I believe she's going for a Kraken Slayer build with that build. We do have about 5k gold on each side. There should be enough to get their first items at least, and then the boots and the components as well. The Gwen is about 2,000 gold up right now. Just as even with that first solo kill, I know the feeling all too well playing Renekton. When you just get that first solo kill, and then all of a sudden they scale too hard, and then now you lose every fight.
Yeah, as Minotaur gonna evaporate the Nico there. So much damage coming out onto Alvin Chang, especially with those evolved boots. Lots of stacks on the Dark Seal there.
Man,
And that is just gonna be an instant pop.
one more time that they evaporate that Nico, I think Pina might be coming for Minotaur. That's just some sort of animal cruelty right there.
As Corky finishing that Triforce, the Triforce you were very vocally against. It does look like gonna be building towards that tier item now. Super Salty T looking in the bush, sets up a tornado, not gonna find anything. Minotaur, nice find there. Luxol is back up, not gonna be able to get the autos in between. And a nice disengage from Super Salty T. As a bit of a fight in the jungle here. B-Chan realizing that they have a health advantage. Looking for a knock-up. Permanent Pain gonna sidestep it. Pop Blossom only gonna hit B-Chan, but he's just isolated here. He doesn't have any follow-up. Myra looking for a flank, but not gonna find it. TP's gonna come out from the side of UCSD. The Oriana is back in action, and that should be it. No kills for either side here, but good position on the Rift Herald for UCSD.
I do want to note that Nico no longer has a pop-up flash, right? But if you look at the side of UCLA, they don't have any flashes on their very immobile Lux. They don't have any flash on their Jarvan. They don't have their Cataclysm. They don't have any cooldowns up to take the Rift Herald to contest it.
This Herald should go down. And again, UCLA did grab the Infernal Dragon here, but aside from that, very behind on the objectives. Lost the grubs, lost the first drag. And you really don't want a repeat of last game. If you're UCLA here, you want to start positioning for these objectives, and I'm sure it's something they're thinking of right now.
I do see that the Gwen went for the Riftmaker build. I do know that there are many Gwen players that are not big fans of this, but it's also kind of like causing a war in the Gwen mains, because at the same time, Riftmaker also provides a lot of value for that Gwen. But the Gwen also picked up the Rift Herald, so they should be looking to create even more sideline pressure, even with the Mountain Drake that's coming in about a minute and a half. I think that even though the Gwen does have TP, so they should be able to rotate to the Dragon as well.
Yeah, and you see that massive 2k gold lead, and it's all just from, if you look at the top lane down the mini-map there, it's just been blown open, and that Rift Herald's going to be really scary as this route is going on to Taku here, but Minotaur is just caught out there, Permanent Pain with a nice flake, and they're going to go towards this mid tower here. Myra going in here, the Rift Herald spawning is going to get this charge. We'll see, Myra should be able to stop another one, but is going to lose his tower when going in. Q's going to whiff. And looking for another charge, but surely this won't happen. Oh! Drifting around, we'll see, maybe looking for mid lane here. The Jarvan is here.
Oh,
And
the driving light's been revoked.
yeah, unfortunate. Maybe needs to go back to driving school for that one.
Something I want to note about the Lux pick on the mid lane, I think that's really good pathing from the jungler, taking note of the fact that Lux has no flash. I mean, obviously there's a big trade coming from the Orianna getting that massive shockwave off, but I think it's really good scouting coming from the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and it was something you were just talking about. These somewhat immobile carries on the side of LA. Having that flash down is really, really big, especially with these big playmakers on the side of SD.
I do see that Ash is going for a Zeal build. Is that going to be Phantom Dance or Runons? I think Phantom Dance would be better here, just to get more mobility, especially against Nico.
A little bit of a chunk from Minotaur there. I do like very, very not hesitant on ripping the ult there. Lux, let's see, it's already back to 1/4 of the way and counting.
Especially with the Malignance there, she gets so much ability haste off of that. And I think it's a really good play that they're just trying to chunk out the Xin Zhao as much as they can while the Dragon's up.
It's Cuddly Kraken isn't going to be able to steal away that Scuttle Crab. And that's going to be some nice vision in the river here. UCLA content to just keep poking out SD as they try to get the drag here. Wave state is looking doable for each team here, so they have a bit of time.
This Gwen doesn't have Ghost, I do want to note that. Especially with a character like Ash and Jonathan, might be a little bit rough for them. But they don't even have Swift these either, so they're not able to resist those.
It's fighting for the Fey Light here. Bichan running up towards the drag, very, very confident. The Ash Arrow comes out onto Permanent Pain. Is going to get knocked out. The Pod Blossom for the counter engage, but not going to do anything. LA is finding everything here, but is going to go down so quick from the Orianna ult. Super Salty T here, going down low, and this is a 3v3. Cuddly Kraken free autoing onto the Orianna. Is going to find the W, not going to find any more. And that should be 2 for 2 on both sides here. A great engage on the side of LA and a great counter engage from the side of UCSD. We'll see if we can get a replay on that.
Once again, I have to send all of my apologies to Taku. I was not familiar with their game. That was an insane counter engage coming in, able to equalize the fight to make sure that nobody gets the dragon. If we look at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Gwen wasn't able to tank it for them. That's a 4-man final spark landed by the Lux. The Nico managed to get a big pop off, but it's already too little too late. The Gwen goes down. But there's just so much damage coming in from the Orianna Shockwave. There's no... They're able to pull that fight back around, able to escape the Ashe somehow.
Yeah, the Corki 2 dealing so much damage in that fight, just obliterating UCLA's two most tanky teammates here.
This game has just been a difference of mids, I think.
Yeah, as it does look like here, Bichan can go in on the drag, Permanent Pain with his Intel ult. Cuddly Kraken a little bit mispositioned here, pops the barrier. Luxol going to come out, steal from Bichan, and it looks like LA is just going to try to limp away here. We'll see if SD lets them, but the Janna Tornado is going to be really strong here, able to retreat under the tower. Nice steal from the side of Bichan here. But this is going to be a turret for SD, especially with that crystallization.
I still think it's a really good play. Like, obviously, there's a lot of gold to the side of the 3 carry for UCSD. But usually they managed to get that dragon, which is kind of the whole point of this fight, right?
Yeah.
And then the Luxol was also able to force out the Orianna flash, so she will have that for another 5 minutes, which is a very long time. It's for the next dragon and for Baron stuff now. So Orianna has no flash for all of that.
Yeah, this is a very critical moment of the game. We see Orianna TPing deep, finds Minotaur, caught, 2 TPs invested. Minotaur having to run into the red side jungle, and this should just be dropped Lux for the side of SD here. Yeah, really unfortunate, a slight misstep as we see pings onto the Baron as he's going to try to just rush this. We'll see if LA is able to counter this, but they're doing it at a decent speed. We'll see. They should be able to get there, but I mean, the bot lane is still in the bot lane.
Gwen has no Neela work. This might be a bit of a rough fight, but at the same time, you said it has no Lux, which is even more of a fight. But there's no flash right to talk about.
Wow, a nice pop blossom, and that attempt at going in just really doesn't work. The Myra getting popped immediately, and that's going to be a Baron for UCSD. And notably, without Otacon, the Baron is just going to be the solidest way to end the game. Sieging is a big deal. SD is going to be able to extend these gold leads as they're already up about 6k gold here by my count.
I want to say that pop blossom was really well done. This Alvin's KDA is looking a bit like a game from Barrel, you know, but he's still managed to find so much value. The Gwen W is causing a lot of pain for the Lux as well, and they're just trying to get their 3 pushes. She's just coming for a flank here.
Yeah, Permanent Pain this match has just been finding so many flanks. Not going to find anything there. but even with the Janna, is just able to get onto Cuddly Kraken almost every time. As going to be clearing here. LA not super concerned about the Baron minions yet, but it's just going to keep growing as a problem. We are past 14 minutes, so these waves are going to start coming in faster. It's going to be a lot harder to defend.
I do wonder if that they're going to try to look for a big dive here, because while it is 4v4, they don't have their Lux, which is a lot of their damage.
Yeah, Lux is matching the Gwen here, so you're in a very rough spot for LA. Lux certainly can't match the Gwen, is maybe able to clear waves, but if you see they decide to rotate the Lux to the middle here, now Gwen is taking so much on that turret, it could just outright dive, and they end up losing both. Both some plates on the top lane and in the mid lane, they lose that tower.
If I am correct, I believe the Corki actually did decide to go for the Jack of all trades rune. I think that he should have got all 10 stacks off of his items right now. That's a really big power spike coming from the Corki. As much of a hater as it was, but it looked for a pick here maybe. But
yeah, just a little bit more poke on the permanent pain. And the Lux here was looking super strong in the mid game, but this should be around the phase in the game where it's going to be a little harder to get these plays going on the Lux. And I think that's where the Orion is going to start doing a lot. Ash Arrow going to go wide. Kites is just going to block that one off. Bichan and Permanent Pain in a bit of a standoff here. Big knock up for the Jarvan here, getting straight onto Taku. The Super Salty T going to go down. That's going to be really rough for Cuddly Kraken. Not going to have any peel here. Bichan, the flash over from Kite's going to find him. And that's another 2 dropped for UCLA, but they do at least trade it for the Orianna. The Orianna was very strong, I believe, had a shutdown. So that's going to be a little bit of a get back there, but the crystallization is going to pop again.
I believe that they're trying to get position more for a 3 inhib kind of approach, especially since Dragon stuck with them for a minute. That was a big engage coming from the side of Bichan, but unfortunately there's just nothing left to follow up. After the final spark and the Enchantment Crystal missed, you don't have any damage left this long range. And they're just standing here in the bush menacingly, but Hawkshine's able to find them.
Yeah, we see Bichan here is just, again, overestimating or maybe underestimating how many people Red Side has in their jungle. So it goes for this like deep play, but isn't able to find anything. And just going to go down to Kites there.
He did manage to get the Corki flash out though, so that is another crucial cooldown coming for the next Baron fight, next Dragon fight.
As speaking of the next Dragon fight, it does look like UCSD is positioning for that. Gets the Scuttle, Minotaur running out of base, as well as Super Salty T looking for vision here.
I do want to note that the Gwen is about 70 CS up on her Renekton and has an item and a half over on them as well.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see the Gwen like super recently, but should be super strong here. I think certainly playing so well in these games. This Dragon's just going to go down. LA doesn't see a way to contest this, but the Gwen in the back line, Minotaur going to hit the full needles and is going to go down here, I believe, trying to peel. Permanent Pain looking, nice root, but just not taking no damage here as flanks coming out from the Gwen, and this might be the end of UCLA here. Lots of damage, big Pop Blossom, Myra gonna not be able to find anything as all the carries on the side, excuse me, Cuddly Kraken is still alive, but everyone else except for Myra and LA is still alive here. A big siege here, and SC is gonna try to end as engage from Permanent Pain. Not going to find anything. We'll see this inhibitor. I wonder if this wave is big enough for them to end here. We'll see how Cuddly Kraken can thin this wave here.
I don't think he can. He doesn't rune us. It's Shockwave managed to kill them. The Renekton has no damage left.
Yeah, the Renekton is going to drop, and that does look like a 1 game for UCSD here in brutal 2-0 fashion. Every game just doing so well to get these gradual leads. Keeping up the consistent snowbally pressure, really maybe understanding that season 2026 meta more than UCLA.
I do have to say, I do want to give big shout-outs to UCLA mid Minotaur. That Lux game was an insanely well-played game.
Yes.
I believe she had a 4-man Lux ult that managed to chunk out at least all 4 of them with half their health.
As we're getting a replay on the last fight here. Minotaur there, you see. Lux ult again. Alvin's just so chunked, but unfortunately doesn't see the Gwen.
Yeah. And the
just
Xfinity
gonna
flash
take so
instantly.
much.
The Crescent card there was almost enough to knock the Minotaur back into the Gwen, but unfortunately the pink ward coming in from the Bichan managed to stop any form of vision that might have been
that
used.
was an amazing Q.
Yeah. But he misses, but the Gwen is coming right back around.
Yeah, and this is just really, really unfortunate.
Right
A
there.
big pop blossom for Alvin there. And
Man.
yeah, that is going to be the fight. So much burst damage for UCSD.
If I
It
had
should just be a siege.
if I had to give a series MVP, I think it would go to Summer Memories.
Yeah, Summer Memory is just playing so consistent. Just realizing that what he needs to do is he needs to stay in the top lane, take advantage of all those extra stats that top laners get this season, and just keep plugging away till he comes back and he's just level 17 while everyone else is level 14.
Right. Man, I just think that the Gwen game coming in, obviously Gwen is a very strong pick into the Renekton because Renekton can't really outfight the Gwen. But the Gwen is able to push that lead super hard, even grabbing the Rift Herald, managed to get all the way down. That is a 5,000 gold lead coming in from the side of the Gwen. Meanwhile, everywhere else was about maybe a 1 or 2k. Yeah, this top lane domination is just unbelievably massive.
Yeah, as hopefully we should be getting to the damage charts here. Yeah, again,
Wow.
the Gwen, 24.6k damage, out damaging the Corki, who notably wasn't able to get a lot done that game. Meanwhile, Cuddly, Kraken, and Minotaur, as we expected, the carries on the side of UCLA, but not Kite going to be able to close out those fights the way they wanted.
Right. And now UCSD did win, but I think I still am justified in being a Corki hater. I mean, the Nico damaged it, but what can I say?
Yeah. We will be seeing UCSD in the next game, which will be losers finals here. So we'll get to see again. Unfortunately, we will not be casting that game. We will be rotating at the casters.
But,
So
I think that another thing that is really important for the SD too is that we are moving to the next round, right? But there's also we also know a lot about what we can do as a team as well in this new season.
Yeah.
We have a better taste of the coordination, even with all the scrims and stuff. We still have a better taste of what we like, what we don't like, what not to pick, and what to pick.
Yeah. As it does look like the lights are turning on in the venue. And actually, my mistake, we will be going to an interview here. And let's see that.
Wait, can you hold on to this? Welcome back to UCEI presented by Xfinity. My name is Kimmy and I'm joined by Kites. Congratulations on your win today. How does it feel to pick up this first win of the day?
I mean, it feels great. The last couple of weeks of scrims were kind of inting, so when we came on stage and we won, I think it's a big confidence boost for sure.
I know it's the new season. It's been a lot of changes and whatnot. So how do you feel about the pace of the game, and how have you, team, have been adapting to these changes?
I think the pace of the game is a lot faster now. You get a lot of gold and very quickly, so you hit 2 items very quickly. So it kind of feels a little bit like Fortnite, where you're just fighting all the time. But I do think that is our advantage a little bit, because once we sync fights with Alvin and Kevin, jungle and support, we play really well. I think we saw that right now.
Yeah, I thought of it as a TikTok brain rot type of pace going on. So now you're going to be facing either UC Berkeley or UCI. So is there anything you're looking out for, anyone you're looking forward to facing?
Yeah, I believe I checked. I think we're playing Berkeley. So all I got to say is M2O support. Zach, I love you, bro, but Alvin Shangrocks is coming. So good luck.
And one last thing before we end the post-game interview. I was wondering, who was your MVP of the series?
I think it either has to go to jungle or support. I'll give it to Alvin. Game 1, his rail just smurfed on all of them, and his Nico was a little silly, so I liked it.
All right, thank you so much for this post-game interview. My name is Kimmy. I'm joined by Kites, and we'll see you guys in a quick break at the UCEI Initiative presented by Xfinity.
After that elucidating interview there, Fortnite and TikTok brain rot fights, I believe he said.
Sorry, it sounded more like a UC San Diego win to me.
Yeah,
So.
all right. Anyways, that will be all from us. Stay tuned for lower bracket finals here. UCSD versus, I'm not quite sure, but we're going to find out. But that's all from us. See you guys later.
Amelia Malinin showing beautiful control. She's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back to the 2026 UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. We are on the League of Legends Day, and this is the lower bracket finals. After fighting a very commanding 2-0 victory, UCSD is joining us further in the bracket against UC Berkeley's team, the Cal Golden Bears. My name is Alex. I'll be casting this series alongside Kylan. How are you doing today?
Doing great. My name is Kylan. I'm a Stormbringer here, but we actually do have a special guest here. We are joined by Tibbers. Tibbers has been helping us prepare, and at least for me, helping me cast. Isn't that right, Tibbers? But yes, so unfortunately, Tibbers has to go. But we do have a very exciting match on our hands. We already saw a glimpse of what is to come with that replay of the match that we just saw. How are you feeling about this?
I mean, UCSD looked like they were doing really, really solidly, right? There was a lot of very commanding team fighting, a lot of very commanding sort of map control coming out from that team. But that being said, the head-to-head record between Cal's League of Legends team and UCSD's team this year, they've played officially against each other at least 6 times, and the record is 6-0 for Berkeley. UCSD has not taken a single series off of Cal, and that is a little bit concerning to me, especially given that they've had 6 opportunities to make changes, right? Adapt to Berkeley's playstyle, and they just haven't been able to do that. There's just something on the side of Berkeley that UCSD is just unable to deal with. And I talked to their support player just like right before the series, and he was saying that despite all of their wins happening on season 2025, he believes that the game hasn't fundamentally changed too much for their team. The way that they play really just enables sort of like these victories to happen from small leads, and they're really, really good at controlling the amount of risks that they're taking depending on sort of the game state. And so he doesn't believe that season 2026, even with the accelerated gold income, even with the accelerated XP and the top lane, all of the lane quest changes, he doesn't believe that the game has changed fundamentally for them, and they are still confident that they're going to be able to take this win.
Yeah, I mean, very confident words, but when you have a 100% win rate, of course you're going to have that confidence. So, I mean, even after that dominant showing, I mean, on the other side, that's not what you want to look forward to going into lower finals. Like, it's double elimination, but you're right now backs against the wall. Winner goes on to the grand finals. So there's a little bit of a challenge ahead for these teams. Let's see how it all plays out. What do you think we can expect going into this matchup?
So Berkeley, obviously, the pressure is on them. It's a 3-game series. They can afford to take 1 loss, but nothing more. Obviously, UCI is a very strong team. They want to take this opportunity to sort of limit test and make sure, like, obviously they know that they're historically a stronger team than UCSD, and so they're hopefully going to take some controlled risks to make sure that they're sort of knowing where they're able to play at their limit. I think that Berkeley should be treating this as a practice finals for UC Irvine. Obviously, Irvine is one of the only UCs in the system to have scholarship players on their program, and they have a coach that actually gets paid a real dollar salary in US dollars, which is very, very unique for the UC system. It's a culture that very historically has seen esports as more of like a casual club, and Irvine is one of the few campuses that really embraces esports as a potential career path to pro, and they're really pushing their players up in that way. But I really think that Berkeley should be taking this as prep for UCI. I feel confident in their ability to take the series, but that being said, UCSD now on their 7th or 8th chance to make adaptations to Berkeley. Hopefully we'll see something new coming out from them, potentially a tricky little draft. I mean, we are running Fearless Draft. It is only a best of 3, but the Fearless does lock down some of those options, right? We're not going to be spamming Nico support every single game. So hopefully we'll see some interesting draft adaptations come out from SD, and that might push them to, a map 1 victory, a map 2 victory taking that series. But then again, it is anyone's game, but I do believe Berkeley should be treating this as practice finals.
True, and I do agree, but I wouldn't count SD out just yet, because even though, yes, you have that 100% win rate that you're going up against, but I think that when you have no expectations, you're going into it like, okay, we're probably going to lose, but, what if we just try new things? So, like, they have a lot of room to go, because, when you hit rock bottom, only way to go is up. So I'm excited to see maybe SD can come out with something entirely new, something out of left field that may catch Berkeley off guard. So we'll kind of have to see where it all goes.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say
Yeah.
SD is at rock bottom per se,
Yeah.
but I think their mentality is very similar to something like DRX from 2022 in finals, where they made it quite far into that tournament just by sort of having fun, right? They're just a squad.
Yeah.
They're the 4th seed from Korea, and they're coming into this tournament, and they're just like, let's play our hearts out, let's have fun. And that mentality gets you really far, right? When you don't have that pressure of needing to win at all costs, sometimes miracles happen. As we get into the draft here, the first couple of bans are coming out. That Riven appears to be a target ban against Juicebox. I actually don't know which side is which here, but looks like potentially a top laner on red side here is going to be a Riven one trick potentially.
Yeah, possibly.
And that Malphite ban, again, very popular ban, very strong champion, both at the end of season 2025 and at the beginning of this season. We're seeing a lot of Malphite being played in solo queue, and he's an LP potion, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, with the new changes coming to League and top lane being able to, with the side quests, get to level 20, tanks like Malphite, a lot of bruiser champions are kind of like the name of the game here. Being able to scale a lot more. I mean, yeah, so at least in my own games, I see a lot of Malphite. So not really a champion I'm a fan of seeing. So seeing a ban, we'll see how the rest of it turns out. But we have the Riven ban, so a lot of topside prio being picked and banned in this first half here.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see a Malphite Silas trade actually coming out in game 1. That's also another route that you could take it, right? As we restart the draft here, I'm not sure which team here is on blue side, but again, the Riven first ban coming through. I believe the teams might have been told to keep their bans, so it looks like that Malphite second is going to come through. I expect a Silas to also get taken off the Rift at some point, and I just got confirmation UCSD is going to be on blue side for this map. So looks like Berkeley's top laner has something going on with that Riven, not a particularly meta pick, so I would guess that this is sort of like a personal target ban coming out against him. The Malphite hover still coming through. Looks like Berkeley is going to lock that ban down. And again, expect to see the Silas in response coming out. You don't want Berkeley. You really don't want to see Silas in these games outside of as a Riven or outside of as a Malphite counter, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Silas has so much versatility, so there's so much that you can really do with that pick. So with the Malphite being banned, I do expect Silas to play a big part, whether it's being drafted banned. But we do see the Mbessa actually being banned out here. So a lot of topside priority here. But on that note, with the new season changes, can you walk us through what we should expect to see in terms of draft and how these changes really do play out?
Yeah, so season 2026 fundamentally is a acceleration of the game state in general, and a little bit of a change to how teams should be prioritizing their playstyle. As again, 3 topside bans coming through from UCSD, Fiora, Mbessa, and Riven, all taken off. Very strong sort of duelists. It looks like sort of that's kind of Juicebox's playstyle, and Renekton going to get taken out by the side of Berkeley. But the role quests are designed in a way where you want to stay in your lane. The passive income in points increases, almost doubles if you are in your lane and past your outermost available tower. And that makes it so that if you roam and don't secure the kill, you've just lost an insane amount of tempo against your lane opponent, and it is catastrophic if you roam and don't make it happen. So we are very much not inclined to leave your lane at this point. As the first pick going over to UCSD, looks like they're going to try to get their bot lane pick out of the way, locking down the Sivir. Interesting to see that they didn't pull out any particular utility champion here. I'd expect them to, lock in like a Nico or some kind of powerful first pick utility champion. Not sure if that was a particularly useful use of that first pick.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I mean, Sivir is kind of as you mentioned, I would have expected to see a Nico, something with a little more utility, maybe a little bit more engaged, but going for your AD carry in your first pick is a little bit interesting to me. But we see on the flip side, Juicebox is going to lock in that Gwen and followed by the Misfortune. So that top side priority is going to be, they're going to finally end up with the Gwen and with the Misfortune now for their carry. But in response, we're going to see the Vladimir coming in. Not really a champion I would really expect to see all that much. but we're going to see it be picked out here for the mid lane.
Yeah, a double blind coming out for UCSD, and they haven't seen the mid laner for Berkeley. In fact, they haven't even thrown any bans in the direction of Berkeley's mid. So their mid laner is presumably very confident that they are able to win this 1v1 as the Poppy pick comes out. That could be flexed into jungle or support. We've seen it more prevalently in support now in the last couple of patches, but Zach, potentially the response coming out from UC Berkeley. A lot of anti-engage, right? The MF slow, Gwen is immune, and the Zach, right? They both engage and counter-engage at the same time. Whereas SD's comp, as you can see, we're already looking at sort of this like dive look, right? We have this Vladimir pool coming through. We have Poppy, both very strong engaged champions coming through. A lot of opportunities to get those fights started. And Berkeley, recognizing that, we're seeing sort of an adaptation. We're trying to sort of keep the enemies off our backs here as the blue side, or as the 4th and 5th bans will come in. Nico potentially getting taken off the map here. Looks like SD doesn't want to allow Berkeley to have any of that engage of themselves.
Yeah, and then also important to note that it is also fearless draft. So it could be that these teams are just trying to save their pocket picks, trying to save their more meta team comps for later. But it is really interesting to see, as you mentioned, like very hard to lock down with the Gwen immune, with the Zac. But also on the flip side, I also think it's also hard to really lock down anyone on the other side, because with the Poppy, you do have the ultimate that can send any champions away. But Vladimir also very tricky to really lock down because you can kind of just become immune. And Sivir has a spell shield of her own, so, and with the Galio, that brings a lot more sustain, so there is a lot of tank and anti-engage on both of these teams here. And as we see the Akali being locked down here, the first assassin
Sure
being paired up against this
bug there with the 4th ban from Berkeley. I'm not sure if they meant to have no ban or if that's a visual bug. But regardless, a good amount of beefiness coming out from UCSD. That being said, there is a Gwen on the side of UC Berkeley on presumably their strongest player, given how many bans went over from San Diego. Rounding out the bot lane here is going to be Braum coming out from Berkeley. Interesting choice given that it looks like, yeah, Sivir is the only like true projectile auto attacker coming out from SD's side. So the Braum shield is not going to see as much value as potentially in a game where we pick a Tristana mid or an Akshan mid or some other AD carry in a different role. That being said, again, very strong disengage, good at getting your team out of a sticky situation, right? Again, UCSD drafting for a lot of that dive, right? The Diana coming in, Galio on top, the Avengers sort of closing in on your location. And Berkeley is just trying to get themselves out of that situation, regroup, and find a way back into the fight in a winning angle. And so that Zac, disengage, re-engage, all of these tools are very useful to their team in order to make that happen.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and I think the big question here, at least for you, out of both of these team compositions, which one would you rather be in? What do you prefer, I think, has the advantage going into this matchup?
It's hard to say in this particular game. I think that it also depends on, obviously, the strength of the players. Assuming that these two are equally matched teams, I do like SD's sort of style of thinking a little bit more. The Vladimir top, a little bit suspicious to me. Not sure how that may potentially do into the Gwen. Hopefully, the pool will prove to be useful against Snip Snip and Gwen's ultimate ability here. But that being said, it's a little bit hard to say. I have to watch the play styles of the teams going in. We're already on the Rift in map 1 here. Yeah, we're hopefully going to see... minions do spawn a lot earlier now, so we'll see them meeting in the lanes at 1 minute and 5 seconds. So not as much downtime as in previous seasons.
Yeah, no, right into the action. That's how I like to go about when it comes to these. No, not too much of that waiting around here. But yeah, I think something to look forward to, especially this Vladimir top versus Gwen here. But this Galio and Akali already getting a little trades off here, but already right into the action.
Yeah, and again, very normal maps here. We're not seeing a lot of these level 1 invades. We're not seeing these lane swaps coming up because, again, your support quests and your role quests just matter so much in this season that it doesn't really make sense to do anything cheeky level 1. And people are just kind of running through their lanes, the minions meet, and yeah, we're just beginning the laning phase as we see Berkeley getting a nice healthy shove in on the bottom side here. Kind of expected out of that MF Braum lane here, very bullying, sort of pushing, oppressive lane here. But as long as SD can hold on, they're able to, scale that Sivir into the late game, and she ends up doing a lot of damage.
And yeah, so far, I think Sivir's going to be the main win condition for SD. A lot of that damage is going to be from that Sivir and a little bit from the Vladimir, but you have the Poppy, you have the Galio, you have a lot of these characters that are meant to protect and to help discourage any engages here. But so far, SD wanting to just take it slow, try to weather the storm here, but so far they've been doing pretty well. Up in the top side, the Vladimir getting a fair bit of damage traded against Juicebox, so it seems to be going a little bit better. But yeah, so far, pretty stock standard start to the game, just doing your average laning phase, bit of CS. But yeah.
Yeah, a healthy, nice range advantage going towards Vladimir there, obviously. In those early levels, it's very hard to play that melee into ranged matchup. And so, not surprised that Juicebox is having a little bit of a hard time, but that wave will eventually crash into his tower. He's going to get that income back a little bit. And again, Gwen scaling into that late game is going to become a little bit of a menace, especially after that first item comes through. Obviously, right now, their situation is very precarious, but potentially even a plate going over to the side of SD. Looks like it's not going to be quite there just yet. Snip Snip coming through, clears out the minion wave, no problem. A couple of minions missed, not too bad overall for Juicebox. Still in an all-right situation, all things considered.
Yeah, still pretty okay, but I would be mindful of that plates because that gives Vladimir a much needed priority, a little bit more gold in the pockets that could make the difference later on here. We're gonna see Blob Enthusiast is actually just gonna go for the blue buff here, but on the bot side, a little bit more damage traded out. Kites is a little low, but just playing it safe for the moment. Just wants to scale, take it easy.
Is Zach One Trick? I just realized that username actually checks out. It might be a Zach One Trick.
Possibly.
I was not thinking about that during the draft, but a little bit about coming out from the Berkeley mid laner here. Unfortunately, I cannot read Korean, and I was not given a pronunciation guide, so I don't quite know how I'm supposed to say their names. But a little bit of a dive coming through the one side.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit of Korean, but I don't think we want to spend too much time just trying to read the name, so we're just going to go as it is here. But a little bit of damage being traded up in the top side here. Gwen is going to finally gain some much needed priority and much needed pressure here, but that CS difference is starting to get a little bit on the heavier side here. Nothing too crazy just yet, but I would be a little bit mindful here in this kind of wave state here. 30 to 18, especially in this top side here.
Gwen does have access now to her dash here, but
it's going to be a first blood going over to the Vladimir here. Going to use the Ghost and the Ignite here to finally secure that kill here. Blob Enthusiast is going to try to make their way up here. Going to try and see if they can go for it, but not going to be able enough here. The flash, but will get the kill in the end here. Will you have to trade the passive in the end, but at the very least, it's still going to be a 1-for-1.
Actually, he's under the tower. I'm not sure if he's able to get out there. So, two summoners burned on the side of the UCSD top laner, but the wave state is not in a particularly terrible situation for Gwen. As we get a little replay here, it's just, what are you going to do, man? You just get sat on with the pool. There's really not much that you can do. And I think that it was correct there not to burn those sums. And yeah, now a kill going over to the side of UCSD's top laner, but that being said, the lane state is still in an okay position. Gwen has access to her dash, which is a particularly powerful ability in those duels, and you can see that max health damage from the needlework coming through as
so we're going to see the Diana coming in, but the flash being used over from Juicebox to get away, which I think is also an important note, especially from that last fight, that Gwen held onto her flash. So even though Vladimir used all their summoners and Blob Enthusiast does use the flash, at the very least, they were able to hold on to it and became useful. As even though they trade 1-for-1, they were able to get away, prevent anything else going over to their side. But yeah, so far, as we see level 6 going on through for these players, we're going to see a little bit more fights start to break out here, a lot more ultimates that are now available for these players. Juicebox is going to make the return to first plate, going to go over to the side of the Vladimir here. But yeah, overall, not too bad. 1-2 over the side of UCB. Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yep. Gold lead still very, very even here. Just a couple hundred here on the side as a potential little skirmish is going to start up over here on the Berkeley Raps here. And not too much going through. I don't anticipate much will happen actually now with the SD mid laner rotating over Berkeley. It's just going to get themselves off of that disengage and claim the Drake on the other side of the map here. Blob Enthusiast leading a little bit of a charge into the enemy. I think that's the red side jungle. I always forget which side's red and blue. I know it's like such a beginner mistake, but.
And it's like, you
Bush camp.
you know how you use your answers to color.
The engage.
But we see it engage here. Permanent Plane's going to use the flash in, but it's going to use the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough here as the Diana does go down. A kill going to be traded over to the Zac. This Zac is 2-0, and I think at this point is when I would start to be a little worried. The Blob Enthusiast, but the potential Zac one trick, that's clearly a character that they are very much so comfortable on. So getting another kill to that jungler.
So many resources committed on the side of Permanent Pain for, I feel like if I'm in this situation, I recognize that I'm already dead. You either flash away or you just deal a little damage but don't commit those summoners. I'm not really sure where the thought process here on the flash re-engage was. I'm not sure if maybe they only saw the Zac at first and they were hoping that they could outplay in the 1v1, but regardless, a lot of resources committed on the side of Permanent Pain, and very little has been able to be reclaimed by the rest of the team here. The mid lane is in a very just stagnant state here. It's just kind of a farm simulator as we get another look here. No, it looks like, yeah, both members showing at the same time. So I'm not really sure why the flash was committed to disengage and then a dash back in.
I'm not too sure either. I suppose maybe you were thinking maybe they could try and use the ultimate into the dash and try and get away, flash away, but they used the flash a little too early there. But regardless, a lot of resources committed. That is a little bit not exactly what you want to see for at this point in the game. But we'll see how let's see if SD can really try and take something back here. First dragon does go over the side of UC Berkeley, so they might be trying to play for more here. They're going to see a little bit of a skirmish break up on the top side here.
Yeah, I mean we built up to almost a 1-key gold lead at this point, and Berkeley hasn't really been doing a whole lot on the map, and so I'm a little worried that once they really start working the map here, as UCSD starts up the grubs, that this might turn into a little bit of a disaster class for UCSD.
Yeah, Enter's going to come in through, going to save. Knock's going to come in through. Blob News is going to be very low. Blue team will claim the grubs as well. Flashes away. And Puto is going to try and get away, but it's not going to be enough. The shutdown going over to the Diana is going to be a 1-for-2 going over in favor of UCSD here. But as the dust settles, they're still going to go for more. Perfect execution going onto the Galio, and it will be Taku being taken down. And just like that, 3-5, that is going to be just another kill going to be traded back, so that's at least as the dust settles, 2-for-2. But still, UCSD does get 2 grubs at the very least after all of that.
Yeah, a seemingly even fight to start out. I mean, the engage was just stronger from the side of UCSD, right? We were talking about the Avengers coming in, all of those ultimates, Diana ultimate, heroic entrance from Galio, and the Gwen Shroud on top of all of that, right? If you're not inside the danger zone, you cannot deal damage to UCSD's top laner, and he's just able to get so much down. Even despite the R3 they're missing, there's just so much damage being laid down by UCSD, and they aren't able to trade back that second kill until much, much later. As we sort of return back to a state of normalcy on the map here, 2v2 in the bot lane, once again continuing a healthy CS lead going over to the Berkeley bottom lane, as sort of expected coming out from that very heavily pushing lane here. The difference just over 30, or just almost 30 CS here is a little bit of damage being traded back and forth in the mid lane.
Yeah, a very significant CS lead here. As you look at the gold, it's going to be 16, almost 17,000 to 18,000. The gold is starting to grow here. Yes, SD does have that has the 2 grubs here, but as another play goes over to the side of UCB, I think I'm more worried about where that gold differential is coming from. You see the 80 carries here. This Misfortune having over 20, almost 30 CS up on this Sivir, and even in the mid lane here, this Akali has a lot more CS up on this Galio here, but as we actually see, Juicebox in a little bit of danger. You know, is going to come on, going to be dangerously low here. Going to try and close it off. Flashes is able to secure the kill, but will be able to fall in the end. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
All things considered, not too bad from the side of UC Berkeley. I mean, Juicebox doing the best that he can. Here's the tower crust going to get broken by Permanent Pain. Here's we get a look at that 1v1 again. I would consider that a solo kill, pretty much, for Juicebox, but obviously Diana was there to take it back here. Snips it, committed early, and then that sort of Gwen ultimate coming through, holding it for when Cloud was able to get out of that pool here. Third R fully connects, and a nice flash auto with the snip to complete the kill.
Worth it, in my opinion. I think, yeah, from the side of UCSD, I think this top side is going to be the main win condition here, but Juicebox, a lot of CS down, so much need to kill there at the solo kill. But yeah, as we see, Berkeley going to start up this second Dragon here, and let's see what's it.
Yeah, I mean, UCSD sent their jungler all the way up there, right? So now they're not able to come to play on the other side of the map. They don't even get the tower. They get like maybe 1 or 2 plates if observers. Oh, it looks like they were able to actually take the whole tower. So there is a fair amount of gold traded over to the UCSD top laner. At least the Diana jungler was able to make the best out of their time there. Again, reminder that Demolish has been reworked slightly. And in place of the old Demolish, there's now a thing that we like to refer to as Tower Crust. I believe officially it's called like Petricite something. But it builds up on towers over time if they haven't been hit. And on the first instance of damage on a crusted up tower, you can see up there on that red side mid tower, there's a lot of crust on there. A bonus amount of damage will be dealt to the tower, very similarly to how Demolish used to work with its countdown timer and then sort of big auto attack that you got.
Yeah.
So
a lot, very good to know, especially as you want to proc those Demolish charges. You want to try and get as much damage onto these towers, get as much plates as possible going into this going into the mid game here. But we actually do see a level up coming in for this Vladimir here, and Poppy gonna hover on through, gonna try and find the flank here. Does Juicebox recognize this? There is no tower available for this top side here, so it might be in a little bit of trouble. They don't see it. Will they be able to? Are they going to pounce?
Skeptical of how far up that Vladimir is playing, though. Looks like Juicebox might have an idea.
They know. They 1,000,000% know. Oh yeah. So yeah, they're going to back away here. But we do see Vladimir is also in the area as well. So Juicebox might be going for a lot more here. But we do see the pings. But yeah, they're not going to go for anything. But that could have been bad. But I think Juicebox definitely recognized that there's definitely someone there moving on forward here. But yeah, so no battle's going to break out just yet here, as Permanent Pain going to make their way towards the bot side here. See if they're going to try and go for a flank here. And let's see it.
Right, vision going to get cleared over here on the bot side. So UC Berkeley is going to be aware that there are now 3 members of SD on that bottom side. Again, the gold lead has evened out a little bit more. We're down to just about 500 gold, so fairly negligible. But that being said, gold is concentrated onto a single member on both sides here. As potentially a skirmish is going to start here on the bot side. Not quite disengaged is good from UC Berkeley. They're just able to walk it out.
Gonna walk on up and get a little bit of damage onto the Sivir. Gonna knock down half HP here. On the top side here, Juicebox is gonna try and create a little bit of damage. Snip, snip. Gonna come in and through, but not gonna break out into much just yet. See here, and actually, as we get confirmation of some translation, Vladimir's name translates to Summer Memories, and meanwhile, Akali couldn't really translate.
Could not find a good translation.
Couldn't find their translation here. So
we're just gonna roll with Akali for now, because I don't know if that might be an internet joke or something in Korea potentially. But Abby might be in a little bit of trouble here on the side of UC Berkeley. Here's the Poppy engage comes through.
Yeah, knockup is gonna come on through. Gonna have to use the flash to get away here. Kites does use the charge and the ultimate to try and get a little bit more space and try and secure it, but isn't able to really close it out again. But still, flash for 2 ultimates. Not exactly the most.
Spotted by Permanent Pain though.
Yeah, not too Permanent Pain on engage here, but actually Gromp is going to come on through. Smite is going to secure the Gromp here. Blast Cone, but let's see, as Kites is just hacking away at this tower, getting a little bit more damage here. Is going to be able to get the plate here, so much needed gold here, but it is actually a 4 and 3 here matchup in this bot side here. Taku is hanging around in the area here. They do have it. But meanwhile, Blob Enthusiast will claim the Rift Herald here. But hold on. The ultimate from the Misfortune will clear the wave, so they'll at least save the tower for now.
Yeah, I mean, sieging a tower with an MF that has bullet time up is just, it's hard to do it because the wave just disappears as we see a Gwen ultimate here as Blob Enthusiast able to get a little bit of an engage here. Unfortunately, not able to stick it onto the Vladimir. Summer Memory is able to get out here as finally a re-siege coming through from UCSD, able to claim that tower. But in the meantime, Berkeley has gotten farm up on their solo laners. They got the Rift Herald, and they were able to make moves on the other side of the map here. And UCSD has a tower to show for it, but still haven't been able to reclaim the gold lead. Still a couple hundred in favor of Cal Esports here. Not too significant, but again, UCSD is still playing from behind, trying to catch up against Gal here.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, UCSD is still in a much better position they were before. A lot of that gold lead has shrunk, but I think the key thing, as we mentioned earlier, is who that gold has gone to. For the most part, for both of these teams, a lot of that gold advantage has been kind of funneled into one or a few key players here. So that's something important to look at, especially with, I think, especially in this matchup, the Kali 2-0, 163 CS. They have the Dark Seal as well and the Gunblade. So we'll see how it plays out. But the gold lead is much better than before, but still to be determined.
Yeah, I mean, with the misfortune with the Akali here, Berkeley is able to target a couple specific members of UCSD's team and really just like 100-0 them. Everyone except for Vladimir, which is actually interesting because Vladimir, I would argue, is one of the strongest members on San Diego right now. And so he's actually able to get get out of jail free card, hopefully trade 1 kill back. But that being said, UC Berkeley has more sustained damage, right? They're able to sort of pump out those numbers until Sivir gets to a point where she's able to get those numbers out. As potentially a skirmish over the 3rd dragon will begin here. And Infernal Drake as well. Very strong on both of these compositions. Going to see Berkeley is just going to be able to shred through the health bars of SD if they're able to secure that. They're already 2 dragons in as the Rift Herald going to get summoned mid here.
Yeah.
Charge. Hopefully siege onto that first tower.
Yeah, actually might be able to make a play for this. I mean, yeah, the SD is in a very risky spot here. That tower is going to go down here, and that is a lot of members in this, from the side of Berkeley in this mid lane here. But that is the main. Hold on, they're actually going to find the Hero's Engine's going to come through. Bullet Time is going to come in through, but there's so much damage. But Gwen is immune. It's not going to be able to bomb it through. She's going to use the ultimate, try and get on in. But in just like that, Permanent Plane is down, is in eternal pain. Taku will fall as well. This Vladimir is trying to trade something back, but will get stunned and will fall as well. And just like that, it is 3 members on the side of SD falling, and it is more the perfect execution.
Wow,
There's a Kali! So much damage from the side of Berkeley that is just, as you mentioned, completely 100-0 against SD with only the Kali falling in the end.
I mean, the engage to that fight was, I would argue, misplayed by UCSD to allow this to happen. They pushed so hard for that Gwen of the Rift Herald. Bullet Time comes through over the top of all the members of UCSD. Gwen is immune to a lot of that AoE damage. Perfect execution comes through from Akali. A lot of AoE damage coming through from that Q when so many members of UCSD are clumped up on top of each other. Everyone Berkeley is still so incredibly healthy. Second perfect execution comes through with the flash, and Akali able to secure shutdowns, able to secure the A's. Berkeley gets a hell of a lot done on the map, and now they've blown this game wide open. 3 Drakes and a gold lead of over 4,000.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know, like, leading up to that fight, I mean, it was a very bad position for SD to begin with, because not only did Berkeley have the priority with the Rift Herald to push wherever they needed to, but they needed that to fight for that Drake here. But they just overcommit just a little too much, trying to go for this Gwen that has the immune. And just like that, Berkeley's able to swing back just as hard, and they're able to secure that ace for them, and that just might have just cracked this game entirely wide open here. This Kali now 5-1, several Dark Seal stacks on the board, and the rest of the team on the side of UC Berkeley very well fed in terms of gold now.
And remember, Bullet Time is as much of a damage dealing tool as it is a zoning tool, right? You get a little bit of stun, a knockup coming out when you get killed out of that Rift Herald, so the Gwen wasn't able to cast the Shrouded Mist right immediately. But Bullet Time over the top, you either stand in it and die, or you have to get the hell out. And so obviously SD choosing to preserve their lives, continuing to play in that fight, they give Juicebox the space to set himself up and get that Shroud up, get that R ramped up, and the damage just comes through back from Berkeley, and SD is not able to match it because they've already used their dive.
On a Permanent Pain, in a little bit of trouble here. Board member is going to be diving onto the Diana and trying to back away. Ultimate's going to be committed from the Diana, but it's not going to be enough as that shutdown does go on through. But actually, hold on.
Oh, wow, a solo kill coming through from Summer Marines on the other side of the map. Looks like Juicebox wasn't able to hold his own. Hopefully we get a replay of that side in a bit here as the Baron's going to get started up by Berkeley. Looks like they're going to ignore the loss of their teammate. Actually, no, they're going to back off here. It doesn't look like it's going to... Oh.
They're actually going to go for more here. Hero's Entrance on through. Akali. Bullet Time's also going to be committed. Going onto the Sivir. Sivir will fall, and just like that, it's another member of SD that is down. They're going to go for more here. Poppy will fall
R2
as well.
still available.
Yeah, R2 is still available here. They're going to go for more, but the Vladimir will get away. But just like that, that is 3 members on the side of USD that are gone. And this might be the Baron going over to UC Berkeley.
Baron Star, yeah. I mean, Juicebox back alive, able to run. Oh, actually TP straight over. It looks like we're going to get a replay of that solo kill that happened here. Looks like Snip Snip committed, Shrouded Miss dropped a little bit early here, and the R3 just not connecting, not able to do enough damage. The Gwen sustain a little bit too strong. No anti-heal over here on the side.
And Permanent Pain is going to be true to their name. They're just constantly getting beat on the wings here. Ultimate coming through.
This might be a turnaround for SD,
This actually might be a very good turnaround here. Taunt is going to come on through. The Poppy is here to support as well.
There's no damage.
There's so much damage. The Juicebox is going to be very low, but the Snip Snip will secure the kill. And just like that, it's just going to be a 2-for-1 here. That looked really good for SD in the beginning here. They might have been able to get the turnaround. At the very least, they get the kill onto Juicebox here, but it's still going to be a 1-for-2.
Yeah, Berkeley's damage finally coming alive in this game. We knew about this in the draft. We talked about SD drafting a no damage comp, right? We have Vladimir, Diana, Galio, Poppy, all of these strong engaged champions. Vladimir, you could argue that is, he's a strong 1v1 duelist, but outside of that, you're really relying on that Sivir to get insanely ahead and deal the damage in the team fights, and Kites was just not able to do that this game. He's 50 CS down, he has an item and a half, and one of those is an anti-heal item. And so there's just no damage on the side of San Diego's team. I mean, Kites wasn't even in that fight, but regardless, you can't be, dropping yourself against two Executioners and Brawlers when you don't have the damage to take them out right away.
And a very fed Executioner at that. This Akali, 8-1, 211, has I believe, a 5,000 gold lead up on this Galio, and 10 stacks on Darksteel. This is a monster-fed Akali. And not to mention, I think Permanent Pain has just been having a very rough game so far. They've been suffering from so many different ganks. They've been caught off guard and been forced to just either flash or expend their ultimate. So that yeah, hold on.
Juicebox going to try his hand at him again here.
Gonna try again. There's gonna be another fight breaking out here. Needlework is not gonna be enough, but it's just like that. The Gwen will fall once more. Not enough to deal with this very powerful Vladimir.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's worth it to go for those 1v1s at this point in the side lane. Obviously, if R2 connected, that might have been a different story for Gwen, obviously, getting a little bit of that healing coming through from the 1,000 cuts. But that being said, I'm not really sure if that was necessarily worth it. That being said, a little bit of skirmish breaking out on the other side here.
Yeah, Holly might be in a little bit of danger, might be in a little trouble here, but the rest of SB is Berkeley's here to follow up here. Permanent Pain is going to be knocked up by the Zac here, but he will get the Moonlight onto 3. And just like that, the Poppy will send the rest of Berkeley flying away. And then just like that, College forced to flash away, but is able to get away in the end. They're able to escape. Wow, massive play from the Poppy here, but that actually just gives Berkeley a much better position to start off this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the Wombo combo could have been insane if that happened, even just 5 minutes earlier in the game, but at this point, you still don't have the damage to kill Akali 4-on-1. The Akali has so much mobility as it looks like Summer Members might be in a little bit of trouble here. Engage coming through from Rob Enthusiast.
Yeah, Summer Members is going to be now going to find themselves on the flip side here. Going to be stunned even underneath the tower, but will it be able to get away in the end? Blob Enthusiast just taking so much damage here and still has the passive available here, but I think SD is in a very tough position here. Berkeley is able to secure the Infernal Soul off of that fight. I mean, as we take a look at this replay here.
So we see a lot of members of Berkeley, all of them are flying over. Diana ultimate, ringing true, catching 4 members of Berkeley here, and then, Poppy just able to launch them all into Narnia. But at the end of the day, Akali with W with that Shroud, with the flip coming through from the E and a flash, just able to get right out, basically unscathed, and they were just able to take that Dragon. Infernal Soul secured for Cal Esports.
Yeah, that works. We have a spot on that. He's going to go for more bullet time. It's going to be expended here. Brahma Ultimate's going to be coming through to try and block it. And the Pain's going to be caught out here. But the Galio is going to be able to get the taunt. And there's so much damage to Berkeley. The Infernal Soul is just knocking down the members of UCSD. And just like that, it will be the ace going over to Berkeley here. This might just be the end of the game here, as they are going to be knocking at the doors of SD's base.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many great engage tools come through from UCSD, but again, what good are those when you can't kill health bars, right? You didn't get anyone, or you killed 1 member of Berkeley, and everyone else is at least 20% HP. There was just not enough sustained damage coming through in a team fight from UCSD to really support the engage tools, and I think that arguably they drafted too much engage in this particular game, and they weren't really thinking about how they could back up that engage with enough damage to actually, whittle down health bars and take lives.
I would agree. I mean, we see right here, there's so much engaged. We have the Rommels and we have the Heroes entrance from the side of SD, but there's just not enough damage here. And even without the bully time being used, there's just too much damage. Akali's able to lock down and secure so many kills. Both the Braum and the Zac can just tank damage for their carries. And I mean, SD, they already struggled to kill Akali and weren't able to do it with 4 members. What can you say about trying to attack anyone else on the rest of the side of UC Berkeley if you're struggling to kill just one assassin?
Yeah, we talked about the zoning bullet time earlier, and I mean, they did it again, right? You use that bullet time, and even though not a whole lot of damage coming through from that bullet time as the low engage comes through, it looks like Akali's going to be totally
Akali's going to be in trouble
a kill
here.
coming through on Summer Memories, actually.
Yeah, Summer Memories actually might be in trouble here. Bullet time's going to come on through from this. It's going to secure the kill onto Vladimir. The Akali will be knocked away by the Poppy ultimate, but even despite all that, Berkeley still walk away with 1 kill in their pockets.
But again, yeah, so that bullet time earlier in that fight gives you so much space to work with, right? The rest of Berkeley can regroup and get together in the face of the SD engage. And that's what happens when you let your enemy AD carry get to this point where bullet time is so much of a threat that it's a zoning tool and you can't actually commit on the engage, right? Otherwise, the rest of your team, you just get shredded and you're MF pentakill, right? But if, you know, potentially that lane had gone in a different direction, Sivir is ahead at this point, then the MF can't afford to stay in that bullet time and actually commit to dealing that damage.
Yeah, and we see it right here, a replay of that last fight here. Just so much, not only like damage from the side of Berkeley, but they have so much utility. Zac is able to stun out the Vladimir to prevent them from getting away here, which could have been the difference between life and death, because actually now Berkeley is going to start off the Baron. This might be a very, very difficult position for SD. Almost 12,000 gold behind.
This should be the game.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, with the Baron push coming through, they should be able to just 5-man or even a 4-1 split down any of the lanes and sort of siege through those towers. A lot of Petricide built up. Look at that. Almost, I think that was like more than a quarter of the tower's health gone from one auto. Baron-powered cannon minions coming through, sieging power. The inhibitor's already down in the mid lane. Berkeley should just be able to group and hopefully get a pick or two, win a team fight as they look to engage a little bit here. SD able to get away. Not too much damage still here. They are pretty close to their fountain, so they're going to be able to heal that right back up. But the minions slowly flooding into San Diego base as it slowly begins to crumble. Towers are falling.
Yeah, SD backs against the wall here. The waves of minions from Berkeley marching on through here. The tower's getting lower. They're being backed into a wall here. Blob Enthusiast, Newsbox, they're going to go for this engage here. Bullet Time's going to come on through here. It's actually going to take down the Galio. Taku's going to fall. Permanent Pain is going to be true to the name. There's just so much pain everywhere as the rest of SD will fall. And just like that, perfect execution from the Akali. Not going to be able to get the kill onto the Vladimir, but I think that's going to be it. No defenses, no options available for SD here, and that will be the end of game number 1 here.
San Diego stuck between a rock and a wall of lead. UC Berkeley takes map 1 and pushes to series points in the lower bracket here in a very commanding victory with an ending gold lead of over 17,000, just under a 30-minute game. And that AD carry doing so much work on the side of Berkeley. Obviously, the rest of the team doing a lot to hold their own, but the bullet times towards the end of these games, like I was saying, it's a wall of lead. You either die to it or you have to get out of its way before you get killed. There's just no way you can play an engaged comp into an AD carry with such a strong disengage tool.
I think also credit to Berkeley all around. Not only the AD carry, but the mid laner. That confidence, very much so well deserved. I mean, look at that damage and that gold differential here. I mean, from that Akali alone, 14.5 to 8.2, and that Misfortune, 18.3 thousand gold. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at the end of the game, numbers are a little bit inflated, but even like toward those later team fights, you were seeing potentially like a 3 to 4K gold lead, like a full item up on this Akali over all the rest of the members of UCSD's team, and you can look at the damage output here coming out from Misfortune, 45,000 out. Damages, I think, almost looks like the top 2 members of UCSD combined, Vladimir and Sivir, combined did not outdamage the Misfortune. So just a highly impactful character coming through. Obviously, Gwen with the max health, true damage, and magic damage able to also hold her own in that stat front. But again, just such a controlled victory coming through from Berkeley, right? They make these small leads in the laning phase. They're able to convert those into a couple of early kills, and they're able to hold on to those leads as they get through the rest of the game, right? We saw this early 1-for-1 come through from Berkeley, and oh, this is the early solo kill. Sorry, there was a 1-for-1 that happened later. Oh, this is the 1-for-1, and then there was another 1-for-1 that happened later with Diana present. But again, just playing the map to their advantage. This play, obviously wasting a lot of resources from San Diego, not something that we would have expected to happen, but regardless, that kill coming through would have been impactful enough on its own here. And then this Grubs fight is really where Berkeley's ability to play this disengage comp really starts to shine through, right? Yes, it was a 2-for-2, but it was a 2-for-2 where the engage should have made it a 5-for-0 in the side of UCSD.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, we see the power of these team compositions shining through. And I mean, and on the side of SD, that Sivir not really quite finding the damage or the space that they really needed to increase their damage output. They had a lot of sustain, but just not much to back it up with in sustained team fights, not compared to Berkeley, unfortunately. And as we do see, this was a solo kill going over to Juicebox, which did help a little bit to close that gap for topside, which I think in the end did help all the difference maker. As in the end, Vladimir not really able to do all that much on their own here. As yeah, with this last team fight, that was the end of that dream for this first game.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to this point in the game, there's like really not much you can do here. The last couple of kills from Macaulay is just a little bit to like rub in the wound, I guess. But at this point, the game was already in, like, it was Berkeley's game to lose, I guess. And obviously a couple of mishaps coming through on the bot side here, a couple of shutdowns going over to the Summer Memories on the side of UCSD. But at the end of the day, I mean, a fed Vladimir is going to get you one kill in a team fight and going to get shut down immediately by the rest of the team. So unfortunately, the gold just not able to get funneled into the sustained damage dealer. That's Sivir on the side of UCSD, drafting essentially for a single point of failure, I guess you could say. And unfortunately in this game, that point of failure did in fact break, and there was just no other path to victory for UCSD. And they, honestly, you could say that this game was lost as soon as there was a CS diff in the bot lane. There was really nothing that SD could do to save this game from that point onward.
Yeah, no, there wasn't much they could do at all, but still, in the end, as the game ends, still a very dominant showing from Berkeley. I suppose my question now is, I'm wondering how, from SD, how do you adjust? Where do you go from here? How do you think the composition is going to shift moving into this next game too?
Put damage on your team. I mean, like, we like to joke about this, but their team really, the comp really was a 0 damage comp in this game, and they really just need to draft for multiple points of failure, multiple outputs, and sources of damage. And yes, I understand that the engage is important. They want to lock down those carries on Berkeley, right? There was a lot of very slippery champions being drafted from Berkeley's side, but at the end of the day, if you lock them down, you can't make use of that damage while they're CC'd. You might as well have not drafted the engage, right?
Yeah. Yeah, might as well not have, but yeah, just not enough from the side. But in the end, as we gear up for this next game 2 here, let's see how it all plays out as we take a look at the arena here. Still live and well, getting ready. I'm excited though. I think with Berkeley, very strong start and very dominant showing here, but let's see how SD bounces back.
Yep, we'll be right back with match number 2 very shortly. We're going to cut to a little bit of a break to give teams time to set themselves back up, and we will see you in a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere.
Helium Melanin showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back to map number 2 of the lower bracket finals between UC San Diego and UC Berkeley. We saw a very commanding victory coming through from UC Berkeley in game number 1. Obviously, UC San Diego hopefully going to make some adjustments, especially I hope to their draft. We saw the composition. I don't know if we were able to pull it back up, but the draft in game 1 was very low damage for UCSD, almost to the point where we like to make fun of people for drafting 0 damage, but they really were drafting for 0 damage. We saw so many team fights where they were getting such a great engage and just not able to finish the kills. But we're looking at the competition bracket here. It's a double elimination bracket between a lot of the UC campuses here. We are currently in the losers round 4, where UC Berkeley holds a 1-0 lead, and they're hoping to make that 2-0 and face UC Irvine in the grand finals for the UCEI trophy, which we actually have up here. Hold on, let me pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if SD can bring it back, because 1-0, it is match point going over here. That is the trophy that they are playing for. So let's see, can they bounce back here? Obviously, need to make some adjustments. I think with the previous draft, they had a very clear goal. They wanted to play through bot side, keep that damage sustained, give Severa that opportunity to just keep autoing away. But unfortunately, it was just not enough damage in the moment. They weren't able to really get to that point, and even though they're able to sustain, not long enough for Sivir to survive and really do much out of here. So I think, at least for me, I think moving into this next match or this next game, I think I would definitely like to see a lot more burst damage coming over the side, because you had the Vladimir, but that gives you about maybe 1-2 picks at most, and not really much else.
What I'm hoping to see is a more calculated draft strategy, right? They were drafting to play through bot, but blind picked their AD carry and gave Berkeley a chance to then pick another AD carry that has an even stronger pushing power and an even more oppressive laning phase, right? And they get that CS lead, and there's just no way that Sivir can then, play through the game. They have to do something crazy, right? They literally have to turn into Gala, get like a pentakill, and then now they're in the game. But that obviously doesn't happen very often, didn't happen in that game, and they basically drafted themselves into a corner by sort of blind picking roles that were very pivotal to their team, right? They blinded the Sivir, and I believe they then blinded the Vladimir. Both, the Vladimir ended up actually doing fairly well, but both had the opportunity to be countered by Berkeley, and the bot lane worked out extremely well in the Golden Bears' favor, and just shut down the entire win plan, the win con for UC San Diego. And so I'm just hoping to see a more calculated draft strategy coming through, thinking about the counters, thinking about which picks we want now versus which picks we can pick with more information later. Which ones are we willing to sacrifice until the R4 and R5 picks? There is a side swap, so UCSD now on the red side, they're going to be getting R5 counter pick. Berkeley able to secure the first champion of the draft.
Yeah, and let's see how it turns out. I mean, we saw in the last draft a lot of priority going over to the top side picks. I'm wondering if we'll see the same for this one here, but it is match point here. So let's see if Berkeley's going to walk away with a quick 2-0 victory, or if SD can bring us to maybe match 3 or to a third game.
Yeah, again, SD drafting, this is their last hope. They have to put their everything into this draft. So I really, really hope that they think about these top lane counters. And again, the top lane ban focus that came through last draft was fairly successful, right? We did see the Vladimir getting ahead. Summer Memories able to beat the Gwen in these solo fights later on. These top laners both very aggressive and very eager to take those 1v1s, solo ISO fights off in the side lanes pretty much anytime they see each other on the Rift. And so keeping that in mind, drafting for skirmishers, drafting for strong duelist champions should be something that's on the top of the mind for both compositions. Berkeley, knowing that their top laner is probably going to get target banned again, I'm assuming that Riven Bend's going to come through once again. It seems like that Riven Bend was a very high priority for San Diego.
Yeah.
But thinking about the pool that they have, what they can do to have a strong 1v1 duelist champion to hold their own in that side lane and make sure enemy top laner doesn't get the push that they want.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll see how it all plays out. I mean, I think especially for the side of Berkeley here, I mean, yeah, being able, knowing that your top side is going to get targeted, that gives you so much more opportunities to play to draft for your mid lane, for your AD carry, and whereas especially for the side of SD, they blind picked their AD carry, kind of drafting themselves into a wall, as you mentioned here. So I think I want to see a lot more from that. I mean, the Akali, which as we got confirmation, their name is Tim. Being able to actually crush on the Akali. Taku on the Galio tried their best to try and make some space. The Heroes entrance did come in clutch for several of those fights, but it's just unfortunately not enough for them. And that goal differential, unfortunately, going too far for that Akali and for the AD carry. So I think I would like to see, in terms of ban phase for the side of SD, yes, that top side lane is a threat, but also don't forget about the rest of the enemy team. That could be just as devastating.
Yeah. So we're at a point for SD where they can't just target one player on Berkeley, right? If you want to target that top laner with your first 3 bans, so be it, right? You can save your R4, R5 bans for another particular member of the team, say the mid laner or the AD carry. But out of 3 threats, 1 will always be left unchecked, and you need to make sure that you draft for a lane where your team is going to be strong, especially early against this Berkeley composition. Okay, again, we have not seen a game where Berkeley has not had an early lead. If they're able to secure a little bit of an early lead on San Diego's side, potentially they're going to be able to play from a position that Berkeley's unfamiliar with, right? Berkeley really knows how to play with a lead, but we haven't seen them try to make a comeback before, right?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that SD is going to draft for early strength, making sure those laning phases are strong, and then playing to those strengths, trying to push their advantage early in the game. As the Malphite first ban comes through from the side of UC Berkeley is something that we were potentially expecting to see. And we also never saw the Silas come out in the last game, so that's also something that we could consider coming to this draft. But I, again, expect SD to drop 3 top lane bans coming through here. The Riven going to be the first one off the Rift.
Yeah, it's going to look like a very similar draft and ban phase coming into this year. Both the Riven and the Malphite and the Kennen. So again, a lot top side priority being focused on from these teams, and it is Fearless again. So a lot of the champions that they played in the previous round cannot use it once again here. So as we see, pretty much the same thing. Malphite, Kennen, Fiora ban. So once again, that top side is going to be the main priority here. But I'm curious to see how they draft for it. Silas is still on the board for a lot of these teams. Renekton is going to be banned out now. So once more, not a lot. There's a whole lot of opportunity for the rest of these roles here. So I'm hoping for SC to be a little bit more creative. Maybe we can see some pocket picks, something maybe unexpected being played out here. Bessa is going to be banned out from SD.
I'm a little worried about this because I feel like SD is not making a lot of adaptations, but again, maybe it's possible that in their history of playing against this Berkeley squad, like 6 to I don't know how many times they've played, probably including scrims 9 or 10 at this point. They've played against this Berkeley squad a lot, and it's possible that both of these squads know that these 6 champions just cannot be allowed onto the Rift. Otherwise, the game will go absolutely terribly. But again, Berkeley with the B1 first pick for presumably Juicebox in this case. It's going to be actually the Wukong coming through. Looks like that's going to go to Blob Enthusiast. They're potentially waiting to see the top pick come out from the side of UCSD here. Blinding that jungle, again, a very non-interactive season. So the Wukong could be very versatile pick. We can see it slotting itself nicely into a lot of different styles of team comp. AD Carry going to, again, be the first pick coming through for UC San Diego. Again, I'm not really sure if that's... Like, if your AD Carry is your strong player, I feel like you want to see a little bit more of the enemy team before you lock in your bot lane. But it looks like the Lucian Nami prio is a little bit high on the side of UCSD, and they're going to lock that in right away. The LCK special, as we like to call it.
Yeah, the LCK special indeed. We see Lucian Nami being played time and time again in these LCK bot lanes and any other teams in professional play. So I do like it. It's a very strong bot lane
response,
to have.
yeah.
But I'm very curious to see how it plays out, because you're blind picking your bot lane drafts into a Wukong, and now there's a Corki on the board here. So again, if AD carry is going to be your main priority, like it was last,
It's a lot of range.
game, there's a lot of range and a lot of assassins. You have Wukong, you have Corki, now you have LeBlanc here. So it's a little difficult, because especially, and this is where I think it's very difficult to try and blind pick your bot lane drafts, because that gives your opponents the opportunity to try and counterplay, and it's very difficult. I think I understand why you want to prioritize your bot lane, especially if that's going to be your main win condition. But here's where you end up in situations like this, where you have a lot of range, a lot of assassins. That could be very difficult. And actually, we see Taku going to lock in the Mel, a very powerful character against the LeBlanc here. But
Yep, I'd like to see the range coming out from the Mel. Obviously, LeBlanc has a lot of tools to avoid the damage coming out from Mel, but that being said, those cooldowns are not particularly short on some of the abilities, right? Her W cooldown is, I think, like almost 20 seconds at early levels, and so the Mel hopefully going to be able to get a little bit of chip damage, some poke damage coming through. But again, you have to be worried about LeBlanc moving to another portion of the map, getting a kill, coming back, and being extremely strong, right? That Dark Steel going to get stacks, a little bit of gold in her pocket, as well as more and more top lane bans coming through from the side of UCSD. The Jax taken off the Rift, Xin Zhao also banned, sort of limiting the jungle pool of San Diego here. Aatrox, again, 5 straight top lane bans, all strong dueling side lane champions here. Volibear going to get taken off the Rift here. That's going to be a jungle top flex. So again, limiting the pool for UCSD. And Berkeley, I think, has done a good job of balancing their sort of like blind rules, right? Jungle blind, totally acceptable. And they now have a lot of information coming through going into their B4 and 5 picks, right? They're going to be seeing the full bot lane coming out from San Diego, their mid laner, presumably going to be the Mel, and then here potentially that Skarner pick coming through, that's going to be jungle as well. And given how confident their top laner is, I think that saving the R5, like giving away the R5 counter pick to San Diego for the top laner doesn't feel like it's particularly devastating for Juicebox here. So obviously, they're going to pick their jungle top here, but they have so much information now. They've played this draft in a way, their support top, and they've played this draft in a way where they're sort of able to counter a lot of the moves that SD is going to be making, despite the fact that SD ended up getting the R5 counter pick, and it's going to be Nautilus coming through on the support and Jace in the top. What?
that is Jace for the top lane, and we have Janna being considered here.
Presumably that's just a hover, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's going to be hover. Yorick here is going to be considered here. This very interesting draft, I must say here. Yeah, and the York is going to be locked in here for the side of SD here. Wow, 5 bans for top side.
Have no idea how this matchup looks. I'm full transparency, not a top laner, don't know how the matchups work. Obviously, we don't see Yorick played in pro play very often. I do know that it's obviously a side lane pushing champion, and Jace with the range might be able to get that early lead off. We'll have to see how it's played. But again, Yorick with the cats might be able to block some of those acceleration gate shots coming out from Jace. So again, have to see how this plays out. But I am looking at the SD comp and not seeing a particular theme, I guess. Obviously, Skarner, ult able to come through, group together the members of Berkeley here, probably looking to play a wombo combo, potentially with the Mel damage and the Lucian culling. But on the side of UC Berkeley, again, a lot of disengage, right? Wukong able to get out with that, with the clone invisibility. LeBlanc, with the mirror images. Nautilus, a very just tanky in general champion, able to sort of stand in front of his team for a hell of a long time and keep the rest of the team safe. So again, it's just going to be about how SD can break through that initial disengage of Berkeley and keep that pressure going throughout the rest of the team fight and not let Berkeley get that regroup that they want to get.
Yeah, I mean, the most thing I'm most curious about, I mean, because at least from the side of Berkeley, I think what I like the most about their comp is very cohesive. They have a lot of disengage, they have a lot of engage, but they have a lot of different ways that they can either do damage, or for a lot of these players, individually, they can do damage on their own or as a team. Jace can also split push if need be, so that takes care of the York. Meanwhile, versus the side of SD, it's, as you mentioned, I'm struggling to find a connection here. I think it's very hard to play cohesively, because like, yes, you have the Lucian Nami. The Nami has you have the ultimate to kind of discourage any engages, but you have the York as well. That's more or less played for side pushing, more in individual skirmishes, but it's very tough.
I think that something that I've seen consistently coming out from the side of Permanent Pain is that he likes to make those individual heroics plays, right? He wants to be the man, right? If the Skarner is able to get those multi-man ultimates, right? 3-man ult, 4-man ult coming through, grouping all of the members of Berkeley into one spot, yes, the team has the wombo combo, yes, they have the damage to take out their opponents, but at the same time, Berkeley's comp is significantly easier to execute, right? Nautilus says, look at me, I'm pressing R on this guy, and the rest of the team has the damage, has the engage and the gap close to make that kill happen, get in, get out, and that everyone is safe, right? They're able to do that over and over again, right? Nautilus says, look me, again, I press Q, a hook comes through. If it misses, totally fine, right? If it hits, that's another pick coming through on the side of Berkeley. It's just a significantly more simple execution strategy, and it's something that SD, I think, will find hard to sort of counter, because SD is looking to make those sort of wombo combo plays, and Berkeley is looking to just get in and get out, potentially even not with all 5 members present at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see how it all will play out here. I think for Berkeley, they have a lot more options. They have a lot more win conditions, a lot more ways that they can make their team composition work. SD, a little bit more on the tricky side, but let's see, will Permanent Pain's hero plays work out? Will they be able to find that engage? Would it be able to actually pay off? It could. We very much can see, but I mean, hey, it is match point here for possibly what could be a 2-0 victory, but let's see. Backs against the wall. Let's see what they can do with this here. So as we're preparing to get into the game here, let's see how it all plays out here. But I do like to point out as well, like, that, I mean, with Nautilus, with Jace. Jace is a very tricky champion, in my opinion. They have a lot of range, a lot of damage here, and so I think for Juicebox here, 5 bans. So that's going to be the name of the game here. Perhaps this York might see a little bit more priority here. They're really meant to split push here, but it does seem like that with a lot of SD's draft and bans, they're more or less focused on making sure Juicebox can't play the game. So maybe we might see a little bit more ganks, a little bit more attention from the Skarner, but we'll see.
What I'm worried about is the fact that 5 bans went through from the side of SD over to Juicebox top laner, but I wonder if we hit a point of diminishing returns, right? Like, yes, you can ban out their, OTP champions, right? That Riven presumably is really, really up there in Juicebox's champ pool, but then, like, once you get to the 4th and 5th bans, like, are you really affecting the lane matchup as much as you want to be? Like, could those bans potentially go to a more impactful role where banning out another OTP for another potential player on Berkeley could shift the momentum in the mid lane, for example, or the bot lane, for example, which is something that I think that SD should really start considering in their drafts. Is at what point do you sort of just like say, okay, I'm playing weak side Andy on top, and we're just going to let that lane, like, we're just going to do our best to put out the flames. It's going to catch on fire, but we're going to bring a fire extinguisher, and sort of play with that mentality rather than saying, let's dedicate all of our resources into shutting down this top laner and try to actually win that lane. But we are getting word from Prod that Berkeley has called a tech check. Not quite sure what the issue is quite yet, but hopefully we'll be able to get back in the game a little bit. There's a window over there, so I'm looking down at this stage. It looks like they might be having a computer issue or something, okay. But hopefully we'll be able to get in the game real soon. But I don't know if we're able to pull the draft back up, actually, to look at it more. But I think that Berkeley was playing the bans in a marginally better way. I do wish that they put less emphasis on that top lane side as well. But it's also possible that, giving prior to Juicebox, obviously important, very strong player clearly on that team. And so potentially that Ambessa, Kennen, and Renekton, I believe, were sort of champions that Juicebox is either not comfortable playing into or likes to pick champions that are weak into. But then using those 4th and 5th bans to isolate other lanes, I think is much better strategy than sort of like hard countering that one player on the enemy team.
Yeah, and I think so far, at least for me, that's what I've been noticing that like has kind of been the trend. It's like they're very focused individually, both on target bans and even their plays. Like it's very individually focused, but at least on the side of SD, it's very hard for them to come together as a team in terms of both their plays, but even their drafts. So
yeah, we've been seeing them play with a lot of individual heroics, right? Everyone wants to be him, and I understand this mentality, right? It's you know, you want to be the person that your team can rely on to win, but at the same time, when we're playing a team where you're calling in the Avengers on one spot, UCSD is just not playing it with too much coordination, right? We saw in the previous map, the only times when there was a lot of like seemingly coordinated plays coming through from UCSD was when everyone pressed R on the same spot of the map, which yes is a play that you can make and it looks coordinated, but at the end of the day, it's just everyone pressing R on the same spot of the map. And you saw that once the disengage came through from Berkeley, there was just not a coordinated response coming through from UCSD. Everyone sort of scattered in different directions, and there was no, hey, I'm going to stun the MF and you know, cancel bullet time, or I'm going to, oh, it looks like the draft is getting remade really quick here. It looks like they're just speed running through the draft as we restart the game. Presumably, I'm guessing there was some tech issue with the match, but we can look at the map, or we can look at the draft again. As we saw, again, those top lane bans coming through, and then they're just going to speed run the rest of the picks. But like I was saying, UCSD really needs to start thinking about, you know, calling as a group rather than calling for individual, like, power, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is something that I hope to see coming out from this game, right? There's, again, a lot of... They draft for Wombo Combo, but they don't play for Wombo Combo.
Yeah.
It is essentially the long-winded thing, the short-winded version of what I'm trying to say. And I hope that they start playing for the Wombo Combo more so in this map number 2.
yeah, I think we'll see how it all plays out here. But I do agree. I think that's the best way to sum it up. It's like for the side of SD, as we've been noticing, it's very disconnected. Like they draft for a certain intent, but that doesn't necessarily get executed that very same way. But I do think going into this draft as you're currently remaking it, gonna speed through it real quick here. But yeah, geez, 5 bans going for G-Spox. SD is making this guy look like Thanos. They can look absolutely inevitable here.
I kind of want to see this guy's Riven now.
I kind of want to see it. You know, maybe if it goes to game 3, maybe we can see that. Maybe we can see a top lane pick here. But
I don't think they're gonna.
unfortunately, yeah. But we'll see how it all plays out. Could be a quick 2-0, but it could go to game 3. Let's see. I want to let SD cook. Let's see what they can, what they're thinking with this draft. Maybe they're making adjustments that we can't really recognize right now, but we'll have to see. But I do want to see how this mid lane matchup go as well. We saw Taku versus Tim in that last game. That Galio not really finding the success that they really needed to. You know, Tim was really able to get fed and start to get rolling, but now Taku is on the Mel. So let's see, can this be the damage that SD really needed? But we'll have to see how it all plays out here as we finally lock in the drafts, and we're gonna get prepared to get back into the game.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that. What I'm worried about actually with SD is that yes, they're playing and drafting for the Wombo Combo, but then Berkeley, right? You have the Wukong clone, you have a LeBlanc Mirage. I don't know if it's called Mirage, but the LeBlanc W to sort of get out. And unless you can 100-0 the enemy health bars in one fell swoop, Berkeley's going to be able to get out. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about is if Berkeley gets out and is able to regroup and turn the fight around, is there really any, like, is there any route of escape for UCSD? Yes, you have the Nami wave, but how much can that really do?
I also see that, like, I would also foresee that the Nami ultimate would be used as an engage for the side of SD rather than a disengage here,
yes.
Because you don't really have much else aside from the Skarner ultimate. Like, you have the Impale, yeah, but there's not really much in terms of engage. So it's going to be one and the other from what I would imagine. But in terms of disengage, there's a little bit left to be desired here.
And then on top of that, right, what are you going to do about the Yorick, right? The Yorick is not a particularly useful champion in team fights. He doesn't build particularly tanky, but he also doesn't really have that much of an impact in like a multi-man fight situation, right? The champion was very much designed to be a solo 1v1 duelist, side-pushing type of champion, whereas the Jace continues to be strong in team fights and have a real impact. And so I wonder how, UCSD is going to make use of this Yorick, and whether they're just going to try to wombo combo their way through the 4v5 team fights, or if they're going to try to pull the Yorick in and have some impact in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I would more or less, I mean, at least as a top laner myself, I would much rather prefer to see that Yorick being put on the side, because that's what the champion is really designed to play for. It's designed to make space and put pressure on those side lanes to make sure that, okay, the enemy team can't really do anything about it. Actually, we see fairly bloody skirmish breaking out on the top side here. A lot of damage in this very aggressive level 1 here, but I don't think they're going to really commit much else to that. But yeah, back to the main point of Yorick, really designed to create pressure on those side lanes, so that way the opposing team makes sure that they can't really count them out just yet. So I suppose maybe SD is more confident in their ability to be able to take 4v5s with Skarner, Mel, and the Lucian Nami, but let's see how it all plays out. Let's see if Summer Memories can really get the pressure and really get fed. Otherwise, it feels more like a wasted pick. But it depends on how the series goes. Let's see if they can get the advantages that they so desperately needed.
This game also is a reversal of the range versus melee matchup, right? Now we have Summer Memories on the melee champion. Obviously, Jace having that sort of ranged form here as he hits level 2 early here. Gets a lot of good early damage down onto that Yorick, but the sustain probably going to be able to keep Summer Memories doing just okay here, as they're going to be able to level up to 2 real soon. Get that second ability leveled as Juicebox continuing to sort of put on the pressure, make sure that this lane stays in his advantage. Again, remember, these top laners, both very aggressive players. They both like to play for the 1v1. They like to take damage whenever, or they like to deal out damage whenever it's possible.
Yeah, hold on here.
Coming through.
You're going to be knocked out here. Going to have to use the flash and the berry here. Going to be taking and burning away here. Not going to fall here, but a lot of very aggressive level 1, level 2 here coming from the side of Berkeley.
Both combat spells burn from Berkeley, but critically, both members still have their flash.
Oh, wow! God. The hook being landed from this Nautilus. Imputo gonna find that hook onto Alvin, the Nami here, as both the bot lane is gonna finally hit level 3. But
yeah, I mean,
you see Berkeley very aggressive.
Third summoner here, so now able to get a nice base off here. Buy a couple of items. Oh, Imputo might be looking for a little bit more here. Bot lane of UCSD, wary of the potential danger, hiding behind their minions and making sure that they stay a little bit safe to shepherd that wave in. Looks like they're going to go up to try to get that farmed up here, as the rest of Berkeley, again, just getting their clears through. Blob Enthusiast with the... Oh! A little bit of a table flip happening in the prod booth there, but all good. Juicebox making his way back into lane. A healthy CS lead, actually, for the side of the Yorick, but... should be able to make that back as a range champion. Juicebox has acceleration gate, Q not quite hitting. But again, fairly even map state. We're not seeing any significant leads being made from either side, which is a nice fresh change from last game, right?
Yeah, no, it's a very nice change of pace here. It's very calm, it's very collected here. Both teams are just trying to farm their way back up here, but still, Berkeley's still taking a more aggressive position in these early
the bot
fights.
lane is starting to fall apart a little bit for the side of UCSD. A couple of minions getting down here. Looks like that cannon's not going to make its way into San Diego's hands here. So another hook coming through from Imtuo. No flashes available, but no kills will be able to come through. The damage just not quite there on the Corki quite yet. Here is Permanent Pain looking for a top lane gank.
A little bit of trouble here. He's going to be able to narrowly dodge it. Acceleration gate going to provide it. Flash is going to be used up from Juicebox to get away here. But meanwhile, down the bot lane, flashing from the Nautilus is going to secure the kill. No Kites on 1 HP in a dream is to be able to survive and make their way back. Just barely surviving by the skin of their teeth here. But M2O being able to land that hook.
21 health. Presumably lower too. That was after regenerating for a little bit. He probably made it out on like single-digit health. That was just so incredibly close, right? Like a random minion auto or something could have taken him out. But at the end of the day, they are able to at least force Kites out of the lane and get that push into the tower here as Juicebox was able to claim a play here, which is nice for that Jace. Accelerate here, another acceleration gate snipe, poke coming through, but no connection made here. Fairly even top lane. Nice change base from last game, but the bot lane again slowly falling apart for the side of UCSD. Lucian Kites not having a flash available, while flash is available for the bot lane. Actually, all summoners except for flash available for the bot lane of UC Berkeley. And again, the Hex Flash has almost as much impact as a real flash on the Nautilus. That champion can do some really nasty things with Hex Flash. It looks like he's going to go for it again here. The Hex Flash not going to be committed here.
Yeah, but actually, you know, in the mid lane here, a lot of damage being traded from Taku and Tim here. The LeBlanc on a little bit of the back foot here, still having a small CS lead over this Mel here, but nothing too crazy just yet. It's not going to be anything too devastating, which I like, as opposed to the last game where it seemed a lot of things didn't really swing in the way of SD, but still, they do have a lot more ways back into this game here. Even though, I mean, especially for top side here, the York still finding a little bit of a CS lead and is able to get something at the very least. But hold on, Blob Enthusiast is going to be going over to mid lane here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find the engage. Doesn't have Cyclone available, so...
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about with the LeBlanc, right? Like, yes, you have that disengage tool, but at the same time, in order to use that disengage, like, in order to deal damage, you also have to use that disengage tool as a hook comes through from him to but no real damage going to be done here. Skarner is a fairly beefy champion that it's going to take a lot more than just one Nautilus hook and a couple of autos to kill. But back to what I was saying earlier, that LeBlanc has a disengage tool in the W, but that's also a lot of her damage, right? And Mel has multiple tools to sort of mitigate that damage, right? We just saw the reflective shield coming through. We also saw that Mel has, you know, the Eve, which roots from the center, right?
Yeah.
And so with LeBlanc, you just have to play in a way where you're balancing using those disengaged tools to deal damage versus actually getting out of a sticky situation. But again, a nice small CS lead coming through for the side of Tim, just about 10 CS. So it's about 2 waves worth of minions here over Taku. And the rest of the map state, about what we expected, actually. Summer Memories with a bit of a CS lead here over the Jace. Strong pushing, you know, solo lane champion, but on the flip side of the map here, a much more significant lead, I would argue, coming through for the Corki.
It's very similar to last game where it's like, yes, Summer Memories was able to get a lead up on Juicebox there. They're able to find an advantage, but meanwhile, while that's happening on the rest of the Rift here for both the bot lane, it's going devastating for SD there, and you know, UC Berkeley's able to find more leads elsewhere aside from the top side here. So it's very similar to last game, and I'm a little bit concerned about how it's going to turn out, because especially when you look at that bot lane, this Corki has almost 30 CS up on this Lucian. So might be seeing a little bit of a repeat, but we'll see. Intel is going to use the Hex Flash here. They're going to try to find the engage onto Taku. Not going to be able to land the stun lock onto the Mel, but meanwhile, while that's happening, Berkeley is going to take the Void Grubs.
Yep, Anchor swings just a little bit too wide on the side of M2O there, but regardless, Berkeley able to probably pick up the grubs here as Permanent Pain looks to engage with a nice press coming through, but again, no damage.
Hold on.
Still in the middle of there.
Cyclone's going to be used up here from the Wukong here when Lucian.
Second Cyclone.
Yeah, and the second Cyclone is going to be come on through. Permanent Pain is going to try and find the stun, but just like that, Summer Memories is going to go down. The Mel is going to find the kill onto the Wukong here. Just like that, SD is going to find the kills that they so desperately needed. Permanent Pain will fall, so it's going to be 1 for 2, but they're looking for more here. M2O will fall to the Yorick, and this Yorick pick actually providing some much needed value, and just like that, it's 1 for 3. Yes, UC Berkeley does get the 2 grubs, just like last time, but at the very least, a huge plus side for the side of this Yorick. I mean, yeah, we see
solid engagement through from UC Berkeley, but again, the Mel damage is very, very strong early in the game, right? That execute threshold doing so much for the favor of UC San Diego, and LeBlanc is just not quite ready to match that kind of damage yet. Again, LeBlanc is not really a champion that's meant to deal damage to the entire enemy team, whereas this Mel has so many AoE spells. This Juicebox potentially in a little bit of trouble here, able to stop Permanent Pain's charge, and so going to be able to get out scot-free. Not too much committed here from the side of Berkeley. But as I was saying, right, this Mel does so much damage to the entire team, right, with a bunch of AoE abilities. It's a nice reflective shield coming out from Taku, able to chunk down Tim to about 2/3 health here in the mid lane.
I mean, Taku finding a lot more success this game on offense with a more damage-based champion with the Mel. Kites has to flash over the wall. M2O not going to find the hook. Unfortunately, he's going to be able to hook the wall. So Kites will, unfortunately, for the side of Berkeley, will be able to lane. But actually does go back in. He's going to get hooked, but no one else is really there to follow up. So Kites will live to fight another day.
Yeah, M2 just playing a little bit of nuisance, I guess, for the side of Berkeley here, just making sure that Blob Enthusiast is covered here as he potentially wants to look for a little bit more, potentially getting that Gromp or looking to get some damage down on the SD bot lane. But again, Abby just able to farm it up here, a 40 CS lead for the Corki here, and that's going to make a real difference going into the late game as Nami Bubble able to catch Abby. But again, Calling committed, Abby still has Valkyrie available and is just able to get on him right out. And they're no ultimates committed from the side of Berkeley, and the Calling is now down for Kites. He's and potentially is going to have to sacrifice more minions to take a base and get that mana back.
Kites also does not have any mana available for them to really use much of their spells. They have to be very conservative with how they play this. So yeah, the Calling not able to secure kills, so unfortunately, but at the very least they can protect the tower for another day here. Meanwhile, Summer Memories up in the top side, finding a lot of success. Significant Goldie here is actually going to get a fair bit of damage onto Juice Box here. The Maiden is going to find a little bit of value
what
here.
the?
But actually, hold on.
What happened
down
down there?
Down the bot lane, Ice does actually go down.
I wasn't watching the map. I don't know if that was a solo kill, but it looked like there was a 2v2 play here, and Kite somehow managed to get his life taken, presumably because of the flash that was burned earlier by M2 playing as a nuisance. But hopefully we'll get a replay coming through from that. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be able to see what happened here. A little bit of a bush camp coming through here. Abby and M2 both hanging out here. That hook just straight on to the Lucian, and all the damage comes straight through. Unfortunately, kill does go over to the Nautilus, but I presume that Berkeley's bot lane is not going to be complaining about a free kill.
But even then, like even if the Nautilus gets the kill, that gives plates over to Berkeley. That gives the Corki much needed space to farm, get more CS, or even back while Kites is sent back to the fountain. So, and this is where I start to get worried about this Corki. 125 CS to 83, 40 CS up here. Already has that first item, has that Trinity, that Triforce already unlocked here. M2 is going to find another hook onto Kites. Going to try and dash away here, but barely surviving here. Gonna get that level up here. Permanent Pain. The rest of the team, the Avengers have been called here. Taku is gonna find the reflect onto M2. That Nautilus will eventually go down. Cyclone's gonna be used up by Blob Enthusiast, but the Calling will be used in the end. Blob Enthusiast will finally go down. Some remembers here, and Tim is trying to find it, but there's gonna be the double kill for the LeBlanc here. It's gonna be 2v2. Abby is still here, but that LeBlanc's getting very low. Permanent Pain's trying to go on through, but Alvin Chang is just caught between a rock and a hard place. Abby's gonna flash on forward, get the kill onto the Nami here. Permanent Pain is still trying to find it. It will eventually get the kill, but it's just onto the clone. But actually, oh wait, no, that was the real one. So as the dust settles, it's going to be 3 for 3, I believe.
I mean, most critically here is just the fact that the hook got reflected by Mel, which effectively changes nothing because, I mean, like you're hooking, like you got hooked anyway, so like what are you gonna do about it, right? So the engage still successful for Berkeley in the end. Yes, a little bit of damage dealt over to M2O, but his name is Nautilus. He doesn't really care. And so the Abby just gets that route in, able to deal so much damage. Yes, kills are handed back over, but they're all split between different members of UC San Diego. And Abby critically concentrated a kill and, I believe, an assist during that fight onto what is now a very significant gold lead onto the Corki, right? First item and a Warhammer and a tier on top of this Lucian, which hasn't even picked up presumably his Essence Reaver yet, which would probably be his first item here. As 3 members of UC Berkeley again looking to repeat this dive on boss, siege that tower. Looks like 4 are going to be brought over here to secure this tower for Abby, giving him that solo goal. It looks like, yep, the tower's going to be down.
It's going to be laid on through, but Kites is going to be unfortunately taken down, and just like that, absolutely eviscerated. This bot lane for SD is suffering.
Kites is in a world of pain here. His dual-wield light gun's just not quite enough for the overwhelming shadow of Berkeley's presence here.
SD are going to be able to take the first attack at the very least still, but still, it's massive for the side of Berkeley here, because not only did they get a tower and 2 kills here, but that's more gold into the pockets of Tim, which, as we saw, is an absolute menace. They already have that Dark Seal, 5 stacks at the ready. They have the Ludens and the upgraded boots here, so I'd be very careful of this LeBlanc here. And as we saw, they can be an absolute threat. But credit to Taco as well, still up in gold and still doing some fair bit of damage on their own. So that could be the glimmer of hope for SD here, but still a lot of trouble for the bot lane.
Looks like LeBlanc has built up a little bit of a bounty. Yeah, the gold diff. Oh, actually, the gold diff only about 40 between the two champions, so actually fairly even. Looks like LeBlanc is just. Oh, the bounty went away.
But the big difference is down at that bot lane. 4,000 gold difference. This Corki has double the gold of the Lucian. And also
4,000.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean this Corki hurts, and as much as Corki typically is a little bit of a burst damage champion, I mean look at just the Skarner getting absolutely shredded.
But yeah, it's not going to be enough. Culling's going to go on through.
Tickling Imtuo!
Yeah, Imtuo finally taken down by the Mel here, but the Cyclone's going to find its way onto Taku and onto the Nami. Alvin Chang's going to be caught between another rock and a hard place. Going to finally fall yet again. Taku sent running for the hills, but it won't be enough as Juicebox is going to find the kill. And just like that, it's 4 for 1 for Berkeley. Just when we thought that they was going to be able to even it out here, Imtuo finds the hook. And yes, Permanent Pain gets the impale, but it's onto the Nautilus. Nautilus doesn't care.
He didn't get caught by the impale, and he's just able to free hit with those rockets. The critical hits coming through, and just so much damage onto the Skarner, which was supposed to be the tanky one in the team, right? And now from there on, it's just all about the rest of the team, right? Blob Enthusiast able to come in through with the re-engage, with Cyclone being used, Flash Hammer form coming through from Juicebox, cleaning up the last couple of kills, and it just looks like a repeat of last game where the Wombo combo attempted multiple times and just not successful. Berkeley able to get the regroup, able to get the re-engage, and able to ultimately secure the kills in the end, which are the only thing that matter.
I think on top of that, like, yes, they did able to land the combo. They're able to secure the kill onto Imtuo, but once again, you're committing so much resources to the Nautilus. But hold on, Hex Flash, Imtuo not going to land the hook. But yeah, so many resources from SD committed to just the Nautilus. You know, you had the Mel ultimate, you had the culling from the Lucian, and then you had the Impale from Skarner. That is 3 ultimates already committed to killing a tank. Meanwhile, the Corki, Abby, Tim, Juicebox are all sitting there ready to go. Yep. But yeah, I mean, and I think that fight might have cracked this game open in favor of UC Berkeley here, because they have not only 2 Drakes, they have the Grubs, they have the Herald, and they have the gold advantage, going up to 4,000 gold. But Imtuo's going to find the hook onto Alvin. That Nami's going to get absolutely decimated. Kite's going to try and find it. Trying to trade something back here, calling to be used here. Imtuo, but Permanent Pain's going to try and find it, but Kite's getting way too low. Has to respect the rockets from this Corki. This Corki hurts, but meanwhile, Blob Enthusiast is going to use the Cyclone and going to find a second knockup onto there. But the flash into the wall from this Yorix is going to fail. And unfortunately, that's going to be another kill going over to Juicebox here. Permanent Pain is going to be able to escape, but unfortunately, the failed flash will give another kill to the pockets of Berkeley.
Rocket beats Fish, Rocket beats Rock, and Rocket beats Cat is what I've learned from today's game
and
here.
Unfortunately, Rocket also beats Gun.
Yep. I mean, if you think about it, a rocket is basically just a big gun, but yeah. I mean, what are you going to do, man? A rocket to the face.
Yeah, not only that, but a very, very big rocket as well. This Corki is 3-0 and very, very fed, but
holds almost the entire gold lead for Berkeley, actually. The rest of the Berkeley squad is either even or losing, and this Corki is holding down the fort. 4,000 overall team gold lead for Berkeley, and pretty much all of that is in the pocket of Abby here as we get a look here. I believe it looks like a solo kill happened here in the mid lane. Is just the Mel ultimate going to be committed here for the shutdown of Tim. But again, doesn't really impact the game too much. Gold lead's still at just over 4K as the mid tower is going to go down and expand that a little bit more here as Tim potentially looking to be a nuisance towards the jungle of UCSD. Not able to get a whole lot here.
Well, yeah,
sorry.
but 5K.
Permanent Pain still securing that red buff.
Yeah, they're able to secure the red buff, so at least they can take something. But yes, Berkeley is going to be 5K up in gold here. Taku is trying to hold strong, trying to get the much needed damage for the side of SD here, and does seem like that will be their main win condition here, as they're able to at the very least take care of the LeBlanc here. But the question remains, can the rest of the team really in those fights find that damage onto the Corki? 11,000 gold for this Corki.
I mean, look at the inventory. It's like almost comical how empty Kite's inventory is in comparison to Abby's. I mean, like, what are we? 2 items plus almost a third. I mean, we're only a couple hundred away from Kite's third item, which looks like it might be a collector.
Looks like collector.
And then on the other side here, Kites has got an Essence Reaper and a Zeal. That's it.
Yeah, but meanwhile here, they're going to be fighting for this next Drake. It's going to be third third Drake on the board here.
Nice
Imto's
hook
going
into
to
the back
find the engage on the Kite. Cyclone's going to come on through here. Amacheng is going to use the Lucian ult, or the Nami ultimate here. It's not going to be enough. Kite will go down. The rest of the team, but 2 going to be caught in the impale. But LeBlanc is going to be able to get away here. But just like that, Blob Enthusiast Imto going to trade their lives. It's going to be 2 for 1. So actually in favor of SD here as the Dragon resets here. Abby and Juicebox is going to try and see, but it is the 3 carries, damage carries from the side of Berkeley. So can they make something happen? Just like that, Tim is going to find the engage and find the kill onto the mill, and just like that.
Yeah, now the rockets are just flying through from Abby. Not really much that SD can do to stop them. He's just going to Valkyrie right on in, get all of the kills through, and going to be able to secure the Dragon. Those rockets just flying straight over the battlefield. I mean,
and that'll be the ace. That is going to be the ace for the side of Berkeley here. And who would have known? 2 damage carries beats 2 tanks.
yeah, I mean, we've now confirmed that Rocket beats Cat, Rocket beats Rock, Rocket beats Magic, Rocket beats 2 light guns, and Rocket beats Fish.
I think Rocket beats everything is the main takeaway from this fight right here. But yeah, as we saw, this is actually a very well played fight from SD. They're able to trade 2 for 1 here. But in the end, Juicebox and Tim, they're able to trade something back and able to take over and do so much damage here.
Yeah, remember that Abby is essentially the entire powerhouse of UC Berkeley, right? You learned in biology that mitochondria is the powerhouse of cell, but Corki is the powerhouse of the Rift. And like there's just like not much you can do, even if you're like 4v2 and Corki is still alive. You have to take care of the Corki while you still have numbers. And if you're not able to do that, the Corki is capable of turning these fights around, right? So much range available, Valkyrie available, just a lot of disengage tools and engage tools, right? That Valkyrie comes up often enough that you can use it to dash out and then come back in at some point later in a fight. The rockets fly so far that it's pretty hard to, you know, you can send them from over the wall in the Dragon Pit, for example, right? There's just so many different ways that this Corki can be impactful, even without a front line, even without engage. But you have to focus them down, and you cannot consider the fight won until that threat has been neutralized.
Yeah, no, Abby absolutely a menace here, and we're also not going to ignore Juicebox driving into the wall there with the Rift Herald. We're not going to ignore that. So unfortunately, at the very least, Abby has a plane and Juicebox has the Herald, but unfortunately, yeah, not going to find too much value other than that, as the Rift Herald will be dealt with here. But yeah, the rest of the team going to be find their way into the mid lane here, as the Baron buff will be used up here.
Skarner ultimate not available for permanent pain, so there will be no impale, no potential for a wombo combo other than with Nami ultimate or something coming through from the side of Alvin. That being said, the siege is just going to come in from it's just LeBlanc W over the wall for the crust hit on the tower here, as the wave is going to get heralded in.
Yeah, San Diego, they just have to weather the storm here. They have to respect the Baron and this push here. As York, Summer Memory is going to try and create some space, trying to prevent anything from this. But it doesn't matter. My goodness, Tim finding a lot of damage onto the carry, onto Kites. Amacheng, but they're going to try and find a little bit more here.
Broken fight coming
to break out here. Cyclone from Blob Enthusiast is going to try to find the pick.
Abby's not there.
But no one is there. Blob Enthusiast just ulted into 5 with no one else to help them. And that's a pick going over for SD that they actually might need it. And Berkeley is forced to back away, but meanwhile, Juicebox will be pushing up the top side here. But a misplay from Blob Enthusiast. They go in and they find
I want to watch what happens to Abby here, because I mean, he's already like 40% HP, so he's just not able to be a part of this entire fight. And so the calling from Kites, despite being so far behind, still able to deal damage, take out the rest of the members of UC Berkeley, because there's just no threat to keep Kites away from the fight. That being said, a tower taken on the side of Berkeley, able to get a little bit of money back into Juicebox's pocket here. He has fallen quite far behind in the farm aspect of things, but at the end of the day, the gold lead's still in Berkeley's favor, about 8,000, just under 8,000 in Berkeley's favor. A lot of that's still in Abby's pocket. Abby still has not died. 700 gold bounty on his head here. 14,000 gold in the inventory, more than anyone else on the Rift, and more than the entire bot lane of UC San Diego combined.
That is absolutely ridiculous. This Corki has a very big plane.
Yes, and one could say almost as big as the planes that they were building in World War II.
Oh my. But yes, unfortunately, yeah, Permanent Plane is going to trying to find the gauge onto Imtuo here. Abby's going to be on the side here. Permanent Plane is going to try and find the engage here, but they do have to posture for this next Drake that will be up in a minute here. It is sole point in favor of UC Berkeley here, so SD cannot deny this. And actually, we're seeing the opposite issue here. You know,
so much siege coming through, right?
Yeah, so much siege. I mean, Juicebox here taking that tower up in the top side here. We talked about how previously that York was meant to be a side lane pressure that is supposed to draw attention away from the opposing team, which allows for more space for objectives, but we're now seeing the opposite, and instead it's Berkeley.
He's being pulled by his team to help out because the entire military-industrial complex of Berkeley, California is on the bot side of the rift, and you cannot do anything against him unless you have all 5 members of your team, right? And so in order to counter this, they have to bring everyone down to play for this dragon, right? This is sole point for Berkeley's team, and again, just like there's so much firepower on the blue side of the map here that you have to bring everyone down, and a TP actually has to be committed from the side of Summer Memories in order to make it here on time. Now 5 members of UCSD grouped around. They have first rode over to the Dragon Pit, but look at the bomber coming through here. Abby, with those rockets available, going to be the man to watch.
Yeah, they're going to be starting up here. Permanent Pain's going to walk on forward, taking so much damage. Juicebox on the side, so much, and just like that, Kites is just deleted here. Cyclone's going to come on through. This Nami's going to be caught off as well, and just like that, SD are crumbling. They're falling apart. The York is trying to find something back, but not enough. Impale from Permanent Pain's going to land on the Juicebox, but it doesn't matter. Taku's the only one able to land any sort of damage, and just like that, Permanent Pain is the only one left standing. It is 4 for 1, but it's going to be more as the rest of the team. Abby's going to come on through. Missile is going to delete the Skarner.
The Rockets, red glare for Berkeley as they're able to wipe the entire team off of the map. And they're going to look for the siege potentially to end the game here. Long timers on a lot of members of UCSD, and hopefully they're going to be able to just close out the game right here and now. Abby not able to take a base after the last team fight win here as Kite taking a little bit of damage here. Culling going to come through towards M2O, but a flash over the wall will save his life. And UC Berkeley now with the Dragon Soul, with the Baron buff, about to wear off actually, but with the Dragon Soul looking to siege, and Baron actually going to be up in 20 seconds now, so probably just going to look for a take here. Not quite able to triple inhib, so UCSD still going to have a little bit of agency to leave their base, but I mean, at this point with a 13,000 gold lead, there is really not much that UC Berkeley can do to lose this game.
13,000 gold and Soul, and soon upcoming is Baron. So currently, Baron has certainly spawned up. The rest of SC is trying to move to posture to try and take this, but But the rest of Berkeley is not on it. They know they don't need to force this. They can take it slow. They have the advantage here. So SD are on the ropes. They have to play by their rules and by their conditions. So whenever they want to take the engage, that's up to completely up to them. But SD, unfortunately, a bit too far behind to really be making any decisions here. But as they try and hover over Baron, they don't know if it's being taken here. But UC Berkeley, they know they're actually going to try and go over the wall here.
They're going to try to get a couple of picks here before they actually commit to the Baron take, which I think that at this stage in the game it's good to be a little bit safe, right? Making sure that nothing too crazy happens here. Permanent Pain with Skarner, despite being supposedly an extremely tanky character, just getting absolutely shredded by the firepower on UC Berkeley's side here, and it looks like Mel is going to be cornered by the rest of the Berkeley members. 4 already down for UC San Diego. It looks like they're just going to be able to go for the end here, secure that second map, and lock in their spot in Grand Finals against UC Irvine's League of Legends team.
Yeah, and my goodness, this might actually just be the end of the game. The TP from Juicebox is going to come on through as the rest of Berkeley is sieging the rest of the base of SD. Just like that, it's going to be another ace for UC Berkeley. And just like that, the Nexus for San Diego will fall, and the 100% win rate will be maintained. The Rockets will absolutely obliterate the side of UCSD, and that's it for this series. UC Berkeley winning 2-0.
In a truly American fashion, may I say, with rockets, guns, and firepower blowing through the enemy team. I mean, this played out pretty much how I was thinking that these comps would if SD did not make any particular adaptations, right? Putting a lot of resources in draft towards shutting down the enemy top laner. And yes, you're able to keep him down for the laning phase and a little bit of that early game. And yes, he's not able to have that agency to sort of like run the map. but you completely expose your bot side by first picking the Lucian Nami, which, yes, is a strong lane, but there are ways that you can play around that, right? Corki Nautilus comes through, and now you have a CS deficit on the bot lane. Okay, so now you rely on your mid lane to save you, but you're playing a Mel in the mid lane, which, yes, has impact in team fights, but is also not a sustained damage champion. And so you look at the economy that comes through at the end of the game, and your Lucian has less than half of the gold that the enemy military industrial complex has.
Yeah, you look at that, 19.1 thousand gold to 9,000. They had double DCS, 10,000 more damage. They had 8 times the amount of damage, or no, 5 times the amount of damage between this Corki and this Lucian.
We haven't seen this much money put into rockets since FDR was president, probably.
I would like to say it's a very cold war here, but it does seem like the Corki was the one to push the big red button in the end. Which credit to the side of SD, very well played, especially from Taku. That Mel finding a lot of much needed damage and much needed value that SD needed, but unfortunately not enough. Your big red button unfortunately was beaten by the U.S. military.
But yeah, at the end of the day, right, we're drafting more damage, right? I liked the Mel pick. I liked what they were going for, but again, playing for that Wombo combo is just a very volatile way of playing the game. And I don't know if this was meant to be a Hail Mary type of thing where they didn't believe that they could win by, drafting more conventionally, but I think that playing for the Wombo combo is generally just a very volatile way to play, and you really have to just get super lucky with a couple of critical team fights to really make that win condition work. And in SD's case, they were playing against a very well-disciplined team that knows that these mistakes are not to be tolerated, and they know, like, even at that Baron take, right, the second Baron take that we saw during map 2, they could have easily started that Baron and won that fight, but Baron now shreds resists. I think it's 0.5 every second, and so they knew about this risk. They knew that going in, if they started that Baron early and they got collapsed on in a particular way, it was still possible to get wiped. Now, that probably wouldn't have lost them the game, but it was a risk that they were not willing to take. They still went forward and looked for a couple of initial picks. Those picks worked out, and they turned into more, largely due to a bit of an execution error on SD's point. But that being said, they completed those kills, and then they were just able to take over the base, and they weren't taking any risks that they didn't need to.
Yeah, unfortunately for SD, a still very dominant showing from UC Berkeley here. The Bears will not be denied, and they will move on to Grand Finals, where they will face the current defending champions, UCI, in the Grand Finals. But let's see, UC Berkeley, they seem inevitable after this match here, but #1 in school in the state, and let's see if they can claim that back in the esports side of things, but we'll have to see. Overall, though, very well played match from both teams, from SD and from Berkeley. Credit to the SD players, but that is going to be it here for this match here as we prepare for Grand Finals. So don't go anywhere just yet here. Grab a snack, grab some water, use the bathroom. We'll be right back for the Grand Finals of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth, and I am the interviewer for this round. So you've had a long day of competing. How do you feel? Do you feel okay? How's your adrenaline still pumping?
Yeah, still pumping. I feel like you get 4 games in and you kind of get so tired, but it's so exciting to play the grand finals against UCI, so definitely
yeah.
fires us up.
How do you feel about that going into the finals? Do you feel prepared? Are you excited?
Very excited. I won't lie. I've probably played against UCI 30, 40 times in my life, and I don't think I've ever won except in scrims against them. But there's a first time for everything.
Yes, as long as you do good, I think that's great. Okay, so I know the new season just came out a few weeks ago, but do you feel like you've adopted your playstyle to the new season?
I think whenever a new season comes out, there's a rush to kind of break the meta, and after a few weeks you realize the game is the same. So ultimately, if you play the game right, you're going to win. If you play it bad, you're going to lose. I don't think the new season changes your skill. So, yeah.
That's a great way of putting it. What's your favorite thing about the new season?
I feel like the game is a bit faster. It kills some of the dead time in between, just kind of mid-game, and also starts the game faster. So I think competitively it's about the same, but in solo queue it's just a bit more zoomer-minded.
Is that good for you? Do you feel like that's better fitted for your playstyle?
Not necessarily for my playstyle, but the zoomer attention span. So it definitely helps with not getting distracted from the game.
Okay. Well, if there's one thing you could change about it, what would you say?
Give my top laner even more levels.
Okay. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We sing frame duo!
Cool. Bye-bye.
Helium Melanin showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on board for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Here in the land right now, UCI, let me hear you. UC Berkeley, let me hear you. All right, we're gonna hop into match real soon, but my name is Kimmy.
And my name's Anthony.
And we're gonna be casting the grand finals of UC Berkeley versus UCI. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, a lot of history in this rivalry matchup between Berkeley and Irvine in League of Legends here at UCEI, presented by Xfinity. Again, this rivalry has lasted for years. Berkeley sometimes coming out on top, Irvine, though, being the favorites this year and looking to possibly come out on top. They have had a historic winners bracket run. And so Berkeley, coming from the losers bracket, having to claw their way through and get this rematch against Irvine, they're looking to get revenge against them.
Yeah, UCI has been very decorated in the past few years, especially returning UCEI, presented by Xfinity, champions. So maybe UC Berkeley can come back and take this win. They have won way back versus UCI in previous years as well. So it's kind of a big rematch for them both. Here we have
the UCEI trophy that they're fighting over.
Very beautiful. I kind of want to take it home for myself.
I know.
Yeah.
Sadly, we cannot. This is going to the winners of the grand finals today.
And we're going to be talking a little bit about the new Season 16 changes. There's been a lot of differences already going into Champ Select. Tell us a little bit about the changes that's been happening.
Yeah. So a lot of changes for League this year, coming fresh off the 2026 patch. And so this changes a lot of the priorities for all these players. Lot of faster pace in these games now with the more damage on the crits and the faster home guards and so on. And then these role quests and these lane quests are adding a lot more diversity into the game and a lot more, less roaming, more just beating out your laner. And so a lot of champions are changing, right? The prio on these. We have here the Malphite and the Zac ban. These are all top laners. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, it seems that Juicebox has been notoriously known for his Riven and his Mbessa in the past. I guess solo queue, but as a competitive player as well, UCI decided to take that away. No Riven for me. Riven's very strong, really good laner, has a lot of carry potential. I think Blob Enthusiast is also known for his Zac as well. Seems that they're going to be taking away a lot of champions that UCI has been drafting for themselves. So Malphite, Jace, Yunara, kind of the, very simple competitive champions.
Yeah, for sure. Yunara, of course, a titular ADC right there, a great hyper carry that is phenomenal in pro play so far, just collegiate league, Korean league, like all of that. A great answer into Corki, into a lot of these strong ADCs, just by the nature of her character. And so the ban on it, maybe we're thinking here that they're trying to draft maybe a Corki or something of the sort. Aphelios coming out from their side. That's actually a great pick. They tend to pick it a lot, as he's not an Aphelios one trick, but definitely like a strong favorite for him, for the ADC. And so love to see that. And then the MF as a response.
Yeah, Manui has been previously played support, I believe, and role swapped onto ADC. It has been playing a lot of Aphelios, so we're going to be seeing that on the side of UCI. We got some Misfortune and Mbessa, good wombo combo situation going there. We got, the Mbessa ult, and then Misfortune, like she's very strong lethality, but I
100%.
think they've been playing her a lot with crit.
Yeah, 100%. Her Edge of Night build, Edge of Night Rush, it has been great. Probably going to see that. But of course, with the crit changes, you do get a little bit of that extra damage there. So great ults already. And we have the Jarvan coming out from Berkeley. Some of their engage for this MF. It seems here they're already speccing into a comp where, you get an Ambessa ult in, you get the Jarvan engage, and the MF just outputs her damage, right? And so it seems that this is their game plan so far. Meanwhile, Irvine building a lot of sustained damage. Also has the Wukong engage, right, to answer into the Jarvan for the jungle matchup. And this Gwen is going to get a lot of value because, bruisers, of course, and, mid tanks like Jarvan / bruisers, they build a lot of health, and so she's going to have a lot of value out of that queue. So definitely a good response from Irvine. We're going to see if it ends up being very impactful.
Yeah, Gwen has also been a very progressively very strong laner. So she has that like snip passive, and she does a lot of damage. When she gets items later on, she's more of like a kind of a scale, but she's very dominating in lane. So I'm a little bit worried to see how that Mbessa is going to respond to the Gwen. But like you said, UC Berkeley has been having a really good calm going on. They got that Jarvan ult, they got the Misfortune ult, and Bessa ult as well. A lot of frontliners for this Misfortune. So yeah, UCI is gonna have to do something to attack that backline.
Speaking of attacking the back line, maybe the best offense is a good defense. Gonna pick out the Galio here in the mid lane for UC Irvine. That's just a great pick. Gonna add more peel for the Aphelios. And into Akali, it's a very interesting matchup for sure. Of course, both melees, and so the Aphelios is gonna be able to farm a little bit more than if you were going into like a Syndra or something of the sort, right? As we have here Leona on support into the Thresh.
Yeah, so Liko Learner, also known as Carillion, also known as my cousin. So if you see him out there, say hi. He is notoriously known for his Thresh, has I think 1 million mastery points on this champion. So we're gonna be seeing some prediction hooks, hopefully something spicy from Liko Learner over here.
Liko Learner, I wonder how much Liko this guy has learned.
Yeah, you know, I wonder as well. So, okay, seems that we have all the drafts going on. Who do you think won draft? Who are you like favoring? Who do you like more?
I think both sides definitely got their comfort picks, as you said. You know, the Thresh, the Aphelios, these are champions that they've loved to play. In terms of like actual team fight composition, I would say I'm favoring UC Irvine just by a tad bit. You know, Leona's support only adds to the value of the Gwen here in terms of the damage that she can put out. And so I think Irvine just has a lot of value on their champs so far, but it's definitely a toss-up. You're going to see a lot of early fights and skirmishes. Again, the pace of the game much faster, so every dragon likely going to be contested. You're going to see a lot of damage and pressure in these lanes because it is a very volatile, you know, pay attention in the bot lane.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
You have both engaged supports and ADCs who want to do a lot of damage and get ahead early. And so definitely keep a watch out for that. Probably going to have the junglers coming in there. And, you know, maybe Irvine is slightly favored from the draft in my opinion, but it's both completely strong and it's likely a matter of skill expression.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for UCI. I'm kind of favoring Cal Berkeley, even though I'm an
Really?
anteater.
Yeah, okay.
The thing is, though, I think Aphelios is a very like vulnerable type of character, so they don't really have that appeal. I guess you do have Thresh, right? But how are you going to accelerate that Aphelios if you don't have like those enchanters? Like usually you would be pairing like an Aphelios Lulu and Aphelios Milio, right? But I think UC Berkeley has that Akali to like get into that backline and attack onto that Aphelios, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is completely true. Definitely a lot of counterplay, outplay potential here. In the mid lane, Cinnamon Bread versus Tim, I believe. These career characters. He likes to go by Tim, this mid laner for Berkeley. Early trades, I think Akali probably has the early game pressure by a little bit. Although, still pretty even. This Akalio is actually going to use his E immediately onto the Akali.
Yeah, it's just a simple spacing coming out of Cinnamon Bread. Seems like he won that trade out into the mid lane. Looking very happy. Unique Cowboy going up there. And it seems that we are going to have a little bit of skirmishing up in the top lane as well. Our Mayo, you know, doing his little snip snip juice box, also trading. Pretty simple top lane matchup. Not really interesting, but I think everything happens in the bot lane, right?
100%. If you look at the clear of these junglers, Jarvan is actually coming bot lane, whereas the Wukong is not. He's probably pathing top lane if he does a full clear. And so that's interesting. You actually rarely see that in a match where the junglers are going to opposing sides of the map. And so we're actually going to love to see that. Speaking of some trades in the top lane, Electrocute proc there from the Ambessa. Interesting, not going Conqueror, going Electrocute. Very interesting choice, high elo choice. That is way above my brain in terms of that rune selection there.
I think it's just very difficult to get onto that Gwen, so having that early burst is nice for those trades, especially early. Stacking Conqueror is very difficult, as you know, because of her invulnerability. So having that Electrocute, you know, gives him more kind of room to do more damage. Seems like we got some action going to the mid lane here. Akali, a little bit low there. I'm a little nervous.
100%. You're definitely shaking here if you're the Akali pushed in so far. All of Berkeley is actually kind of on the ropes a little bit in terms of CS, down marginally and kind of against their towers, especially the bot lane. These waves are fat and UCI is shoving them all in.
Yeah, it's really scary for Akali here. She does not have TP and she might be losing this entire wave under this tower. Gonna have to flash to avoid Cinnamon Bread. Seems like he's gonna try to look for something but does not find the Akali. She gets to live another day.
Yeah, amazing spacing from the Galio. Meanwhile, a potential hover from the Jarvan here, but it's not going to turn into an entire gank. They're gonna have the back cancelled here against
Yeah.
Amaro.
Ameo, I think, looking for a back, getting his wave stuck under this area here. It should be fine though. Once he comes back and heals up, he'll just, you know, his wave will fix over and come back to him, so it should be okay.
Yeah, TP coming in. Now, as we look at this 3-minute timer here, we're gonna have a mid gank, but it's gonna be matched by the Wukong, and so there's nothing to be done here. Akali just having a miserable time so far. Okay, Jarvan actually deciding you can't do something. Gonna do a little bit of damage into the Galio, but Galio just has too much HP, and the Akali is too low to get anything done.
Seems like we're gonna have some action. Armeo going for the snip up, getting that passive all, getting that Conqueror stack, and Juicebox gonna be living another day. No sunscreen.
Yeah, Berkeley already using a lot of sums, for sure.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome, but you know, it's okay. You just have to play safe until you have your 5-minute flash up, and maybe look for something for, like with your jungler and whatnot. We do see some action happening in the bot lane. It's just very chill, very calm pace.
100%. One thing that is worrying, this Akali brought Ignite instead of Teleport.
Yes, I was about to mention that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so, you know, that's a lane pressure sum that you're bringing, right? Ideally wanting to kill the Galio and whatnot. But actually, it's her who's against the ropes with the 19 CS to the 38. And so Akali brought, you know, went into this match thinking, or Tim did. Tim went into this match thinking, oh, maybe I win against this Galio, but actually the spacing from him, and he's been able to play this really well, Cinnamon Bread. And so 20 CS lead, very substantial advantage to the mid so far.
Yeah, Blob Enthusiast coming in, making sure that wave gets thrown under the tower so Ameo doesn't freeze there, but it seems like he's going to try to cancel the back. Doesn't get it. But it's okay.
Dragon has spawned. Now, dragon stacking has been a key method that the teams have used to get victory nowadays, because with this new patch, to close out games, you kind of need the Dragon Soul passive. The mid game arguably matters the most in the current state of League. At least that's what the patch seems to read as. And so we're gonna see, you know, who's gonna contest this. I said earlier, I thought every dragon would be a fight, but actually in the condition that Berkeley is, they might be in a position to give. The Galio can always roam, much stronger than the Akali though. He's just barely backing.
That's right. And, you know, Akali did get her base off, so that's really good for her. You kind of don't want to stay in lane super low, especially if you don't have flash. And like you said, she did unfortunately lose a lot out of that base because she doesn't have TP. She ran Ignite into Galio instead, which, honestly, I think these days, TP is very versatile, especially as a mid laner. You want to be everywhere on the map at all times. Akali is a really good roamer, but, you know, if you're playing lane into Galio, Galio already has that, like, built-in MR. It's hard for her to play.
100%. More just farming in the bot lane, but he's just getting stronger. I think what will actually decide, you know, the next fights that end up happening, probably the usage of the ultimates.
Yeah.
If Galio's able to get a good roam off, like top or bot lane, probably spells doom for Berkeley. But likewise, if we get like a massive Leona ult into the Misfortune bullet time, then that would be insane, right? So a lot of synergy in the ultimates of these champions. Wukong starting the dragon.
Yeah, he's starting the dragon on Vision. Rosethorn does not care. It seems like he does have priority from both of his lanes, but he should be safe for an easy rotate from that bot lane.
Yeah, level 5 on the MF and the Leona, and they're just gonna not contest this. Gonna give it over to Irvine. Probably their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, first dragon in the game going to UCEI. Sounds pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, not much skirmishing. Would you want to tell us a little bit about the lane quest though?
Oh yeah, for sure. As I said, lane quest, one of the new additions to League, and you probably heard about it a little bit, but in the bot lane, the ADCs actually get a lot more gold. You know, they're actually rapidly accelerated compared to other laners. And of course, the crit changes help out the damage of these ADCs as well. They do more damage on crits, 200%. And the supports get control wards. You know, it's actually, I'm glad they really added this, because in my solo queue game, the supports are never going to ward. Speaking of, okay, Akali taking some like more dangerous trades there into the Galio. He's just been extremely oppressive in the mid lane.
It's just a very difficult lane to play, and losing out on these minions, especially since you don't have TP, very worrisome, and puts you kind of behind in terms of gold in this lane, even though there's no kills going on.
That is an important thing to note, that no solo kills have really happened just yet. There's been a lot of times where it's been close, been a few little ganks here and there, but actually so far super quiet.
I know. I thought this game was accelerated. I thought we'd see some more like skirmishing and fighting going on, but it seems like everyone's being very respectful, kind of just taking what they can get. UCI looking over to getting these scrubs as top lane and mid lane do have priority. So Rose Lord, honestly, he's a happy jungler.
Oh yeah, completely fed the dragon and the grubs, but okay, Blob Enthusiast might have something to say about it. You then use this flag for the vision, but you know, I don't think you're getting this. Ooh, almost a close hook there.
Yes, hook does go wide, and the Void Grub secured for UCI.
For sure. So right now, even though it's a quiet game, UCI definitely still slowly winning it. Of course, it's only the early game. We'll have to see how they play the team fights, but getting both of those early game objectives in the grubs, in the first dragon, while having all of this pressure and continuous prio. Okay, Akali,
yes,
you're
we got some
getting
trades going on in the mid lane here. Akali going for the perfect execution, gets the flash from Cinnamon Bread, and gets the solo bolo. First blood going to UC Berkeley.
Amazingly done there by Tim. What an Akali there. I thought the game was over for her, but
yeah,
absolutely not. No, yeah. We're gonna see if you can have a little comeback there in these other lanes, like in this top lane where the Zambeza has been pushed in. Like we said, so Gwen is a hyperscaler, so probably good into the Ambessa, but really her value comes in the team fights and shutting down a lot of the engage.
Oh my goodness, look at that incredible hook from Carillion here, sending Abby into the box. Abby unfortunately gonna have to burn stuns. Leona coming out on top, trying to peel for this misfortune as they walk away from the scene of the crime.
I think Berkeley somewhat happy with that as we look at this replay. Yeah, so Akali gets the full combo in two E's, and then a lot of damage here, surprisingly. I don't know how she knew that would kill the R2 into the auto attack. I thought surely the Galio doesn't die there, but he knows his champion.
Has been spotted out by Carillion. Rose thrown out here to save the day. Bullet time coming from Misfortune, landing onto Carillion, but unfortunately not doing enough damage to go in the back line. Cataclysm coming onto Manui in the back. Manui going to be flashing and autoing onto this Leona, picking up 1 and 2. Blob Enthusiast unfortunately stuck in the back, and the double kill going to UCI.
That has got to be a little bit tilting there. Probably going to get a replay of this fight soon. UCI coming out on top of that one in the bot skirmish. What did we say? We said bot would be a fiesta. It would be a party. Okay.
It's certainly a fiesta. It's a game idea. They're going to send their jungler down bot lane. But Rosnar was also here, and he's sending himself first. It seems that they are trying to target that Aphelios. Like I said, he was very vulnerable. But it seems like he was able to get enough damage out, staying with his team. They targeted the right people, and they ended up killing everyone.
Yeah, amazingly great target selection there. And of course, this comes off the back of the Thresh, who landed a phenomenal hook engage.
Yeah,
and
I
so
didn't
already
think that
getting the
would
value.
land. That was insane. All right, let's get back into the game. Let's take a look at this gold graph. What's going on over here?
Yeah, so this is a 2K gold lead for UC Irvine, definitely winning out the early game. You have these 200 gold shutdowns on the Aphelios and the Wukong, but definitely, certainly still playable for Berkeley. They're just gonna have to figure out, you know, what they did wrong. Okay, Armao trading into the, gonna miss the public execution, the Ambassa there. Almost surely would have been a kill with her Ignite, but, you know, nice try.
I agree. You know what? You miss all the chances you don't take, right?
This
all
is
the
true.
shots you don't take. That's a line.
All right. Ooh, Jarvan just like facing off with Rosethorn for like a wee tiny bit. Definitely cannot fight him. Of course, you're Jarvan. You don't do damage, and then the Galio is there anyway. So, not really much to do there. I think both junglers just trying to clear out right now, and we have the second Drake spawning, and so that's going to be of concern to both teams soon.
Yes, we do have second Drake, and I believe that is
That is Mountain Drake.
Oh, Mountain Drake, yes, yes. So they're gonna have to work towards this Mountain Drake. You know, you don't want to stack early Drakes. It's kind of scary. Well, you do if you're UCI, obviously. But UC Berkeley gonna have to be on the lookout for these objectives if they do want to come back at the state.
Yeah, and 100%. Oh, Ambessa.
Oh my goodness, Armeo taking a lot of damage here, getting the Ignite, and it seems like he's staying in lane and living, sending in those ultimates and those knives going here, trying to clear the waves.
Juice
back
box.
up, getting that flash auto from Juicebox. Well done.
Ambessa. So even though this Gwen is a scaler, right, she isn't respecting. Oh, speaking of not respecting it, the position for the Jarvan is a little, gets hooked again, but able to get out again. He feels king.
Yes, Blob Enthusiast a little bit questionable trying to go back for that Grom, noticing that, you know, Curling and Roseland are still there, but I respect it. You know, I would want to take my Grom too.
100%. The amount of times that I've thrown games over Groms, man, it's like, can't even count it. Oh, speaking of Akali, trying to get a repeat of this solo kill onto the Galio. Just gonna get damage into him. By this point, he already has his Proto Bell and you know, Targ Seal and all of this. Akali just spot her Hextech Gunblade, new item. Wow, wow. As we look at a replay of this fight, so again, Ambessa. Oh,
but
we're going to
we have a
live.
fight,
Is
and
the
Manui unfortunately got picked out by the Misfortune and Leona here in the bot lane. Karulin walked in a little too late to save his ADC.
Oh boy, happens all the time. The ADC mispositioning.
Yeah, you know, one day you have your support, the next day they're like, I have to be aggressive.
Right.
I have to be someone. You have to fend for yourself.
If you're looking at the CS on the map, the situation for the jungler is a little worrying for the side of Berkeley. But they do have the advantage in Juicebox and the Ambessa getting her solo kill and keeping up the CS. And, you know, relatively, I think it's an even game. Irvine has the advantage for sure in terms of the dragons and the early objectives, but the Wukong is the person to beat here for the next team fight. He has a fat shutdown. He's gonna do a lot of damage with the Trinity Force and the Tunneler. Definitely the strongest character on the map right now.
Yes, definitely very strong, holding a lot of gold, and he's thriving. He's a happy jungler. He's getting priority from all of his lanes, taking every single objective, and just doing everything he can to support his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're in the game right now as UCI, you know you're gonna honor Rose Thorn if you come out on top, because a lot of the early game victories, you know, they came from him. Top lane, you know, Rose Thorn possibly looking for something, just having a lot of presence on the map. You know, Rift Herald just spawned, and so pushing out these lanes.
Something unique going on for UCI and UC Berkeley. They have very unique lane assignments. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, UCI switched some of its players around, and so they're actually not playing their favorite role for roster reasons. Okay, Rift Herald, smite it out, looking for a top lane gank perhaps.
Yeah, I just want to notice that Gwen has decided to be a bot lane while Galio is sticking up in the top lane here. Romeo, you know, looking a little scary. He does spot out Blob Enthusiast on the side, so he should be okay.
Yeah. Gwen pretty good against getting dives just from her W and from the magic or from the resistances that she gets. Another great hook from Nico Learner into the ultimate.
Coming from Curling here, gonna be sitting out that ult on Leona, trying to flash and get away from the situation. Blob Enthusiast unfortunately locked down by Rosethorn with the ult coming from Nanui. Armeo in the back here, unfortunately taking out Abby, and it seems that UC Berkeley are falling down to Chambers as Juicebox TP's in and unfortunately falls as well. We do see Tim on the side here looking for a perfect execution. Does trade a kill, 2 for 4.
Yeah, completely one fight for UCI though. At least saving grace that Polly gets a kill there. That was definitely very dicey. At first it looked like they found the wrong target. They completely all-ined on the Leona and she was able to live. But I think the comms were a little messy. Akali here kind of limit testing, but
yeah, just a little scary getting locked down from that Galio, but we do see Rosalind coming out and picking up that kill for UCI.
100%. You know, if you're Berkeley, you have to like reconsider that a team fight's great hook. Leona tries to go back in, and this bullet time is decent, but these champions are just too tanky. The Achilleos simply walk out of it, and by this point, you see Irvine has just completely collapsed onto Berkeley, just running them down under tower, getting Blob Enthusiast in the top left there, and Juicebox not long for this world either.
Yeah, they're not leaving anyone left standing on UC Berkeley. And that's kind of UCI's method, right? Like overloading on a lane and kind of just baiting out UC Berkeley and taking them out piece by piece.
100% tempo is in their favor. Although there weren't any objectives after that fight, and so it was just the mid turret that goes down there, which, you know, you have to be happy about from Berkeley. If you're going to lose a team fight, at least let it only be that. Though this gold lead has inflated a little bit to over 3,000 on the side of Berkeley. Juicebox burning the flash there.
Unfortunately, he does burn flash and take a lot of damage as Rosethorn's coming out on top here, trying to overload and try to take down this tower and getting some gold. More gold for Syndicate.
pings onto bottom side from Berkeley.
Yes, he's got some action going on. Maybe not, just farming. Armail kind of just, you know, I feel like his teammates have been progressively working non-stop, and he's over here like, oh, I'm gonna just farm side lane.
100%, yeah. A little silly. Okay, now we have the Ambessa into the Galio. Ambessa does have really good damage onto tanks.
Ooh,
Yeah,
really
look at all that
nice
melting there.
dodge from Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah. Juicebox, if you hit these public executions, the world's a lot different. The game is suddenly a lot better for you. Ooh, a lot of damage onto the turret there, but not quite going to get it because of the TP coming in from Cinnamon Bread. And this dragon is basically free for UCI. I think a little bit late, Berkeley is, although they might still look to contest after this smite.
Yes, but he's just positioning as far back as he can, so he does not get into range of that Leona.
Indeed. Okay, well that's the third dragon that is now sole point for UCI. As we said, they were favorites in the beginning. In the early game, they transitioned that into great mid-game leads, and so we're gonna have to see how is Berkeley gonna come back into this game.
Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit. So, I think if you're playing someone like Akali, you're kind of that carry factor, right? You're an assassin, you can get into the back line. You do have that new item called, or I guess returning item, called Hextech Gunblade. We can, you know, slice in, do some damage, get some HP back, and it has an active slow as well.
Yeah, so that's a great thing to have on an assassin like Akali who loves the AD, the AP, and that active ability. 100% her target, probably the Aphelios or something, but you also have to consider, you know, what after that, because the rest of UC Irvine extremely strong and kind of resistant to death. You definitely have to consider this as Berkeley. But 100% the mission for Akali is to just try to find a good champion to focus on there in the back line.
Yeah,
Juicebox.
UC Berkeley, they were overloading on this top lane, but it seems that Blob Enthusiast is left. So they're going to have to be pushed out from this tower as Rosa try to look for an engage on the Leona potentially. They're just completely pushing them out of this lane. Hook coming out of Brilliant. Nice flash coming from the Leona.
Yeah, and that's another summoner spell gone. The value of Thresh just only increasing. Forever going to be a danger. Even if he hooks the Leona here, she's only level 9 and is going to completely melt into a lot of this team comp from Irvine. Okay, the
Engage
reversal.
coming from Blob Enthusiast here. We send the perfect execution in front Juicebox. Galileo coming in, setting in that ult with the Rose Thorn going into the back line. Everyone else TPing with Armeo coming out on top as well. Blob Enthusiast unfortunately going to have to be flashing out of the scene with Juicebox. Kind of really lower the situation here, sending in that Q from Galileo, getting that knockup, and it seems that he might not get Juicebox. He lives. Looking pretty rough.
Yeah, Irvine just completely resistant to the counter game that Berkeley attempted. You know, I have to give them props because if you're going to win the game, you know, it's going to have to come from an engage like that, you know, surprise from the jungle. But I think Irvine just too strong and played it a little too well. So you see here the Jarvan coming in at the same time as the Leona ult. And Bessa does successfully find the backline, but pay attention to the MF here. She bullet times and it seems pretty good, but it gets immediately cancelled by the Wukong, who's just completely assaulting the backline. And unfortunately, too much damage for them to take. And, you know, at this point, you only have the Ambessa who luckily gets away, but that Jarvan not going to quite make it. And definitely just a testament to how strong UCI's team fighting is and how much in control they are of this game.
Yes, they have so much control in this game. It's really important for UC Berkeley, especially their ADC and especially Akali, to, you know, use for opportunities well. And if you're Misfortune, it's going to be really hard to play in position with these team fights, especially if something like a dive, like the Gwen needlework, the Wukong ult, the Galileo. Like, it's so hard.
And Baron spawning, since, you know, in the new season, Baron spawns earlier now at 20 minutes. And so if you're UCI, you're thinking, you know, what can we do? And then get the Baron right after, right?
Yeah, Baron's looking pretty juicy, but if I was UC Berkeley, I think I'd steal that.
Oh yeah, for sure. You'd BT1 and you just immediately get the smite on it. Do a little owner action or something.
No, I believe in Blob Enthusiast. I think he got it.
Yeah, 100%.
All
we're
right,
looking
seems
here.
like we have some setup going on to that top side there. Just taking everything we can, all the space that we can. We do see Rosethorn kind of hiding in the bush, maybe looking for a potential misposition for that misfortune. Doesn't seem to find anything. Just trying to spot out and see where everyone is. It's kind of like the name of the game. Just see where everyone is, look for a pick, potentially look for that Baron.
Yep, that's exactly as you say. And you see Irvine just power farming in the process of dancing around with this vision. Look at this flank that Juicebox has. He's like in the blue pit, but you know, is he gonna get the public execution onto Rosethorn?
Yeah, Rosethorn's
Perhaps.
having a little bit too much fun. We do see Juicebox over the wall. It seems like he is aware that he's in the eyes of UC Berkeley. The Bears on the prowl.
Probably the game sense from him. Okay. We're looking here, kind of a choke point. Our Mayo just gonna W away and go back to his team. Irvine probably fine playing the front to back into this Akali. Oh.
Trying to call and stun the hook on Blob Enthusiast. Play cancels Blob Enthusiast from that. He does walk away free.
Now, keep in mind that they're fighting over this dragon and the jungler is chunked out already. Now, I do believe that Darwin has this under sky. Maybe he can sustain a little bit, but this early damage and this positioning probably strongly favors UCI, who has a stronger front to back, arguably. And Bessa here from top.
Bit of work coming in from Armeo with the backline from Rosethorn, looking for that, setting in the Galio ult. Unfortunately, taking out the Ambassador from the back over there, immediately canceling that misfortune. And unfortunately, UC Berkeley are all falling down to UCI as they take down UC Berkeley in a complete ace.
Oh my goodness, Irvine just cementing themselves as the winners of this one. I think this one probably grabs a little bit hard to play for Berkeley by this point. They get the dragon, they win the team fight completely cleanly. As you said, an ace, and now they're going to start the push onto the towers.
Yeah, it seems they're going to be working towards these towers, getting that soul from the dragon. And we're going to be going to a quick little replay about what happened last night.
Yeah. So this Ophelio hits some good chunk onto the Akali, interestingly enough. And then this engage starts with the Gwen and Rosethorn going into the backline. It's hard to make it not work. Juicebox not quite having the damage himself. And again, as you said, the MF ult getting immediately canceled. It seems they have their eyes locked on her. They know that if there's anyone who's going to win this game potentially, it's going to be the MF who gets a lot of damage out from some sneaky flank, right? And they completely are shutting that down. They're aware of all these bushes. They're aware of, okay, as soon as the MF ults, we are going to Wukong ult her. They're going to E onto her with the Galio, and she's just not allowed to play.
Yeah, it's just really difficult. Like you said, she's just been constantly canceled, and you know, all this frontline going on with Rosethorn and Cinnamon Bread completely keeping Manui safe, along with Carolina as well. They're kind of just like the bodyguards.
Yeah, 100%. We predicted this in draft that it's just gonna work like that. And okay, Leona coming in, just trying to look onto Rosethorn. He's just gonna immediately get out of there.
Rosethorn looking to get but does not. We do have Manui in the back auto-ring that Leona. It seems like he's gonna be going on to Abby as well, setting in that flash ultimate from Manui and picks up 3 kills for UCI.
That Aphelios damage was nuts.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, level 15 Aphelios, of course, didn't mention this talking about the rogue quest earlier.
What's going on back here?
Oh, who is
and
it?
he lands the hook too, setting in that Lantern. Rosethorn here, stopping Blob Enthusiast from that EQ over the wall. And seems that he does not get to live another day, as we do have the Carillion Thresh.
UCI, such proficiency with their champions. Okay, meanwhile, the Gwen 1v1ing the Akali, but actually this is a 3v1 because Irvine is here to back them up.
You're gonna want to have to get out of there, as it seems that your base is going down. UC Berkeley's gonna have to do something to react, but unfortunately cannot. It seems that UCI is gonna be securing this Nexus, and that's gonna be game 1 going to UCI.
Amazingly done. UCI coming out. Again, they were the favorites, and so no surprise. We're going to have to see if Berkeley can recoup their losses, figure out a strat for the next one. I think a lot of this they have to work around in draft for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, a lot of the time they were playing catch-up on the objectives, and so going to have to start thinking about that in the future as well.
I think also you can see from these guys, they're all very coordinated. They're all together. Rosethorn is never alone. Manui is never alone except for that one moment.
Right.
But, I mean,
they're there. No, 100%. They are completely synchronized. A lot of chemistry in this team so far, as you see here. And I think they just know their champs super well. They understand that all the damage that Berkeley can do from a certain champion, and they shut it down immediately. And we're gonna have the next game for you soon. So far, 1-0 for Irvine, and this is a best of 3 for the grand finals. And so we're gonna see if Irvine can take it home, or if
Wow.
Berkeley can fight back.
Look at this end of game stats. Rosethorn completely taking the lead on this Wukong, 11-0. A lot of gold going on to him, and he used to do well.
Yeah, 100%. I would honor him, a key player in the game. Of course, the Aphelios too, doing crazy damage by the end. 6-item, 7-item ADC with like the role quests and such. So kind of crazy damage there. MF not quite allowed to get online, and so it's hard to play the comp when a lot of your damage is gone. Akali, not quite having the pressure that she could have had, and the Ambessa as well. A lot of great dives onto the backline we saw if you look at the replays of these fights, but no backup, and it's kind of just the Ambessa there fighting using all her abilities, but you get burned out really quickly even if you're a bruiser, if you're completely alone.
I think it's also just really difficult, especially about all that CC in the front line. Misfortune, she's kind of that champion where you want to stand back, you want everyone to be in front of you. But by the time she was able to get her ult back, everyone in front of her weren't there. They were gone.
Yeah, unfortunate. Berkeley though gonna have to consider all of this in the next one, and good luck to both players and both teams.
It seems that we're going to be heading into a quick little break before the next game. So stick around and find out to see if UCI or UC Berkeley will be taking the next series or this series. Oh, wow.
Helium Melanin showing beautiful control.
He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on board for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Kimmy,
And my name's Anthony.
and we're going to be going into Game 2 of the Grand Finals, UCI versus UC Berkeley.
Yeah, let's get hyped. This is match point grand finals. This is what it's all destined to be at. Okay, this is win. This is victory. This is glory. This is what each team wants. They're here on the stage, and we're gonna see who comes out on top. You know, Irvine ready for the knockout punch. Berkeley on the ropes. We're gonna see if they can pull it together. You know, get another 2 games out of us, or if Irvine's just gonna get that victory.
Yeah, let's build up some hype, Anthony.
Yeah.
UCI, let me hear you.
There you go.
Okay, UC Berkeley, let me hear you. Okay.
Oh, hey,
wow,
a
we
lot
have
of
quite a
Berkeley
bit
in the
of crowd in
house.
the
Yeah.
quite a bit of people in the crowd
Yeah.
today. So it's very exciting. Thank you all for coming and watching the stream once again. So let's talk about the second game. What does UC Berkeley need to do to pull a reverse sweep?
Yeah, this reverse sweep, if it's going to happen, I think you need to make use of the Fearless draft. You know, Irvine used a lot of their comfort picks last time, and because this is Fearless, they're not coming back, right? And so Berkeley, you have to pull into your champ pool, see if you can cook something up with what you have available. For sure, you have to think about that. You have to think about the team fights. Irvine consistently had the tempo from early game. As we look at these bans, this is basically the same from Irvine, starting off with the Zach. A Moo ban.
Very
Hovering.
suspicious, but it seems like they're going for that Malvite instead. Would you tell us a little bit about Fearless for those who are not aware?
Yeah, so the concept of Fearless, as you can see here, these grayed out champions above the Champ Select banners, is that these are no longer allowed to be played because they were played last game. The idea is, you know, this has been a thing in esports and League of Legends for like, you know, about a year now, where you can't play these champs to promote champion diversity, you know, promote the cooking in the drafts. So we're gonna see what they can pull out from their jar there. LeBlanc ban, kind of scared of the Tim LeBlanc there. It seems Tim likes to gravitate toward assassins and all this, and so definitely a good one, I think.
Yes, we did see him on that Akali earlier. And, you know, like we said earlier, Hextech Gunblade has been notorious for these assassins, which is why we've been seeing them a lot lately, especially since the game has, you know, gotten a lot faster. We're more reliant on what's happening in lane. So I like the LeBlanc ban.
Yeah, 100%. Notice Corky MF.
I don't think they can draft that MF.
Might be something wrong in the draft law there, but the Corky was locked in. We're gonna maybe have a pause from the TAs if that is what was actually locked. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
So they're just gonna have to repick. That's okay.
That's okay, but what do you want to see? What kind of team comps do you want, like, for both of these teams?
Yeah. Yunara, who is good into Corky, was actually not banned yet so far, I believe. So if Berkeley wants to pivot there and, you know, pick a different ADC as they did there, picking the MF incorrectly, you know, maybe they're looking at Yunara as an option because Corky is absolutely a character that you need to shut down. Super high prio in all sorts of league, high elo, pro play, and so on. Super strong on this patch because of, you know, the buffs to Essence Reaver, though you can build Trinity Force into LDR. But, you know, case in point, just completely strong damage from Corky, super high impact nowadays.
Yeah, it seems that we brought back the draft, knowing that we cannot draft that Misfortunes. But what I want to see some girly pops. I want to see some like Seraphine going on, some Nami, some enchanters. They have been thriving a lot in the support role, especially with these new support changes. And also, I believe there's some new support items. I don't know if you're familiar with.
Yeah. There's Bandle Pipes, which is pretty popular on a lot of characters, Alistar and whatnot. You know, helps weaken the team while providing a lot of, you know, these items too are super cheap, like the new support items. And actually, you see top laners sometimes building them in a very niche situations. Okay, you have the Nocturne jungle here with the Caitlyn ADC pick. This seems to be what Berkeley has chosen.
I like Nocturne. He's kind of that like he's like an assassin, kind of picks off like a certain member of, you know, usually the ADC on the other side of the team. But the thing is, Corgi is very versatile, has a lot of like movement and like able to sustain himself. So I feel a little worried about this Nocturne. Maybe if they could do, fights in numbers, maybe that Nocturne would be really good. Getting, that little diversion, catching them off when they're not together, like those type of picks. But what do you think?
No, yeah, I totally agree with your assessment there. Hard for the Nocturne to get value actually so far. Lilia, of course, can just like Q run away with her insane move speed. Rumble good at holding his ground, and typically he's going to be with his team, right? Because the value from Rumble is his ultimate, his equalizer, and a lot of that side lane pressure. Orianna in the mid lane actually going for a control mage, so that's an interesting pick out from Tim. We're going to have to see what UCI responds with their counter pick.
See, I was questioning the Nocturne, but now I understand. Once you pair it with that Orianna, she sends in that ball. She's, able to get a really good ultimate shockwave on the enemy team. So maybe we'll be seeing a lot of like ganks and mid lane from that Nocturne with Tim.
Yeah, that's actually great synergy. Orianna shockwave plus Nocturnal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Completely cool, but we're gonna have to see if that actually translates into anything effective, right? Of course, having the draft is one thing, and having the combo synergy is there. But can you actually execute it? Choose the right time to do it. We'll have to see if Berkeley can keep that up. And you do have to wait until 6 for Nocturne to get a lot of his value, and even last game in the series, Irvine was already pushing up from the start, already winning from level 1 in most lanes. And so, what can they do to address that? Strong level 1 champ, the Aatrox in the top lane into the Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble has been really strong this patch. A lot of damage with that those top lane changes, especially with the TPs and stuff like that. So seeing that, answer with Aatrox, hopefully we could see some action coming out of Juicebox. I don't think I've seen him play Aatrox before, but knowing that he's playing very mechanical champions like his Riven and Ambessa, I'm sure he'll be fine.
100%. We do have another engaged support, the Alistar from Irvine, and so that's actually going to be really interesting to see if bot lane becomes a little hard. They are going into Caitlyn Morg, though, which is interesting.
Yeah, it seems like he did countered by the Morgana there to answer that Alistar. So when you have that Alistar full rotation, and the Lilia sleep as well, you can cancel it with the Black Shield. But then again, it's just one target, you're canceling. So I'm not sure about the Morgana pick, but I do like the Caitlyn Morgana, right? Like in the bot lane, you set in the queue, you get a cupcake out, and then you do some hefty damage on whoever you target it.
Exactly. As you said, Morgana gonna find it hard to land her roots onto a mobile ADC like Gorky, onto the Lilia, into the Zed who's teleporting everywhere.
Ooh, I didn't even notice the Zed. Tell us a little bit about that.
Zed is a crazy pull actually. Extremely strong. He was in the jungle for a little bit last patch, but then Riot completely gutted him. Too strong of a clear. But Zed still has a presence in the mid lane. Still a great assassin to play, and of course a lot of skill expression there, which UC Irvine definitely has a lot of skill, definitely has a lot of hot hands there for sure.
Yeah, and I think Zed has been one of the highest banned champions in solo queue especially. So seeing him in a little competitive space makes it a lot more exciting for us. I love seeing Zed.
Exactly. He's kind of known as a flashy champion just to show off how good you are at him. A lot of OTPs, and so seeing it at the collegiate stage is going to be great. We're really excited for this match.
Oh my goodness, look at that little frog.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had little critters in the river. I wasn't paying too much attention.
All right, now we're shortly heading to a game. The grand finals of UCEI presented by Xfinity. Let's start.
And the pace of the games is much faster, of course. Already taking some damage, the Aatrox. Okay, probably went a little too deep in the jungle, but these minions come in super quick. No more time for idling. Early invades are much rarer.
Yeah, it's going to be some simple trading coming out of that Zed onto Orianna. Zed doesn't really have that range to get the priority early, so I do expect Tim to be, kind of thriving in that early game against the Zed.
Of course, in the bot lane here, Caitlyn just trying to play at a dentist, trying not to get comboed by the Alistar. Level 1 Alistar is his weakest point because he has no access to essentially anything.
Exactly.
So this is when you want to be pushed up, want to get the prio in lane. But care for the Lilia, because the Lilia is actually in Nocturne's jungle right there on the blue side.
Rosethorn has been known to be doing these really interesting invades. Maybe he's doing a vertical clear, but it seems that Blob Enthusiast is going to be getting hit by something very spooky as he gets into the bot side camps.
Yeah, definitely going to be a surprise for him there, even though Nocturne's supposed to be the spookier champ.
Haha.
Okay, Lilia coming in for the gank. This seems to be a great setup, and meanwhile, a lot of trades happening mid.
Yes, engage coming from the Alistar here as we do have Rosethorn looking on to Abby. It's going to be first blood going on to that Morgana, and a trade coming out of UCI.
This is a really interesting one. I'm glad that Morgana didn't die, if you're UCB. Although First Blood was given to her. First Blood very valuable. Wait, is this going to be a solo kill mid? No, going to be a lot of damage.
Red taking a lot of damage from the Oriona. A little bit scary there. Sitting in that Cowboy Union. He's like, what should I do?
Yeah, so Zed. Oh.
Ooh. Wow. Very close. Very, very close.
Zed's supposed to be very good into Oriana because, you know, he can just completely blow her up.
Yes.
As an assassin, but you know, prior to level 3, it's harder for him to do things as a melee champ. And so I think well played by Tim, keeping the pressure in lane. As we look at this fight, okay, there's the flash from the Alistar. Hard for Abby to do anything. First Blood does have some value. It does give a lot of gold, but the fact that this is on the support is a little bit sad, but still a 1-for-1.
Yes, it seems like we have some fighting going on in the top lane. Juicebox getting that Conqueror stack and seems to be autoing Armeo. Hopefully trying to look for a death angle, does not find it as Armeo walks away.
This is the same thing that we saw in the top lane where Juicebox is bringing Ignite, or, well, we saw it in the mid lane last game, but, you know, one laner brings Teleport, just trying to farm up and be stronger in the mid game, late game, you know, play for the team, play for the fights and the angles there. Whereas one character, one champion going for dominance, but actually Juicebox kind of bad tempo here, crashing the wave a little bit low, gonna get his free back though.
Yes, Manui unfortunately getting hit by the Morgana Q. Gonna be burning that barrier summoner spell as we do see Carillion trying to bail him out of the situation.
That Corki's level 4 now, so gonna get a little bit of health back. Probably not gonna be a dive anytime soon, though it is good that they're keeping him on the ropes a little bit there. Although he is keeping up in CS against this Caitlyn Morn poke lane. And, you know, all you need on the Corki Alistar is one good flash like earlier. Okay, Zed, I see you.
Yes, that's just gonna work at the mid lane, using his full combo there, but you're gonna have to be careful because Oriana has a lot of mobility, so she's able to space herself well, especially in the mid lane against Zed with Phase Rush. So if you're doing that full combo to Oriana, you have to make sure you land it, or else you're gonna be ending up in the state that Cinnamon Bread is in right now. But it seems that he does get that kill from 10.
UCEI, a great play toward mid. This Lilia hovering, and so the Zed has more confidence to actually go in. And speaking of confidence to go in, this little fight in the jungle trying to get Raptors. A lot of damage onto Minui, and still having pushed this double range bot lane. But you have to wonder, you know, what are they going to be able to do later in the game?
Yeah, it seems like we got some action going on the top lane. Juicebox stacking up those Qs and Conqueror stacked on Armeo. Seems like he's doing a lot of damage, and that's just what you want to do as Aatrox. You do have Ignite, so you do have the ability to do a kill angle lane, especially when you get 6. But it's a little difficult. You know, Armeo still has Flash. I'm pretty sure he's, you know, able to get himself out of the situation if it does go bad.
Dragon here, started by Rosethorn. Is this going to be a repeat of last game where Irvine, you know, gets some advantages early and snowballs with the Dragon stacking, as we said? It seems like they're starting on that course.
Yes, we got some action going in the mid lane there. Cinnamon Bread dodging the shockwave from Tim, sending in that thumbs up as we do have Alistar on the hover.
Yeah, this is exactly why Oriana is a tiny bit miserable into Zed. It's very hard to hit anything.
Now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. A little bit of action happening down here.
Yes,
but
Manui dodging that Q from the Morgana seems to be living well. I like how UC Berkeley is responding. They know Carillion is going to be roaming a lot. That's kind of what he's known for as a support, especially if you're playing things like Alistar. You're usually not wanting to stay in lane. So Manui needs to be careful, especially if he's spending time in lane alone. Morgana is doing really well landing these Qs, and Caitlyn, you know, stacking up that damage onto Manui.
And just to clarify for the audience, that's the Alistar, right, on Irvine?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Thanks for clarification.
Yeah, for
Appreciate
sure.
that.
I mean, right now he's in his CS arc, though. Of course, you know,
Yeah,
gotta grind out
like
the
many
league
of
up.
us college
Yeah,
students.
that's real. You know, I actually want to bring focus to that this is a collegiate tournament, and so I'm very proud of these players. They're at the peak of collegiate league. You know, this is probably one of the most premier tournaments in California. You know, in the country for collegiate League of Legends, if not the premier tournament.
Flash engage coming from Alistar does get that kill from him. Seems that Abby's gonna have to try to run away from this situation. Unfortunately, does get locked down from this Alistar, and Manui just autoing this Caitlyn to death, and a double kill going on to UCI.
Amazingly well done. Like I said, all it takes is one good flash engage from the Alistar, and the Corki damage is just going to be too much. Okay, ooh, narrowly missing the E there, Oriana. So, going to be safe, yeah.
Rosethorn is passing through, and seems like we're going to get a quick little replay. Tell us a little bit what's happening.
Yeah, so just the full combo into the turret is like devastating. You can't really spell shield. I think it was on cooldown for the Morgana perhaps, and then here the level 6 advantage on Minui plus just an item advantage, and you know the support of the Alistar, it's too much damage for the Caitlyn to handle, and so an unfortunate death there. You kind of don't want to see that early game. It seems UCEI is you know, looking poised to control this game just as much.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to be careful when you're using that Morgana shield, especially early. Oh, seems like getting some action. He is going to be landing that ult onto the wave, just going to be clearing it and walking away. We do have World Ender coming out from Juicebox, looking for an engage onto our map. Getting 2, 3 autos and a solo bolo top lane from Juicebox.
Juicebox returning the kill right after his bot lane died, trying to even out things on the map. Well done. You know, the equalizer was burned by the Rumble just to get the wave, and so you can't use it combatively anymore, and so you just get completely run down by Juicebox, landing great combos, hitting a clean W, and then, this Q3 flash, just chef's kiss, completely beautiful, and clean Aatrox kill on the top lane.
Right out of my mouth. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go, another Q coming out of the Morgana, landing onto the Manui, getting some good damage from Abby.
I love how Minui just like sit there AFK after getting hit. He was like, oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I love getting hit by the Morgana.
Oh my goodness, but it seems like we have some action going on the top side there for those grubs. We do get one grub coming out of UC Berkeley. I'm not sure if we're able to spot if UCI has picked up some as well, but I'm gonna just assume they did.
Yeah, that's gotta be unfortunate.
Oh,
they did get one grub.
Get one. Yeah,
they did get one grub. Okay, that's a little better than last game, you know. You have to say. Yeah. You know, we didn't give a Drake and then give all the
some
grubs.
For you.
Yeah. We share a little bit.
Yeah, we share. All right, back into this game here. Seems that, you know, lanes are pretty much the same. They're just shoving, looking for some bases. I believe Krillin's going to be looking for a roam onto this Oriana. We do see Rosethorn on the enemy camps over there. They are going to try to pick out Tim.
Yeah, Lily going in Rosethorn on the Lilia. But it looks like it's sniffed out by Tim. I don't think he was on vision. He just kind of, you know, felt something. And gonna get away from that one.
Yes, I believe Cinnamon Bread did hit a full combo onto Tim, which unfortunately he did have to burn his flash. I thought it was okay, but it's a little scary because we do have Krillin in the back looking for an engage on Oriana. Cinnamon Bread landing that full combo with Krillin tanking. He does pick up that kill, but unfortunately does fall.
Ace in the hole plus the turret plus the Oriana damage gonna actually kill out the Zed there. Unfortunately, that was a great try though from Irvine, going to end up being a 1-for-1 for a lot of you know, abilities and summoners invested there. But probably a positive trade. They get damage into the plates. They put their mid more ahead. Look at this.
This is very aggressive. Run this.
Yeah, a lot of damage, of course. Just Oriana, I think, living a little bit longer, and then the ace in the hole coming in. Actually didn't even kill. This was just from the turret itself. And actually, this leads into the dragon. Oh my, Lilia, I don't think in the position to contest this just with their Alistar. Yeah. Ooh, the cleanse.
Unfortunately, burn the cleanse, and that's going to be a Drake going on to Cal Berkeley. We do have an ult going out from Rosethorn. They're looking for that engage onto Abby with Manui over there on the side. And unfortunately, just walking away, and Manui continuously autoing. Does get that flash auto onto Abby, and Abby unfortunately does fall.
Manui style play there, and you can't really get this Alistar.
Yeah.
unfortunately a little too hungry for the kill.
Enthusiast, I think he was a little ambitious, maybe trying to look into that bush to see if anyone was actually chasing them, but he finds a cow. And
Finds
the cow
a
was
really
there.
big cow, nasty cow, and this turret is unfortunately dying. Minhu is super strong. Look at the shutdowns on UC Irvine so far. This seems a lot like last game, just cementing themselves early game. 300 gold shutdown on the Lily and so on. As we look at these replays here.
Oh,
Back
no
to
replay.
live.
No worries, you guys did not see any of that.
True.
We got some stuff going on to the mid game. Back at live, Cinnamon Bread looking for a full combo onto Oriana. Unfortunately, tanking everything. She does live as, you know, Cinnamon Bread doesn't want to go on a full commit.
Yeah, Oriana's surprisingly tankier than you would assume. Well, there's some action happening with the Lilia invading the Nocturne jungle, but she's just going to get away with it by the nature of her champ. Look at this CS cap in the jungle. That is pretty brutal. That is 102 to 666, or 66. And actually, you know, you can get away a lot with that. This Aatrox not going to be able to cover his Nocturne for anything. Especially when you're Irvine and you're grouping like this. Speaking of grouping, right, so Irvine going for the engage after Berkeley gets the dragon, and I think just isolated. Look at this Corki just completely having his way. Very clean auto flash there, I think a little late from the Caitlyn, and just great damage from the Corki. This is why he's ultra prio. This is, in my opinion, a reason why Berkeley should have banned it or picked it.
Yeah, but it seems that he has been abandoned by his support. If we could take a look at it. What's happening? Abby picking up a shutdown to UC Berkeley.
Is that what Berkeley says? You know, instead of banning it, instead of picking it, we just wait for the support to in him, and then we pick up the kill right after.
Corlin, where'd you go? Knew he left the bed for himself, unfortunately.
Yeah. But the Alistair has been like doing great on these other engages. This is a very clean dive. I mean, textbook, you know, you wait for the wave to come in, tower's low, you have your Morg and you have the Caitlyn. Trap into Rue. This is what the lane is supposed to do. You're supposed to chain the CC. This is the whole point of the comp down there.
Delicious
and they finally got it.
CC.
Yeah.
Yes, very well done. Seems
Okay.
like we have some hovering from Corlin on that mid side there. We do see M2O on the side. Seems like we're having some rotates from bot lane to top lane, but Juicebox is out in this corner looking on Armeo. He does have all his summoners up, spending that World Ender onto Armeo. Does have to flash and burns it out. Armeo lives.
Definitely looking there for a good opportunity, Juicebox. I mean, when you're behind, this is what you have to look for. You have to look for bush cheeses. You have to look for them being caught out of position. Really good try, but got his flash for an ultimate. Definitely worth it on his end.
Yeah, and that Aatrox is super strong with Eclipse already completed, or along with Merc Shreds. He does, you know, dodge the bowling ball. Seems like he's fine. But as I was saying, this Aatrox is very strong. He has a lot of like in lane potential, so he's really strong with that ignite and that flash and all. As long as he keeps cheesing Armeo on the timer, let me hold on to that thought. Seems that unfortunately we're gonna have that Manui taking down M2O on the Morgana.
M2O just caught out a little too hard there. Okay, we're gonna try and see if there's a counterplay there from the Nocturne ult and from Abby though on the bottom, getting completely deleted by Minui. Okay, Nocturne gonna return the favor. Juicebox though
left to fend for himself, and unfortunately does fall to Armeo. We have some trades going on to each team. It's not too bad, honestly.
Yeah, it is a 2-for-1 on the side of Irvine winning that out, and potentially more. Oriana gonna have to flash, getting ultimate instead.
Oh my god, look at that full combo coming out of Cinnamon Bread and completely obliterates Tim on the Oriana.
Armeo though.
Oh, Armeo, I think you walked a little too far there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I was gonna say earlier, you know, now that Juicebox, the top laner for UCB, is not on Ambessa anymore, now he has to stay with his team on Aatrox, right? You would think he's gonna play as the front line instead of diving into the back line and dying alone. And but even with that game plan though, it's like super hard to make him work into these champs. Lilia does a lot of damage, max health, and the tankiness and like the eclipse of the Aatrox, it's kind of hard into her agility. It's hard to hit the Qs, hit her with the W that actually sticks. So the positioning from Rose Thorn has just been so honorable. Cinnamon Bread with the wrong positioning
Yeah,
himself.
Juicebox setting in that World Ender, looking for a full combo rotation onto Cinnamon Bread, and unfortunately does fall to Juicebox.
And that's going to lead to potentially, yep, the Rift Herald getting started here. You know, you have the Prowl, you have the numbers here in this situation. It's kind of interesting, though, that UC Berkeley got the kill, but it's the Rift Herald that's going to UCI.
Yeah.
But that's just a matter of the, you know, the macro here.
Exactly. It's kind of like a response thing. As UC Berkeley were able to take the Drake, seems that Rosethorn is playing on the other side and taking the Rift Herald, which is what you kind of want to do. You don't want to play into the team if they're all there and you're all by yourself, right? You want to play with your team.
That's exactly how it is. As now the objectives have been gotten. Now keep in mind, even though UCI is in the lead and they have a shutdown in their jungler just like last game, interestingly, Berkeley this time has had a few objectives. They're actually, they have a dragon lead. They have 2 dragons compared to UCI's 1. And they were able to take 1 grub, and so they're fighting back on these objectives now. You know, the coach probably let them know, hey, we can't keep giving these. We have to play for those. And it's working out for Berkeley a little bit. So even though they're still behind, they're not out of the game at all compared to last game, it feels.
Yeah, I agree. They have a lot more objectives this game and a lot more versatility on what they could do to work around. Seems like we have Juicebox kind of doing his little thing, hiding in the corner, but it's a little scary as we do have 3 members of UCI on the top side looking onto Blob Enthusiast. Who are they going to be looking onto first? Seems like Blob Enthusiast, unfortunately, is going to be getting ganked by 2 members of UCI under the inner tower here, but no worries. UC Berkeley is out here to come in. Ultimate coming from that Nocturne, unfortunately does fall with a 3-man sleep from that Lily. Rumble coming in, a full combo coming in from UCI. That's a 4 triple kill going on to Cinnamon Bread.
UCI showing the synergy of their team comp, just stacking huge ult into huge ult, the triple sleep from the Lilia into the Equalizer, into the full Alistar combo. That is unplayable. That is unplayable for Berkeley.
We have a drive-by coming in from a Curlian in the back here, Tim. I'm a little scared for you. Seems that the Alistar does not care. And we get that ace going on to UCI.
Oh my god, Irvine exploding the game open. We were talking about how Berkeley, you know, not completely out of it yet. Irvine heard me and they said, you know what? We're going to completely destroy your top lane and destroy drive-by your mid laner.
Yeah, you know what? That cow, he does not care. He's a man of purpose. He's like, I'm just going to take you down, but let us run through this team fight.
Yeah, this starts with the catch onto the Nocturne, but then he narrowly lives. And I think here, UC Berkeley should have just been great to have that, but then the re-engage happens, and this is when it starts getting scuffed because the triple drowsy sleep from the Lilia just leads into sudden death for the from Irvine. And definitely a brutal misplay there. That's a little bit of a tilter, but as Berkeley, you have to just get over it, play the game if you want to win it out. As you know, they're looking on the Lilia here, trying to make a response play, trying to invade her in the jungle.
Yeah, they do see that red buff. Rosethorn, I'm a little scared for you.
Ooh.
Seems like you got members of UC Berkeley on the side there, sending in that Morgana. Oh, it's going to be getting that drowsy there, but Lilia, she's a fast steer. We do have the Equalizer coming from our Mayo, getting that kill onto the... When we get the kill on the top side, it seems that this fight's going to be turning around. Rosethorn does not care, though. He's going to be getting that Morgana as we do get a TP coming out from Cinnamon Bread, setting in his shadows, setting in that depth mark, and doing that full rotation on Oriana. Unfortunately, does fall.
Berkeley just, again, trying to make a play, I think a little overzealous there, and completely caught out by Irvine, who countered in full. Looks like Abby, you're not going to make it.
Oh my goodness, Abby, I am so sorry for this cow. Like, he is doing work out here, and he has a purpose. He wants that ADC, he wants whoever he can get, and it's looking rough for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, for sure. As we said, the Nocturnal, right? Like, what target are you going to pick? They try to pick the Lilia, but she's several levels up, and her damage is just too sustained. And of course, Irvine here to back up. Even though the Zed was late on the TP, it's like by principle he's coming, and I think this goes to show that Irvine always on the same page. Zed
looking for a depth mark onto Blob Enthusiast. Unfortunately, does return to the wrong shadow and gets CC'd from that Morgana. Shutdown going on to UC Berkeley.
It's interesting how the Caitlyn Abby is 1-6 while her Morgana is 4-5. This I have seen many times in my solo queue games. Armo!
Oh, yes, he's going to be flashing out of that Aatrox Q from Juicebox, but I don't know if he should stick around here. He does have members of UCI coming in. Equalizer is landing onto 2 members of UC Berkeley after pull into a choke. Shock coming from Oriana and 2 kills going on to UC Berkeley as they triumph forward onto this Cloud Drake. Manui does pick up Morgana in the back here, maybe trying to recover the scene. Trying to look onto Tim, does land the missile but does not quite kill her. Blob Enthusiast does fall. Manui unfortunately does fall to Abby here. LeetCode Learner, aka Carillion, kind of left to fend for himself.
This is messier than it should have been, but Berkeley has so far come out on top. Can they get this Dragon? Though the Zed is on his way. I don't think quite fast enough, but you would have loved to see a much cleaner fight from this.
Getting
Let's see
his
if they
spellbook,
can.
and it seems that he does
What?
Drake! What in the world? Curly, what are you doing? I thought he was trolling, but it seems like he does steal the Drake!
Did I just see that? This is real, right? Production, this is real? This happened?
Guys.
Armao. Okay, so you see, this turn was actually amazing on the shockwave, on the golden, yeah.
Keep going.
But on the chase here on the Alistar, you see this flank from Minui. He just does too much damage. He got the immediate kill onto the Morgana. He W'd like a psychopath onto the Caitlyn and just completely ran down the Nocturne. Eventually he goes down, but then by this point you have the Zed and you have the Alistar around. This is completely winning for Berkeley though, right? You narrowly won this fight. But where's your smite? You don't have your smite!
Oh my goodness!
And then the Alistar is somehow, like, he's not even AP Alistar, he's a tank Alistar. How did he get this dragon?
HP on that Drake. That is insane.
You know, we were talking about like, oh, there could be a Baron steal from the Jarvan last game and whatnot. No, we get dragon steals from the Alistar.
Yeah.
Holy.
From the cow?
From the cow.
You know, I'm questioning it.
Right.
Seems like we are going to find Blob Enthusiast on the side. Unfortunately, walking up a little too far without vision and burning 2 flashes from UC Berkeley. It's pretty scary.
We have a cow and a deer. Is this the secret to winning?
Oh,
We
yeah.
have some Yordles too.
Throw in some, yeah,
You know.
throw in some.
And then you have
Yordles.
like the one edgelord in the mid lane.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
like, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it seems like we do have a solo kill coming out of Cinnamon and Bread in the bot
Ouch.
lane. Wonder what happened there.
Yeah, might see that sometime soon. But Juicebox, it's kind of hard to play though. Was able to. Oh, what's happening here? Just bats, Abby. Okay.
Engage coming out of Blob Enthusiast there, unfortunately engaging to his death. And we do see a flash engage from Rosethorn setting in that sleep for 3 members of UC Berkeley. Unfortunately, Manui is just going to be cleaning up here as we get a quadra kill coming out of UCI.
Dare I say it, but I think UCI has this one in the books. Maybe not enough time to end quite yet, but this is an over 10,000 gold lead into the Baron Siege, coming right up at the doorstep of Berkeley. And you have to wonder, you know, is it over?
Yeah, you know, UC Berkeley, I thought they had so much vision on the top side that they're able to like spot themselves out, but this fight kind of like drew them apart. Tell us a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I think it came down to the fact that like Lilia is just too strong and too fast at this point. Like that deer is crazy.
Oh yeah, she's a fast beast.
Yeah, the damage from her, the damage from the Corki, yeah, just absolutely insane. I think star players, but you know, from Irvine all around, there isn't a single lane except for our Mao top lane who doesn't have like an amazing KDA. And even Armaro though, like he's had value. He's had equalizers in great spots, and he's kind of like a support top laner at this point, letting his teammates carry. Yeah, it's hard for them to even walk in their own jungle. You know, this is how it is.
You know my KD, but not my stories.
True.
The word of the game for Armeo in the series.
I was the secret MVP, guys. Like, just trust me. It's I went 0-10, but like it's okay, bro. I was helping my team. Trust.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Manui, he's just been chilling, you know, he's doing work and stuff like that, but letting his cow roam around seems to be doing him wonders in this game. He's kind of just been picking up kills, like whatever comes to me, yum yum yum.
I mean, that's a great strength of Corki, where, you know, you have your getaway tools and a lot of innate damage, and so you're able to play alone while your support roams. Okay, Yeah,
Flash
victory
engage
lap.
coming out of League Code. Learner, aka Corellian, as M2 does get that Zanya's off. You know, just exits the scene of the crime, but unfortunately your base is going down. Inhib's going to be down in mid lane here. We do see Rose trying to look for something on Blob Enthusiast, as we do see Armeo aggressively flashing
Irvine.
onto Abby. As we progress forward, you see Irvine, Rosethorn going on to Oriana, and it seems that they're just having fun. They're just tossing it over and just ending the game.
Irvine is playing with UC Berkeley Grand Finals, and they showed that they are the best team and the UCs of California, just completely having fun in the fountain, and they are the winners of the 2026 UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Congratulations to UCI. They have really showed themselves throughout this series, especially with Corellian on that cow.
Yeah, absolutely amazingly done. And if you were here yesterday for the last day of UCEI, you know that Irvine actually won Valorant as well. So not only is this a double peat, the second victory this year for League of Legends for UCI, this is actually another, they won Valorant as well this year. So like a completely clean sweep on both sides of the esports aisle there. Let's take a look at this game though, you know, go back to League of course. Who do you think were the best players there?
I'm biased, but personally, I think Corellian did a really good job, especially on that Alistar, even though he left Manui. If I was Manui, I would be really mad.
Yeah.
Anyways, he did steal that dragon, which I didn't expect that he would do, but he did have a lot of pressure on the map. He was around everyone looking for a potential play, especially if they didn't have flash, and if he did, he would look for an opportunity to kind of burn their summoner spells or burn their like vulnerable abilities, and that kind of makes it a good support, right? You're kind of just doing whatever you can to put pressure on the enemy team, and it's really important. You get that roaming support.
Well fought by Berkeley, but when you're beat, you're beat. And unfortunately, you know, sad for them, but UC Irvine has taken this win in their home court. And we're going to be going to an interview soon.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a short interview soon. We're going to be sending it off before
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who came out, all the volunteers, all the staff, the coaches, the players, of course, everyone who helped make this UCEI Invitational or initiative possible, presented by Xfinity.
Yes, thank you again.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still talking.
Oh,
Let's do some more things.
Yeah, sure.
So,
You know what? Let's that was a crazy game. That was a lot to unpack actually. So
yes.
let's like go over it. Maybe there's like a replay package or something, but
Oh, we're sending it off to
No.
an interview very soon, so you'll see us very shortly. We'll see you guys.
All right, we're on stage right now and here to award some hardware. But before we do that, I want to give a bunch of thank yous to the amazing people who made all this possible. First of all, thank you Xfinity for being our generous presenting sponsor. This event would not happen without them. I want to thank you to our planning committee, all the folks that have been meeting for months to set this up. This has been outstanding. I love working with you, and this is absolutely amazing. To our competitors, all the athletes who showed up this week, Berkeley, amazing final round there. All the other teams, all the other UCs who traveled to Irvine, we really appreciate you all coming out. Also want to thank all our volunteers, all the people in production. You guys have been amazing this last few days. Yeah, clap it up. Thank you to all our attendees, all the fans who decided to travel, spend your weekend with us. That's awesome. I want to give a special shout out to the Student Center staff, all the student workers here, the management, the folks that helped make this possible. Really appreciate UCI opening the doors for all of this. And finally, our last thank you is for our OIT, our technology team. Lawrence, if you're around, thank you for helping us get this internet nice and clean. Thank you so much. Could not do this without you. All right, with all that said, it is time to crown our 2026 back-to-back UCEI champions. Give it up for your UCI Anteaters. All right, let's lift that trophy. Let's get some photos. There we go.
Wait, UCI on three. 1, 2, 3. UCI!
Hey guys, we're back again, and we're going to be sending you guys into a short little interview, but let's talk a little bit about the experience of UCEI presented by Xfinity. You know, tell us a little bit about the time here.
yeah. It was a great tournament. Of course, every UC school coming out, Santa Barbara, San Diego, UCLA, SD. I don't got to name them all. They're all here. And, fighting their hearts out. Definitely a lot of great matches for both Valorant, for League, everything. We love to see it. And it was just a great event overall. A lot of friends made. I know I made a lot of friends here, and all the connections that you can make. And so definitely like the magic of these LAN events is that you actually get to see people. You get to play these video games with your friends and meet others. And even if you're at home, if you're watching the stream, right? We love that you're connecting with us. We love to see our fans in the chat. Hope you've been busy there. I wish I got to see the chat live while I was watching the games. Probably a lot of banter there. But yeah, just overall an amazing event. We love to host it over the past 2 days, and we're happy to see you next year. Let's go to the replays.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, so for this series, a lot of interesting things happening. This solo kill from the Akali, this seems to be pretty good to put them on a good pace, but Berkeley just coming a little bit short because of plays like this from the jungler, from Minui and Rosethorn just being so solid. And the support is just absolutely insane. From the Thresh, from the
cow.
Yeah, the cow and the deer. It's just, they have just so much synergy. You can tell these guys have been playing together and been scrimming and just been elite at their level. Actually, a lot of people from like tier 2 orgs and so on. And why don't you tell us a little bit about the UCI roster, the winners who came out on top?
Yes, UCI is a very decorated team. Coach Joey, previously LCS Immortals. We do have Mayo, also previously LCS. Rosethorn did play a game in LCS as well on CLG. Minui did play on DSG before they were in LCS, so on NACL. And Cinnamon Red and Krillin, both played on an amateur team and beat Stixie in a 1-2 against Golden Gardens Academy.
Amazing, yeah. A lot of experience, a lot of just great performances there. So makes sense why this team won. They're the best of the best officially. Yes,
yeah. And I've spoken to the players previously. They did want to mention Krillin. He wanted to mention to the cast that he was noticed by Doublelift for being the most jacked support he has ever seen. Interesting.
Most jacked support. This makes sense. Yeah. I feel like when you think of a support player, like in my head, I think of like Carrier or something. Yeah. But then there are also other players in esports that are like giants and they're supports, right? Like in HLE, Duro, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a pretty big guy, no? I don't know, compared to like Gumayushi now and all of that. It's like funny, the dichotomy there of like what these laters look like. Anyway, let's cut to this interview here.
We'll see you guys soon.
First of all, hello everyone watching the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I'm Dunst, here with our winners, UC Irvine Anteaters, and I want to speak to someone in particular, Cinnamon Bread. All right, you emoted the most out of everyone on your team. I want to know, since you're emoting so much, was this win expected?
No, it's just mostly a habit for me, I think. Usually in the past, I think a lot of players have like a fidget key, right? Yeah. And the emote button is just mine. So I think even in solo queue, I emote a lot. But I think this time it was a little more intentional with like the thumbs up emote. I felt like I was dodging a lot of skills, so I wanted to give him a nice thumbs up, But yeah, I think we had a good chance going into this series, so I'm really happy that we won the series.
And for the rest of the team, one of you guys could speak if you'd like, but was winning UCEI an expectation or more of like a wish for you guys?
I'll give the PR answer. No, I mean we did not expect this. We are here. We showed up like we always do. Took it seriously because our opponents are serious. We're happy to play Berkeley in the finals. Again, we got the privilege of playing them this morning, which was great. And then we had a really great day looking forward to playing them the whole time. So I think we're all happy to be here, and I think everyone can say with confidence that it was a really great experience, and we all appreciated our opponent.
We knew we were going to win 100%. It was not a doubt in anyone's mind. Yeah.
Yeah, that was more of the answer I expected from you guys. You don't need to act all humble. Is there anything that you guys would like to say to the other UCs before next year's tournament?
Next year? Get better. It's getting kind of boring.
Well, I see not very humble. Anything you guys would like to say to your teammates about the tournament, the performances this tournament at all? No, okay.
I mean, great performance from the team. Just love the effort from everyone. Matt, good TikToks as well. See that later. Great dancing skills. Just love it. Just great all around. Yeah.
Good energy.
Yep.
I could tell the energy was good. Like all those wombo combos in game 2 were absolutely crazy. Did you guys reach some sort of like flow state, like with the power of friendship at the end of that, or what?
Definitely. Yeah.
All right. First of all, congratulations again to UC Irvine Anteaters for winning the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I'm gonna put it back to the casters, but I'm done. I'll see you guys later.
They were gonna win. Too easy.
Yeah.
Oh my.
They were
UCI.
they were real humble out
Yeah,
there.
real humble. My humble goats. Okay, well, you know, UCI Anteaters came out as champions in both Valorant and League this year. But of course, story's not over yet. These champions are going to fight again. These schools are going to fight again in UCI next year, 2027. And we're going to see if UCI can keep the throne.
Yeah, you're probably tired of us, so we're going to get off your screen. Thank you so much to you guys for watching. Thank you for everyone for showing up, if you did. Thank you to all the prod. Thank you to all the casters.
Aw.
Thank you to pretty much everyone, all our sponsors, anyone you brought to show up. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you guys next year. I'm Kimmy.
And I'm Anthony.
And we'll see you guys.
Helium Malanin showing beautiful control.
He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.